I don't think I ever really believed the footage was real until I recognized the wallpaper in the background. At 17, I spent most of my time online looking for things I wasn't supposed to see. Not porn or anything like that. My mates could handle that side of things well enough. I was after the stuff that got removed from platforms, the videos people whispered about in college corridors, the content that lived in the spaces between what was legal and what wasn't. It started with a mate showing me some grainy footage on his phone during lunch break. Something about a car crash in Russia, supposedly real CCTV footage that had been leaked online. Turned out to be fake, obviously, but it opened up a whole world I hadn't known existed. Forums where people shared banned documentaries, sites hosting films that had been pulled from cinemas, archives of news footage that broadcasters didn't want circulating. My bedroom became my research station. Mum and Dad thought I was just being antisocial, which was partly true. They'd call me down for dinner, and I'd mumble something about having coursework. Most of the time, they left me alone. Dad was usually in front of the television anyway, and Mum had her own programs to catch up on. The progression was natural enough. What shocked me one week became boring the next. I needed something more authentic, more immediate. The obviously fake stuff stopped working once you learned to spot the tells. Bad audio mixing, theatrical blood, actors who couldn't quite sell the fear convincingly. That's when I first came across mentions of red rooms. The concept was straightforward. Live streams where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Some versions claimed you could influence what happened through donations or chat commands. Most people dismissed it as internet mythology, the sort of thing that sounded plausible enough to generate discussion, but was too complicated and risky to actually exist. I spent months following leads across different platforms, encrypted messaging apps, obscure forums, recommendation chains that led nowhere most of the time. The deep web wasn't as mysterious as people made it out to be, mostly just marketplaces and file sharing. But finding specific content required patience and the right connections. The breakthrough came through someone calling themselves Deep Watcher on a forum dedicated to documenting real violence. He claimed to have access to exclusive content that would make everything I'd seen before look tame. I was skeptical initially. Half the people online claimed to have secret access to the internet's hidden corners. But his approach was different, more cautious. He'd share screenshots rather than links, timestamps from conversations rather than direct invitations. The images were disturbing. Basement rooms with concrete walls, metal furniture, figures in shadow, but they could have been from anywhere. What convinced me was a detail in one of his screenshots, a streaming interface with a viewer counter showing 847 people watching. It was such an ordinary detail, the sort of thing you wouldn't think to include if you were creating a hoax. After proving my interest over several weeks, Deep Watcher sent me instructions for accessing what he called a private stream. Not a simple link, but a series of steps involving specific software and rotating passwords. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers. The interface was basic when I finally connected. A video player on a black web page, chat window below, viewer counter on the side showing about 600 people online. The video showed what looked like an industrial space. Concrete floor, harsh lighting, metal chair in the center. There was someone strapped to the chair, male, maybe 30s, conscious but not moving much. The chat was active with comments in various languages, mostly discussing what they wanted to see happen next. I watched for nearly an hour before anything significant occurred. The man occasionally tested his restraints or looked around the room with the confused expression of someone trying to work out where they were. The chat kept a running commentary, placing bets, making suggestions, treating the whole thing like entertainment. Then someone entered the frame. Ordinary clothes, jeans, dark hoodie, regular trainers. Nothing theatrical about the appearance. No mask, though the camera angle meant I never saw their face clearly. They moved around methodically, adjusting equipment, checking camera positions like they were following a routine. The chat became more excited. Numbers appeared. Not pounds or dollars, something else entirely. People were making requests in multiple languages. The viewer count climbed past 800. What happened next was systematic and deliberate. The figure selected tools from a nearby table, held them up for the camera, then approached the chair. The victim became more alert, struggling against the restraints with increasing desperation as he understood his situation. The violence was different from anything in the films I'd collected. Those had been fiction, however convincing. This was immediate and unfiltered. The sounds were raw, the responses genuine. When the man screamed, it wasn't performance. The figure worked slowly, aware of their audience, responsive to the chat comments. The viewer count passed 900. People were clearly enjoying themselves. About 20 minutes in, the camera angle shifted, and I got a partial view of the figure's profile. Nothing distinctive, but something about the jawline and ear shape seemed familiar. Someone I'd seen before, though I couldn't place where. The realization came gradually. College maybe, or around town. Someone I'd passed on the street or seen at the bus stop. A face I recognized without knowing the name attached to it. My hands started shaking as I tried to remember where I'd encountered him. The knowledge was there, but just out of reach. Someone local, someone from Leeds. The chat had noticed the clearer camera angle too. Comments appeared about recognizing the person from previous streams. Someone posted a screenshot highlighting the profile view. That's when I saw the reflection. In the victim's eyes, staring directly at the camera, was the faint outline of a computer screen, the glow from a laptop display in a dark room. And in that reflection, barely visible, but definitely there, was a face. Mine. I closed the laptop immediately and sat in my dark bedroom, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it, that it had been a trick of the light or my mind creating patterns where none existed after hours of watching something disturbing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that those eyes had been looking specifically at me, not at the camera generally, but at me personally, as if the victim somehow knew exactly who was watching and where I was sitting. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound from outside made me check the window. Every creak from the house made me verify my door was locked. I kept thinking about that familiar face, becoming more certain I knew exactly who it was. The next morning, I tried to rationalize what had happened. It could have been an elaborate fake, the sort of sophisticated production someone with serious technical skills might create. The reflection could have been added digitally. The familiar face could have been coincidental. But when I checked my messages, I found something that made my stomach drop. A private message from Deepwatcher, sent 3 hours earlier. Thanks for watching last night. Always nice to have local support. See you around. I deleted everything immediately. Account, browsing history, downloaded software, written notes. I told myself the message could have meant anything, that he probably sent similar notes to lots of viewers. But that word, local, stuck with me. I started paying attention when I left the house, looking for that face in crowds, checking behind me more often. Every person in the hoodie made me nervous. Anyone who seemed to look in my direction for too long made me change route. 3 weeks later, I saw him outside college, standing by the gates, looking at his phone like any other student. Same jawline, same build as the figure from the stream. He glanced up as I approached, and our eyes met briefly. He smiled. Nothing threatening, just the sort of polite acknowledgement you might give someone you'd seen around but didn't know well. Casual and normal. But I recognized something in that smile. He knew who I was, just as I now knew who he was. I changed my route to college after that, started taking different buses, varying my schedule, avoiding places where I'd seen him. My parents noticed I was more withdrawn, but assumed it was college stress. Because I was being followed, though subtly. He was always just far enough away to seem coincidental, in places where he had legitimate reasons to be. Outside shops I used, on buses I called regularly, in the background of places I visited, never approaching or threatening, just present often enough to let me know he was paying attention. I couldn't tell anyone about it. How do you explain being stalked by someone you encountered through watching illegal content online? How do you report to police that someone you saw committing crimes on the internet is now following you around town? You don't. You learn to live with it, sleep with furniture against your door, carry something sharp in your pocket, check behind curtains before sitting down, and you try not to think about what they might be planning. Whether you're going to be the next person in that chair, staring into a camera while strangers watch online. Whether your own reflection is already visible somewhere, waiting for the right moment. I still don't sleep well. Every night I listen for sounds that don't belong, watch for movement that shouldn't be there. Sometimes I wonder if I'm still being monitored through devices I haven't thought to check. But mostly I think about those eyes, how they seemed to look through the screen directly at me, how they reflected not just my face, but something deeper that suggested the distance between watching and being watched isn't as secure as I'd assumed. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I wonder if I'm still connected to that stream somehow, if people are still watching somewhere, still waiting. You'd probably be surprised how easy it is to see things you're not meant to, especially when you're looking for them with academic purpose, rather than just morbid curiosity. I was in my first year at Manchester studying journalism, living in one of those cramped student flats near the university, where the heating barely worked, and you could hear everything your flatmates did through the paper-thin walls. The course was mostly what you'd expect. Media law, ethics, how to structure articles properly. But our lecturer for digital journalism had given us an assignment that seemed more interesting than the usual fare. We were supposed to investigate an internet urban legend and write a piece debunking or confirming it. Most of my course mates picked safe options like whether those viral videos of people doing impossible stunts were real or staged. I wanted something with more substance, something that would actually demonstrate proper investigative skills. Red rooms seemed like the perfect topic. For those who don't know, the basic premise is that there are live streams hidden somewhere on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most articles about them online were clearly written by people who had never bothered to look for themselves, just repeating the same urban legend details without any actual investigation. I figured I could spend a few weeks doing proper research, maybe find some evidence that they were technically impossible or economically unfeasible, then write a solid debunking piece, the sort of thing that might actually get published somewhere beyond the student newspaper. The research started in the university library, going through academic papers about dark web marketplaces and hidden services. Most of the scholarly work focused on drug sales and financial fraud, rather than violent content, but there were enough references to suggest that if someone wanted to host illegal streaming content, the infrastructure certainly existed. From there, I moved to online forums where people claimed to have encountered red rooms. Most of the stories were obviously fictional, full of dramatic details that sounded like they'd been lifted from horror films. But a few accounts had the mundane specificity that usually indicates someone describing something they've actually experienced rather than invented. The breakthrough came through a contact I made on a forum dedicated to investigating internet mysteries. She went by the username Archive Digger and seemed to have genuine technical knowledge rather than just repeating things she'd read elsewhere. After exchanging messages for about a week, she offered to help with my research. She explained that finding specific content on hidden networks required more than just browsing randomly. You needed connections, recommendations, invitations to private areas, the sort of access that took time to build up and couldn't be rushed. Over the next few weeks, Archive Digger introduced me to various people who claimed to have seen disturbing content online. Most turned out to be time wasters or attention seekers, but a few seemed legitimate. They spoke about the technical aspects in ways that suggested real familiarity rather than guesswork. One contact, who called himself Documentary Maker, claimed to have accessed multiple Red Room streams over the past year. He was willing to share screenshots and recordings, but only after I'd proven my serious academic interest rather than casual curiosity. The proof he provided was disturbing, but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been elaborate fiction, scenes from unreleased films, or genuine documentation of real events. Without seeing the streams myself, I couldn't make a definitive judgment. That's when Documentary Maker offered to arrange access to a live stream. I should probably have declined at that point. My assignment was to investigate whether red rooms existed, not necessarily to witness one firsthand. But journalism requires getting as close to the source as possible, and this seemed like the only way to provide definitive evidence one way or another. The access instructions were complex, but not particularly technical. Specific software, rotating passwords, designated times to connect. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while allowing serious viewers to find what they were looking for. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat area below, viewer counter on the side showing about 400 people online. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space. Concrete walls, fluorescent lighting, industrial atmosphere. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s or 30s. She was conscious but not moving much. Occasional struggles against the restraints, periodic attempts to look around the room, but mostly just lying still with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, placing what appeared to be bets on various outcomes. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about 30 minutes before anything significant happened. The woman would occasionally test her restraints or try to speak, though no audio was coming through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, treating her like entertainment rather than a person. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually, jeans, plain shirt, nothing distinctive or theatrical. No mask or costume, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. just an ordinary person moving around the space with practiced efficiency. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera angles, checked equipment that wasn't visible in the main feed. They seemed to be following a routine that suggested this wasn't their first time doing whatever they were about to do. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. Comments appeared more frequently, with people making requests and suggestions. The viewer count had climbed to over 500. I realized I needed to stop watching before things went further. This was clearly going to become genuine violence, and witnessing it would cross ethical lines that no university assignment could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had panned slightly, showing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the table was a section of wallpaper, an outdated floral pattern in faded blues and greens. It was the sort of decorative choice you might find in an older house that hadn't been renovated in decades. I recognized that wallpaper, not from anywhere recent, but from childhood memories. My grandmother's house in Stockport, where we'd visit every few months when I was growing up. The same pattern had been in her spare bedroom, the room where I'd sleep when we stayed overnight. Gran had died 3 years ago, and the house had been sold to cover care home costs. I'd helped clear it out, remembered stripping that wallpaper from the spare room because the new owners wanted everything neutralized before they moved in. But here it was, in a video supposedly showing a live stream from somewhere on the dark web. Either this was an incredible coincidence, or something was wrong with what I was seeing. I took screenshots of the wallpaper pattern and compared them to photos I had from helping clear Gran's house. The match was exact. Same design, same fading, even the same small tear near the ceiling where the paper had started peeling away from the wall, which meant either the stream wasn't as live as claimed, or it was being broadcast from my grandmother's old house. I checked the property records online. The house had been sold to a couple from London who'd planned to renovate it as a rental property. But according to the electoral register, no one had actually moved in yet. The property appeared to be standing empty. The next day, I took the train to Stockport. Gran's old street looked the same as I remembered. Terraced houses built in the 1930s, small front gardens, the sort of respectable working-class neighborhood where everyone knew each other's business. Her house was about halfway down, distinguishable by the newly installed double glazing and front door that the buyers had fitted before apparently abandoning their renovation plans. I walked past several times, trying to see if there were any signs of occupancy. No cars in the drive, no lights visible through the windows, no indication that anyone was living there. But that didn't necessarily mean the property was empty. Someone could be using it without officially living there. The rear of the house backed onto an alley that ran behind the entire terrace. From there, I could see the spare bedroom window, where that distinctive wallpaper had been. The curtains were drawn, but there was a faint glow visible around the edges that suggested lights were on inside. I should have contacted the police at that point. If I was right about what I'd seen, there was serious criminal activity happening in that house. But I had no concrete evidence beyond a wallpaper pattern that could have been coincidental, and I knew how that conversation would sound to a duty officer. Instead, I decided to watch the house for a few hours to see if anyone came or went. I positioned myself in a cafe across the street with a clear view of the front door and settled in with a book and several cups of tea. For the first 2 hours, nothing happened. No movement, no visitors, no signs of life from inside the property. Then, around 4 in the afternoon, a car pulled up outside. 2 people got out, a man and woman in their 30s, both dressed in ordinary clothes that wouldn't have attracted attention anywhere. They looked like the sort of couple you might see in any supermarket or walking through any town centre. Nothing distinctive or memorable about their appearance. They let themselves into the house with keys, suggesting they were either the legal owners or had legitimate access. I watched for another hour, but they didn't come back out. That evening, I checked the streaming site again. The same room was visible, the same wallpaper in the background, but the table was empty now, and the lighting was different. Someone had clearly cleaned the space and reset it for future use. The chat was active with people asking when the next session would begin. Comments suggested this was part of a regular schedule rather than a one-off event. People were discussing previous streams, comparing what they'd seen, making requests for future content. I should have left it there, reported what I'd found to the authorities, and let them handle whatever was happening in that house. My assignment was supposed to be about investigating internet myths, not getting involved in potential criminal activity. But I kept thinking about that room, about what I'd witnessed, about the casual way the chat participants had discussed real violence as entertainment. Someone needed to document what was happening, to provide evidence that couldn't be dismissed or ignored. I decided to go back to the house. This time I went after dark, parking several streets away and approaching through the back alley. The spare bedroom window still showed that faint glow around the curtain edges, and I could hear the low hum of electronic equipment running inside. There was a small gap in the curtains where they didn't quite meet properly. From the right angle, I could see a slice of the room interior. The space had been completely transformed since I'd last been inside it 3 years ago. The furniture was gone, replaced by industrial equipment and camera gear. Lights on stands, cables running across the floor, the metal table I'd seen in the stream positioned in the center of the room, and sitting at a desk in the corner, facing multiple computer screens, was the man I'd seen get out of the car earlier that afternoon. He was monitoring what appeared to be several different streams simultaneously. Chat windows scrolled with comments in various languages. Viewer counters showed hundreds of people online. Video feeds displayed different rooms that all looked similar to the one I was looking at. This wasn't just one red room. It was some kind of operation running multiple streams from different locations. As I watched, the man picked up a phone and made a call. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but his body language suggested he was giving instructions or coordinating with someone else. After ending the call, he stood up and left the room. I should have left then. Should have gone straight to the police with what I'd seen and let them handle the investigation. Instead, I stayed by the window, curious to see what would happen next. About 10 minutes later, the man returned with someone else, a woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, walking unsteadily as if she'd been drugged or was injured. They positioned her on the metal table, and the man began setting up camera equipment for what was clearly going to be another live stream. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing the aftermath of criminal activity. I was watching it happen in real time. I fumbled for my phone to call the police, but as I moved, my foot slipped on the wet ground and I knocked over a dustbin in the alley. The noise echoed between the houses, and I saw the man in the room look up sharply towards the window. Our eyes met through the gap in the curtains. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then he smiled, not a threatening expression, just the sort of polite acknowledgement you might give to any unexpected visitor, and reached for something on his desk. I ran, made it back to my car and drove straight home to Manchester, hands shaking as I tried to process what I'd witnessed. Once I was safely back in my flat, I tried to call the police, but found myself struggling to explain what I'd seen without admitting to trespassing and potentially compromising any investigation. In the end, I made an anonymous tip about suspicious activity at the Stockport address, providing enough details to justify a welfare check without revealing how I'd obtained the information. The next day, I checked local news websites to see if there had been any police activity in the area. Nothing appeared initially, but 2 days later, there was a brief story about a house fire in Stockport that had completely destroyed a property and left 2 people in hospital with smoke inhalation. The address matched my grandmother's old house. I never found out what the police discovered when they responded to my tip, or whether the fire was connected to what I'd witnessed. The couple who'd been hospitalized weren't named in any of the news reports, and no charges were ever mentioned in follow-up stories. The streaming sites I'd accessed went offline within a week of the incident, whether that was due to police action or the operators simply moving their activities elsewhere. I couldn't determine. I ended up writing my assignment about the technical feasibility of red rooms, rather than claiming to have found definitive proof of their existence. Got a decent grade for the research methodology, though my lecturer commented that the conclusion seemed somewhat evasive given the depth of investigation I'd apparently conducted. I never mentioned the Stockport house in my final essay. Sometimes I wonder whether I should have done more to investigate what happened after the fire, whether there were other locations, other victims who could have been helped if I'd been braver about providing detailed information to the authorities. But mostly, I try not to think about that night at all, about the casual way the man had smiled when he saw me watching, about how many other people might have been in that room, in other rooms, in other houses that look perfectly ordinary from the outside. I used to think online anonymity made you safer, until I found out how easy it is for someone to find you when they really want to. Working at TechFix in Birmingham city centre wasn't exactly what I'd planned when I dropped out of college halfway through my computing course. The pay was rubbish, and most customers treated you like you were thick, but it beat signing on and gave me something to do while I figured out what came next. Plus, Dave, who owned the shop, was decent enough and didn't ask too many questions about why I'd left uni. The work was mostly straightforward: virus removals, hardware upgrades, data recovery for people who'd managed to delete their holiday photos. Nothing that required the sort of advanced knowledge they'd been trying to teach us at college. Just basic technical skills and patience with people who couldn't tell the difference between their desktop and their hard drive. It was a Tuesday afternoon in November when the woman came in with the laptop that changed everything. She was probably in her 50s, well-dressed but nervous, the sort of customer who clearly didn't feel comfortable in computer shops. Her laptop had crashed completely, wouldn't boot up at all, and she needed some files recovered before a business meeting the following day. Standard data recovery job. I explained it would take a few hours to extract the files safely, and she could collect the laptop the next morning. She seemed relieved and left after paying the deposit. I didn't start working on it until later that afternoon. When I opened up the laptop case to check the hard drive, I found a USB stick wedged inside, not properly inserted into a port, just loose in the casing like it had fallen out of someone's pocket during a previous repair. It wasn't the customer's. She'd been very specific about what files she needed recovering, and they were all work documents stored on the main drive. This USB looked older, more worn, like it had been used heavily over several years. I should have just put it in the lost property box and forgotten about it. But curiosity got the better of me, especially during a quiet spell when Dave had popped out to the bank. I plugged it into my work computer to see if there was anything that might identify the owner. The USB contained a single folder labeled with a string of random letters and numbers. Inside that folder were more folders, each named with dates going back about 18 months. And inside those folders were video files. The first few I opened were obviously downloaded from streaming sites. Poor quality, generic content, nothing particularly unusual. But as I worked through the folders chronologically, the content became progressively more disturbing. These weren't random downloads from public sites. Someone had been systematically collecting footage of real violence, organized by date and location. Police body cam footage from crime scenes. Security camera recordings from incidents that had never been reported in the news. Mobile phone videos shot by witnesses to events that looked genuinely traumatic. The timestamps suggested the material was recent, some of it from just weeks before. Either someone had remarkable access to law enforcement databases, or they were connected to the people creating this content in the first place. Buried deeper in the folder structure, I found something that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the files. Live stream recordings, multiple files, each several hours long, showing what appeared to be real-time violence happening in various locations. The video quality was better than the other content, suggesting professional equipment rather than security cameras or phone recordings. These weren't just recordings either. The interface visible around the edges of the video showed chat windows, viewer counters, control panels. Someone had been participating in live streams where people could watch real violence happening as it occurred. The most recent folder contained something even worse. Rather than just recordings of streams, there were planning documents, schedules, location details, equipment lists. Someone wasn't just watching this content, they were involved in organizing it. One document caught my attention because it mentioned Birmingham specifically, a location I recognized from the address, a warehouse district about 20 minutes from the city centre, where several businesses had closed down over the past year, leaving empty buildings that would be perfect for activities people wanted to keep private. According to the schedule, something was planned for that location the following evening. I should have contacted the police immediately, should have handed over the USB and let them investigate whatever criminal operation was documented on it. But I knew how that conversation would sound. College dropout claiming to have found evidence of live murder streams on a random USB stick that may or may not have belonged to a customer. Instead, I copied some of the files to my personal laptop and spent the evening researching the locations mentioned in the documents. Most were commercial properties that had been empty for months, the sort of places where unusual activity might go unnoticed for weeks. The Birmingham warehouse was owned by a company that had gone into administration 6 months earlier. According to the business listings, it had been used for food storage, but satellite images showed it was now clearly abandoned, perfect for someone who needed a secure location away from residential areas. The planning documents suggested the operation was more sophisticated than I had initially assumed. Multiple camera positions, streaming equipment, backup systems. This wasn't amateur content. Someone was running what amounted to a professional production, just with considerably more disturbing subject matter than typical broadcasts. I found myself checking the documents obsessively over the next 24 hours, looking for more details about what was being planned. The scheduling information suggested regular events rather than one-off incidents, with different locations used on a rotating basis to avoid detection. By Wednesday evening, I'd convinced myself that I needed to see for myself what was happening at the warehouse, not to get involved or intervene, just to confirm whether the documents were describing something real or elaborate fiction. I drove out there around 8 o'clock, parking several streets away and approaching on foot through the industrial estate. Most of the businesses in the area closed early, leaving the roads empty except for the occasional lorry heading to the motorway. The warehouse was at the end of a cul-de-sac, separated from the other buildings by a car park that had been abandoned long enough for weeds to grow through the tarmac. From the outside, it looked completely derelict. Broken windows, graffiti on the walls, the sort of place teenagers might use for underage drinking. But there were fresh tire marks in the car park, and one of the loading bay doors was slightly ajar, despite looking secured from a distance. I circled the building looking for a vantage point where I could see inside without being noticed. The rear of the warehouse had several broken windows at ground level, covered with boards that had gaps large enough to see through. What I saw inside confirmed everything from the documents. The warehouse had been converted into a filming space. Professional lighting, equipment, multiple cameras positioned around a central area, computer stations along one wall. It looked like a television studio, except for the restraint equipment and the metal table positioned where you'd normally expect to see chairs or a sofa. There were 3 people setting up equipment, all dressed in ordinary clothes, like they were preparing for any normal work shift. Nothing theatrical or sinister about their appearance. They could have been setting up for a corporate video or product demonstration. The casual nature of their preparation was somehow more disturbing than if they'd been wearing masks or costumes. These were just people doing a job, even though that job involved creating content that would traumatize anyone with a functioning conscience. I watched for about an hour as they completed their setup and tested various pieces of equipment. Around 9:30, a van pulled up outside and 2 more people entered the building. One of them was carrying what appeared to be camera equipment. The other was supporting someone who seemed barely conscious. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing preparation. I was about to see the actual filming of whatever those documents had been planning. I should have called the police then. Should have run back to my car and driven straight to the nearest station to report what I was seeing. Instead, I stayed at the window, telling myself I needed more evidence before making accusations that could ruin innocent people's lives. The unconscious person was positioned on the metal table while the others made final adjustments to their equipment. Computer screens came alive showing what looked like streaming interfaces, though I couldn't make out the details from my position outside. Then one of the camera operators looked directly at the window where I was watching. Not in my general direction, but specifically at the gap in the boards where my face was visible. Our eyes met through the broken glass, and I saw him say something to the others while pointing towards my location. I ran, made it back to my car, and drove home as quickly as possible without breaking every speed limit in Birmingham. Once I was safely back in my flat, I tried to process what I'd witnessed and decide what to do about it. The logical action was to contact the police with everything I'd seen and copied from the USB. But I knew how weak my story sounded. I'd essentially been stalking people based on files I'd stolen from a customer's property, then trespassing on private land to spy on what might have been legitimate business activity, and now someone had seen me watching them. I spent the rest of the evening checking that my flat was properly secured and trying to convince myself that the person at the warehouse had no way of identifying me. They'd seen my face for maybe 3 seconds in poor lighting conditions. Even if they wanted to find me, how could they possibly know who I was or where I lived? The next morning, I arrived at work to find the woman from Tuesday waiting outside the shop. She seemed different from when she'd first brought the laptop in. More confident, less nervous about being in a computer shop. She asked about her data recovery with the sort of casual interest you might show when collecting dry cleaning rather than the urgency she displayed initially. I handed over her laptop and the recovered files, expecting her to check everything was in order before leaving. Instead, she just smiled and asked if I'd found anything interesting while working on her machine. The question was innocent enough, but something about the way she asked it made my stomach drop, as if she already knew what I'd discovered and was testing whether I'd admit to it. I told her everything had gone smoothly and that all her files had been recovered successfully. She thanked me, paid the balance, and left without checking any of the work I'd supposedly done. But as she reached the door, she turned back with that same smile and mentioned that she hoped I'd found the warehouse visit educational. Then she was gone, leaving me standing behind the counter, trying to work out how she could possibly have known where I'd been the previous evening. I checked our customer database after she left. The contact details she'd provided led nowhere. Disconnected phone number, fake address, credit card that had been declined when I tried to process the final payment later that day. She'd never been a legitimate customer at all, which meant the entire laptop repair had been a setup to get the USB into the shop, knowing that whoever worked on the machine would eventually find it and look at the contents. Someone had wanted me to see those files, wanted me to go to the warehouse, wanted me to witness what was happening there. The question was why. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every customer who came into the shop seemed suspicious. Every person who looked in my direction on the street felt like a potential threat. I started varying my route home, checking behind me more often, sleeping with furniture pushed against my bedroom door. But nothing obvious happened. No threatening messages, no suspicious phone calls, no obvious signs that I was being followed. Just the persistent feeling that someone knew more about my daily routine than they should. A week later, I found another USB stick. This one was left on the counter at work while I was helping a customer in the back room. When I returned, it was sitting next to the till with a small note attached that simply said, "Next episode." I should have thrown it away immediately, or handed it to the police, or quit my job and moved to another city. Instead, I took it home and plugged it into my laptop. The files were similar to the first USB, but more recent. New locations, new scheduling documents, new recordings of events I didn't want to see, but couldn't stop watching. And buried in the folder structure was something that made my blood turn cold. Photos of me, not just from the warehouse. Dozens of images taken over the past week showing me walking to work, shopping for groceries, sitting in my flat with the curtains open. Someone had been documenting my daily routine with the systematic thoroughness of a professional surveillance operation. The final folder contained a single document with an address and a time. Tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock. The location was another abandoned warehouse, this one on the other side of Birmingham. And at the bottom of the document, a single line of text that made it clear this wasn't an invitation. Your turn. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. The police won't believe a story this bizarre without evidence I can't provide without incriminating myself. Moving away won't help if these people have the resources to track me down once already. Tomorrow evening, I'll have to decide whether to go to that warehouse or spend the rest of my life wondering when they'll decide to come and find me instead. Either way, I don't think online anonymity is going to keep me safe much longer. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for something disturbing online. Sometimes what you find in the deeper corners of the internet finds you back. I was 17 and in my final year at sixth form when I got invited to the group chat that changed everything. Not that I thought of it that way at the time, of course. Back then, it just seemed like another place where people shared content that was too extreme for mainstream platforms, the sort of thing that gets removed from social media within hours of being posted. The invitation came from someone I'd met on a forum dedicated to banned films and censored documentaries. He went by the username Deep Diver and seemed to know about obscure content that most people had never heard of. After a few weeks of exchanging messages about hard-to-find footage, he asked if I wanted to join a more private discussion group. I should probably have asked more questions about what exactly they discussed in this private group, but I was curious and figured it couldn't be worse than some of the content I'd already encountered online. Plus, being invited to something exclusive felt like validation that I was serious about this stuff, rather than just another casual browser. The group used an encrypted messaging app that automatically deleted messages after a few hours. There were maybe 15 or 20 regular participants, all using pseudonyms, discussing everything from leaked police footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. Most of the conversation was fairly mundane. People sharing links, discussing whether particular videos were authentic, debating the ethics of viewing certain types of content. The sort of academic discussion you might expect from film students, except focusing on material that would never appear on any university syllabus. But occasionally, someone would mention red rooms. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams hidden on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most people dismiss them as urban legend, technically impossible to maintain and too risky for anyone to actually operate. The group participants seemed split on whether they actually existed. Some claimed to have accessed genuine streams. Others insisted it was all elaborate fiction designed to waste people's time and money. The debates could go on for hours without reaching any conclusion. What made me pay attention was how knowledgeable some of the participants seemed about the technical aspects. They discussed hosting infrastructure, streaming protocols, and audience management with the sort of detail that suggested real familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who called himself Stream Watcher, claimed to have documented evidence of multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He offered to share recordings and screenshots with serious researchers who could prove their legitimate interest in the subject. I was skeptical initially. Half the people online claimed to have exclusive access to rare content, and most turned out to be attention seekers or scammers. But Streamwatcher's approach was different, more cautious, more professional, focused on documentation rather than sensationalism. After several weeks of proving my interest through detailed discussions about other extreme content, Streamwatcher finally offered to share some of his archive material. Not direct access to live streams, but recordings and evidence that would allow me to evaluate whether red rooms were genuine phenomena or elaborate hoaxes. The files he sent were disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been genuine documentation of real events, or sophisticated fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills and resources. What convinced me the material might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating fiction. Background sounds that suggested urban environments, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times when cross-referenced with other sources. Streamwatcher explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services hosting red rooms changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations to access, and operated on schedules that weren't publicly advertised. But if I was serious about documenting whether red rooms were real or fictional, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. Viewing recordings of questionable content was one thing, but participating in a live stream felt like crossing a line into more serious territory. But I was curious, and Streamwatcher assured me that observation didn't require any participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software to download, rotating access codes, designated connection times. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research interests. When I finally connected to the live stream, the interface was surprisingly ordinary. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed a concrete room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and restrained in that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. He was conscious but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, though English appeared to be the primary language for communication. People were making suggestions, placing bets on various outcomes, treating the situation like entertainment. I watched for about 40 minutes before anything significant occurred. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, with participants displaying varying degrees of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, jeans, plain shirt, nothing theatrical or costume-like, no mask or distinctive features, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera equipment, checked various pieces of apparatus that weren't fully visible in the main video feed. They moved with the practiced efficiency of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. People were making requests in multiple languages, sharing previous experiences, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching the stream. I realized I needed to stop watching before the situation escalated further. Whatever was about to happen would cross ethical boundaries that no amount of academic curiosity could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had shifted slightly, revealing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a poster, a promotional image for a local music festival that had taken place in Birmingham the previous summer. I recognized that poster because I'd been to the festival, had the same promotional image saved on my phone from when I'd posted about it on social media. It was distinctive enough that there couldn't be any mistake about what I was seeing, which meant this stream was being broadcast from somewhere near Birmingham, possibly from Birmingham itself. I took screenshots of the background details and compared them to images I could find online. The poster was definitely from the Birmingham Festival, but there were other details too. A section of brick wall with a particular pattern. fluorescent lighting fixtures that looked like standard commercial installation. The combination of elements suggested an industrial or commercial space rather than a residential property. Somewhere with concrete floors, basic lighting, and walls where someone could put up posters without worrying about damage to decorative surfaces. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Birmingham connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property listings for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that matched what I'd seen in the stream. The other group chat participants seemed impressed that I'd spotted local details in the background. Streamwatcher in particular was interested in my analysis, asking detailed questions about the Birmingham area and whether I recognized any other elements from the video. His questions made me uncomfortable. Rather than being pleased that I'd provided useful information, he seemed focused on how much I knew about local geography and whether I spent time in industrial areas of the city. That's when I started to wonder whether my invitation to the group chat had been as random as I'd initially assumed. I went back through our early conversations, looking for anything that might have revealed my location or personal details. I'd been careful not to share identifying information, but there were probably enough clues in my posts for someone determined to work out roughly where I lived. My concerns increased when Streamwatcher offered to share access to another live stream. This one specifically described as being broadcast from the Midlands. He seemed particularly interested in whether I'd be able to identify the location from background details. Instead of accepting the offer, I decided to test whether the group participants knew more about me than they should. I posted a message mentioning that I was planning to visit London the following weekend, then watched to see if anyone reacted to the false information. Within a few hours, Streamwatcher had sent a private message asking about my London plans and suggesting places I might find interesting to visit. His recommendations were specific enough to suggest he knew the city well, but generic enough that they could apply to any tourist. But then he mentioned a particular bookshop in Camden that specialized in rare and unusual publications, the sort of place that someone interested in extreme content might find appealing, but not somewhere you'd recommend to a casual visitor. I'd never mentioned any interest in books, or Camden specifically. The recommendation felt like someone demonstrating knowledge they shouldn't have about my interests and preferences. That night, I noticed a car parked outside my house that I hadn't seen before. Nothing particularly suspicious about it, just an ordinary family saloon with local number plates. But it was positioned where the driver would have a clear view of my bedroom window. I watched from behind my curtains for about an hour, but no one approached the car or gave any indication of what they were doing there. Eventually, I convinced myself I was being paranoid and went to bed. The car was gone the next morning, but I found myself checking for it every time I looked outside. Over the next week, I started noticing other small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively suggested someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. Post delivered slightly later than usual, as if someone had intercepted and then replaced it. Items in my room that seemed to have been moved minutely from where I'd left them. The sort of details that could easily be imagination or coincidence, but which felt more significant in the context of my growing suspicions about the group chat. I decided to test my theory by posting false information about my weekend plans, claiming I was visiting relatives in Manchester when I actually intended to stay home. Then I watched to see if anyone showed unusual interest in my supposed absence. On Saturday morning, while I was supposedly in Manchester, someone knocked on our front door. I watched from my bedroom window as a man in ordinary clothes had a brief conversation with my mother, showing her what appeared to be some kind of identification. From the distance, I couldn't hear what they were discussing, but my mother seemed to be answering questions rather than just providing directions or information. After about 5 minutes, the man left and my mother returned inside. When I went downstairs later, I asked her who had been at the door. She said it was someone from the council asking about planning applications for the street, checking which properties might be affected by proposed development work. Nothing unusual about the conversation, though she mentioned that he'd seemed particularly interested in which rooms faced the rear garden. That evening, I received a private message from Streamwatcher asking how my Manchester trip had gone and whether I'd found anything interesting to do there. I hadn't mentioned Manchester specifically in the group chat. I'd said relatives in the northwest, but the specific city had only appeared in a private conversation with one other participant who'd asked for more details about my travel plans, which meant either that participant had shared my information with Streamwatcher, or Streamwatcher was monitoring my private conversations more closely than the group's security protocol should have allowed. I stopped participating in the group chat after that. Didn't make any dramatic announcement or explain my concerns, just gradually reduced my posting frequency until I was effectively lurking rather than contributing. But the messages from Streamwatcher continued. Not threatening or obviously suspicious, just casual check-ins asking about my interests and activities. The sort of friendly contact that would seem normal from someone you'd met through shared hobbies, except for the increasing specificity of his questions about my local area and daily routine. 2 weeks after I'd stopped participating in the group chat, I found a USB stick in my college bag. Not obviously placed there, just loose in the bottom of the bag like it had fallen out of a textbook, or been forgotten after borrowing someone's laptop. The sort of thing that happens regularly in college environments where everyone's constantly sharing equipment and files. But I couldn't remember putting it there, and it didn't belong to any of my course mates when I asked around. The USB contained a single video file with no identifying information about its source or creation date. When I opened it, I found myself watching footage of my own bedroom. Not recent footage. The timestamp showed it had been recorded several months earlier before I'd rearranged my furniture and redecorated. But it was definitely my room, filmed from an angle that suggested the camera had been positioned near my window. The recording showed me sleeping, completely unaware that I was being watched and documented. Several hours of footage covering an entire night, edited down to highlight moments when I'd moved or changed position. At the end of the recording was a title card with a single line of text and a date 1 week in the future. Next episode, live. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Going to the police would require explaining how I got involved with the group chat in the first place, and I'm not sure they'd believe a story about being targeted through discussions of extreme online content. Moving away isn't realistic when I'm still in sixth form and living with my parents, and I'm not convinced it would help anyway if these people have been planning this for months. The date from the USB stick is tomorrow night. I don't know whether that means another recording will be made, or something worse, but I do know that I should have been more careful about who I trusted online, and what information I shared with people whose real identities I never bothered to verify. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for disturbing content. Sometimes the most disturbing thing you'll find is that it was looking for you all along. People always say, "Don't look too hard." Like that actually stops anyone from diving deeper into things they shouldn't be investigating in the first place. I was in my first year at Cardiff studying journalism when I decided to tackle red rooms for my digital media assignment. The brief was to investigate an internet urban legend and either debunk it or find evidence it might be real. Most of my course mates were picking safe topics like whether those viral parkour videos were staged or if social media influencers actually bought their followers. Red rooms seemed more substantial. For anyone who doesn't know, they're supposedly live streams on the dark web where people pay to watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Some versions claim viewers can even control what happens through chat commands or donations. Most journalism about them was clearly written by people who'd never bothered to look beyond Wikipedia and Reddit threads. I figured I could spend a few weeks doing actual research and write something that demonstrated proper investigative technique, rather than just repeating second-hand information. The sort of piece that might actually get noticed beyond student publications. The research started in the university library, going through academic papers about hidden services and illegal content distribution. Most scholarly work focused on drug marketplaces and financial fraud rather than violent material, but there were enough references to suggest that streaming illegal content was technically feasible if someone had the resources and motivation. From there, I moved into online communities where people discussed extreme content. Not the mainstream forums where people shared obviously fake videos, but smaller, more specialized groups where participants seemed to have genuine knowledge about hidden parts of the internet. The breakthrough came through a contact I made on a forum dedicated to documenting banned media. He went by Archivist X and seemed to have access to material that most people only heard rumors about. After exchanging messages for about 2 weeks, he mentioned that he'd encountered what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was cautious about sharing details initially, which actually made his claims seem more credible. Scammers and attention seekers usually overshare immediately, while people who've actually seen disturbing content tend to be more reluctant to discuss it casually. Over several conversations, Archivist X described accessing streams that showed real violence in what appeared to be purpose-built rooms. The production quality was professional rather than amateur, suggesting organized operations rather than random individuals filming content on their phones. He offered to share screenshots and recordings, but only after I demonstrated serious academic interest rather than morbid curiosity. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove I wasn't a journalist fishing for quotes or law enforcement gathering evidence. The material he eventually shared was disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, restrained figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been elaborate fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills, or genuine documentation of real events. What made me think it might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific geographic locations, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with news reports. Archivist X explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations, and operated on irregular schedules that weren't advertised publicly. But if I was serious about documenting whether red rooms were real, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. My assignment was about investigating urban legends, not witnessing potential crimes in progress. But proper journalism requires getting as close to primary sources as possible, and this seemed like the only way to provide definitive evidence either way. The access process was complex but manageable. specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with legitimate research purposes. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 300 people online. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal chair positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere was industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the chair was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just sat with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole situation like interactive entertainment. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about an hour before anything significant occurred. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, steel-toed boots. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who looked like they could be starting any manual labor job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked with the methodical approach of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing technical aspects of what they were watching. The viewer count had climbed to over 400. About 10 minutes into the preparations, the camera angle shifted slightly and I got a clearer view of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a calendar, one of those promotional ones that businesses give out to customers. The calendar was from a plumbing supply company in Cardiff. I recognized the company name because their shop was about 20 minutes from the university, in an industrial area where students sometimes went to buy cheap furniture from warehouse clearance sales. I'd been there myself a few months earlier looking for a desk lamp. The calendar was current year but showed several months ago, suggesting the room was being used regularly rather than set up specifically for this stream. Someone had been operating from this location for at least several months. I took screenshots of the calendar and cross-referenced the company details online. The business was legitimate, established about 15 years ago, with good customer reviews and no obvious connection to anything illegal. Just an ordinary local company whose promotional material had ended up in a room where people were broadcasting real violence. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Cardiff connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property records for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The calendar detail bothered me more than the violence itself. Seeing something genuinely local in that context made the whole thing feel immediate and real rather than distant and abstract. This wasn't happening in some foreign country or anonymous urban wasteland. It was happening in my city, possibly within walking distance of where I lived. I considered contacting the police. but I knew how that conversation would sound. Student claims to have found evidence of murder streams based on spotting a local calendar in an online video that may or may not have been genuine. Without more concrete evidence, I'd just be wasting their time and potentially compromising any future investigation. Instead, I decided to research the plumbing company more thoroughly. Their website showed they supplied both residential and commercial customers, with a particular focus on industrial installations, the sort of business that would have contacts throughout Cardiff's commercial districts. Their customer testimonials included several warehouse and factory owners, which gave me a list of potential locations where someone might have obtained one of their promotional calendars. Most were legitimate businesses, but a few properties appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on recent planning applications and business listings. One address particularly caught my attention: a former automotive repair garage that had closed down 8 months earlier, located in an industrial estate about half an hour from the city centre. The property was owned by a company that seemed to exist only on paper, with no obvious business activities or employee records. I drove out there on a Saturday afternoon to see what the location looked like. The industrial estate was mostly active businesses, engineering firms, logistics companies, small manufacturing operations. But the former garage was clearly abandoned, with boards over the windows and weeds growing through cracks in the car park. From the road, it looked completely derelict, but when I walked around to the rear of the building, I noticed that one of the loading bay doors was slightly ajar despite appearing secured from the front. There were also fresh tire marks in the car park, suggesting recent vehicle access despite the abandoned appearance. I should have left at that point and reported my suspicions to the authorities. Instead, I found a gap in the boarding over one of the rear windows and looked inside. The garage had been converted into what looked like a filming studio, professional lighting equipment, multiple cameras positioned around a central area, computer stations along one wall. It looked exactly like a television production facility, except for the restraint equipment and metal furniture positioned where you'd normally expect to see comfortable seating. The space was currently empty, but there were clear signs of recent use. Equipment was plugged in and powered up. Cameras were positioned and focused. Computer screens displayed what appeared to be streaming interfaces ready for activation. And pinned to the wall near the computer stations was the same plumbing company calendar I'd seen in the stream. I took photos through the window gap, trying to document as much as possible without actually entering the property. The evidence was clear enough that police would have to take the situation seriously, even if my story about finding the location through an online stream sounded bizarre. As I was taking the final photos, I heard a car pulling into the front car park. I moved away from the window and tried to leave through the rear of the property, but the industrial estate was surrounded by fencing that would take time to climb. Instead, I hid behind a skip and waited for whoever had arrived to go inside the building. 2 people got out of the car, a man and woman in their 30s, both dressed in ordinary clothes like they were going to any normal job. They let themselves into the garage through the front entrance, suggesting they had legitimate access to the property. About 10 minutes later, I heard the sound of equipment being activated inside. Generators starting up, electronic devices powering on, the sort of preparation noise you might hear from any film production getting ready to begin work. Then I heard a 3rd car arriving. This one parked at the rear of the building, much closer to where I was hiding. The driver got out and opened the boot, then seemed to be helping someone else out of the car. I couldn't see clearly from my position, but the second person appeared to be having difficulty walking steadily. They entered the building through the rear loading bay and a few minutes later I could see lights coming on inside the main garage space. The filming area was being prepared for use. I realized I was about to witness the creation of another Red Room stream, potentially with someone who had been brought to the location against their will. I should have called the police immediately, should have run back to my car and driven straight to the nearest station to report what I was seeing. But I knew that by the time officers arrived and obtained warrants to enter the property, whatever was going to happen would probably be over. Instead, I called the emergency services and reported a suspected kidnapping at the garage address, then stayed hidden to see what would happen. The response was faster than I'd expected. Police cars arrived within about 15 minutes, followed by what appeared to be specialist units and an ambulance. The industrial estate was suddenly full of emergency vehicles and personnel. I watched from my hiding place as officers surrounded the building and began coordinating what looked like a planned entry operation. This wasn't a routine response to a suspicious activity report. They were treating it as a serious incident with potential for violence. The entry itself was quick and professional. Officers went in through multiple access points simultaneously, and within a few minutes I could hear shouting from inside the building. Not panicked shouting, but the sort of coordinated commands you hear from police operations on television. About 20 minutes later, 3 people were led out in handcuffs and put into separate police vehicles. I couldn't see their faces clearly from my position, but one appeared to be injured and was receiving medical attention from paramedics. The scene was secured, and various specialists began documenting the interior of the garage. From the amount of equipment being carried in and out, it was clear they'd found something significant. I waited until most of the emergency services had left before making my way back to my car. The local news that evening reported that police had disrupted a serious criminal operation following an anonymous tip, but no details were provided about what exactly had been discovered. Over the next few days, I monitored news reports and court listings to see if any charges would be announced. 3 people appeared in magistrate's court on various charges related to false imprisonment and production of illegal content, but the details weren't made public. I never submitted my assignment about Red Rooms. The research had moved far beyond academic investigation into active involvement in a police operation, and I couldn't write about it without potentially compromising legal proceedings. Instead, I switched to a different topic and tried to pretend the whole experience had never happened. But I kept thinking about how close I'd come to witnessing something genuinely horrific, and how many other similar operations might be running in ordinary-looking buildings in cities across the country. The most disturbing part wasn't the violence itself, but how normal everything had appeared on the surface. An abandoned garage in an industrial estate, used by people who looked like they could be anyone's neighbors or colleagues, creating content for an audience of hundreds of people who treated real suffering as entertainment. I still drive past that industrial estate sometimes when I'm heading out of Cardiff. The garage has been properly secured now, with new boarding and security fencing, but I can't help wondering about the other vacant properties I pass and what might be happening behind their abandoned facades. I still can't quite believe how quickly things went from normal to absolutely terrifying. 2 months ago, I was just a minicab driver in Newcastle, trying to make ends meet after losing my warehouse job. Now I'm hiding in a service station near Durham, and tomorrow night I'm supposed to help transport someone to their death in a Red Room broadcast that I've been unknowingly facilitating for weeks. I've been driving for Galaxy cars for about 6 months. It's not glamorous work, late nights, drunk passengers, navigating through traffic for what works out to less than minimum wage most shifts. But after the warehouse closed down, it was the only job I could get that didn't require waiting weeks for security clearances or training courses. You just need a clean license, a reasonably decent car, and the ability to deal with difficult people. The job that changed everything started in early October. I got a call from the dispatcher about a regular booking. Someone who needed transport twice a week, always the same route, always paid in cash. The customer was described as a professional gentleman who required discretion and reliability. The pay was better than usual, and regular bookings are gold dust in the minicab business. The passenger was a man in his 40s called Michael Stevens. He was always waiting outside when I arrived, always polite and professional, and never wanted to make small talk during the journey. The route was consistent: pick up from a residential address in Gosforth, drive to an industrial estate on the outskirts of the city, wait for about 2 hours, then drive him back home. Michael explained that he worked in media production and needed transport to a specialized facility where his company created content for online platforms. He said the work required unusual hours and that he preferred having a reliable driver rather than using different taxi services that might not understand his schedule. The industrial estate where I dropped Michael was one of those anonymous business parks filled with warehouses and small manufacturing units. The specific building he used was unmarked, with blackened windows and several high-end cars usually parked outside. During the 2-hour wait, I'd see other people arriving and leaving, all carrying equipment cases or technical gear. After several weeks of this routine, Michael started asking if I'd be interested in additional work. He needed someone to help with equipment transport, moving cameras, lighting gear, and computer systems between different locations. The pay was substantially better than driving, and Michael assured me the work was straightforward manual labor. I agreed to the additional work, partly for the money, and partly because I was curious about what kind of media production required such elaborate security and secrecy. Michael explained that his company created specialized content for niche audiences who paid premium rates for high-quality, authentic material. The equipment transport work involved loading and unloading professional-grade cameras, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer servers that seemed more advanced than anything I'd seen in normal television or film production. Everything was carefully packaged and required precise handling to avoid damage. Michael gradually introduced me to more aspects of his operation. He needed help setting up equipment in different locations, not just the industrial estate, but also residential properties and commercial spaces around Newcastle and the surrounding areas. The setups were always temporary, designed to be assembled quickly and dismantled without leaving traces. The locations varied, but they all shared certain characteristics: soundproofed rooms with controlled access, spaces that could be completely isolated from outside observation, and technical infrastructure that supported high-bandwidth internet connections. Michael explained that this variety was necessary for creating diverse content that would appeal to different audience preferences. As weeks passed, Michael began explaining more about his business model. His company produced what he called authentic interactive content for online platforms that specialized in realistic, unscripted material. Viewers paid substantial amounts for access to live streams that felt genuine rather than obviously staged or performed. The technical requirements for this content were demanding: multiple camera angles, professional lighting that could be adjusted in real time, audio systems that captured every detail, and streaming infrastructure that could handle thousands of simultaneous viewers without interruption. Michael's operation was sophisticated enough to meet these standards consistently. Michael also started discussing the importance of finding suitable performers for his content. He explained that the most valuable material featured people who provided authentic reactions to various situations. Viewers could distinguish between obvious acting and genuine responses. So his company specialized in creating scenarios that produced real emotions and reactions. About a month into the equipment work, Michael asked if I'd be interested in a different type of assignment. He needed someone to help with what he called scenario testing, essentially helping to verify that technical setups would work correctly for live broadcasts. The pay for this work was even better, and Michael assured me it was just technical verification rather than actual content creation. The scenario testing involved me spending time in the prepared spaces, while Michael operated the equipment from control rooms. He would test camera angles, audio levels, lighting configurations, and streaming quality by having me move through different positions and respond to various prompts he provided through the technical systems. Michael explained that this testing was essential because his audience expected flawless technical quality. Any problems with audio, video, or streaming could ruin the viewing experience and damage his company's reputation. The testing sessions helped ensure that everything would work perfectly during actual broadcasts. The testing became increasingly elaborate. Michael would simulate various scenarios, test my responses to different types of stimuli, and document my reactions to unexpected situations. He said this comprehensive testing helped his company understand how their technical setups would perform under the stress of live broadcasting. During these sessions, Michael would give detailed instructions about timing, positioning, and responses to different cues, follow specific movement patterns, react to various sensory inputs, demonstrate how someone might behave in challenging circumstances. He claimed this testing helped optimize the technical systems for capturing authentic human responses. 3 weeks ago, everything became clear in the most horrifying way possible. I was conducting what Michael had described as a final comprehensive test when I noticed that the monitors in the control room were displaying more than just local recording interfaces. Multiple screens showed dark web streaming platforms with viewer counts, indicating thousands of people watching live feeds. Michael's media production company wasn't creating content for mainstream online platforms. It was broadcasting live torture and murder to paying audiences on the dark web. The spaces I'd been helping to set up were red rooms, and I had been unknowingly preparing them for operation while gradually being recruited as their transport coordinator. The weeks of scenario testing had been training sessions, teaching me the locations and procedures I'd need to know as their logistics coordinator. My equipment transport and setup work had been gradually transformed into preparation for facilitating actual Red Room operations, moving victims and managing the technical infrastructure. Michael dropped all pretense when he realized I understood what was happening. He calmly explained that minicab drivers were ideal logistics coordinators for his operation. They could transport victims without raising suspicion, had legitimate reasons for visiting multiple locations, and could move equipment between sites as part of their normal work routine. The industrial estate facility was just one node in a larger operation that used multiple locations across the Northeast. Michael's company specialized in identifying and recruiting people whose jobs provided cover for the gradual conditioning process required to create authentic dark web content. My scenario testing sessions had been training me for tomorrow night's operation. I'd been learning the procedures for transporting unwilling victims, understanding the technical requirements for live broadcasts, and becoming familiar with the security protocols necessary for avoiding detection during actual Red Room events. I managed to escape while Michael was distracted with technical preparations, but I know his surveillance network extends far beyond the locations I'd visited. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements through the minicab company's GPS systems, and building detailed profiles of my personal life. Since leaving Newcastle, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to my phone despite changing numbers, people who seem to recognize me at petrol stations and service areas, evidence that my movements are being tracked through methods I don't understand. Yesterday, I received a package at the bed and breakfast where I'd been staying. A package containing a sat-nav device that showed tomorrow night's pickup location and delivery route. Michael's operation had been preparing for months, and they expected me to transport their next victim to the prepared Red Room facility. The package included detailed information about tomorrow's victim, a young woman who had been selected and prepared through their recruitment network. They knew her routines, her vulnerabilities, and exactly how to get her into my car without raising suspicion. My role was to collect her and deliver her to the broadcast location. I could go to the police, but Michael has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in his dark web activities. Galaxy Cars would have records of my regular bookings, my involvement in equipment transport, and my participation in what they would call training sessions that could be presented as voluntary preparation for criminal activity. Security cameras at the various locations would show me helping to set up equipment, following Michael's instructions, and participating in what could be characterized as preparation for facilitating kidnapping and murder. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly working as a logistics coordinator for dark web Red Room operations. Michael's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The minicab industry provides perfect cover. Drivers regularly visit unfamiliar locations, work irregular hours, and have legitimate reasons for transporting equipment and spending time in industrial areas. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch what Michael's audience has been anticipating for weeks. They've paid to see a carefully planned abduction and murder, and they expect their logistics coordinator to deliver the victim as promised. My months of unknowing preparation have led to this moment. I'm writing this from a service station toilet because it's one of the few places with constant lighting and regular security patrols. But I know they're still watching somehow. The sat-nav device included details about tomorrow's victim and pickup location, suggesting their operation extends to surveillance and recruitment networks I never suspected. In roughly 20 hours, I'll have to decide whether to collect the victim they've assigned me or refuse to participate and face the consequences. But Michael has demonstrated that his network can track me across multiple counties, and they have evidence that could destroy my life even if I don't complete tomorrow's assignment. The most terrifying realization is that Michael's operation probably uses multiple drivers simultaneously. How many other minicab drivers might be unknowingly transporting victims to Red Room facilities? How many regular bookings might be training operations for logistics coordinators who don't understand what they're really facilitating? The transport industry provides perfect access to isolated workers who visit unfamiliar locations, handle sensitive cargo, and are expected to maintain discretion about their passengers and destinations. It's an ideal setup for exploitation by people who understand how to gradually transform routine work into participation in something much darker. Michael's technical expertise allows him to maintain sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations while using legitimate transport needs as cover. His business credentials provide credibility, his security requirements deflect suspicion, and his resources allow him to maintain operations across multiple locations. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as featuring a carefully orchestrated abduction using their trained logistics network. Michael's audience values the meticulous planning and professional execution that their driver coordination system enables. I never thought driving a minicab could lead to this kind of moral crisis. I thought the biggest risks were difficult passengers or road accidents. I never imagined that regular bookings could lead to becoming complicit in someone else's murder. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months learning to become an accomplice to murder without knowing what I was training for. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled Perfect Delivery. Michael's audience is expecting a flawless abduction executed by their professionally trained logistics coordinator. And an innocent woman is going to die because I helped build the system that will kill her. The driver becomes the deliverer of death to someone who has no idea what's coming. And I still don't know if I'll show up or let them destroy my life for refusing to complete the delivery. It only takes one bad click to end up somewhere you never intended to go. And once you're there, getting back out isn't always as simple as closing a browser window. I was working part-time security at an office complex in Nottingham, doing the weekend shifts that nobody else wanted. 12-hour days walking around empty buildings, checking doors that were always locked, watching CCTV screens that never showed anything more interesting than the occasional fox crossing the car park. The pay was decent enough for what it was, but the boredom was crushing. Most of the time, I'd bring books or magazines to help pass the hours, but eventually, you run out of things to read. That's when I started spending more time online, using the free Wi-Fi in the reception area to browse whatever caught my attention. News sites, social media, the usual time-wasting activities that everyone does when they're trying to make 8 hours feel like less than 8 hours. The progression to darker content was gradual. Started with true crime forums, then moved to places where people shared footage of accidents and incidents that mainstream media wouldn't show. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just the sort of material that gets removed from regular platforms for being too graphic or disturbing. But each forum led to recommendations for others, and the content kept getting more intense. Places where people discussed banned documentaries, leaked police footage, material that existed in the grey areas between legal and illegal, the sort of communities that felt like digital speakeasies, hidden from casual browsers but accessible if you knew where to look. One forum I found was dedicated to documenting what they called authentic extreme content. The participants claimed to verify whether violent videos were genuine or staged, approaching it like academic research rather than entertainment. They had detailed discussions about production techniques, geographic indicators, and technical analysis that seemed more professional than you'd expect from random internet users. That's where I first encountered serious discussions about red rooms. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams hidden on the dark web where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most people dismiss them as internet mythology, too technically complex and legally risky for anyone to actually operate. But the forum participants had evidence that suggested otherwise. Screenshots of streaming interfaces, recordings of what appeared to be live violence, documentation of hidden services that hosted such content. The material was disturbing enough that I initially assumed it was elaborate fiction created by people with too much time and too much imagination. What made me reconsider was the level of technical detail in their discussions. These weren't teenagers making up stories about urban legends. They spoke about hosting infrastructure, audience management, and content distribution with the sort of expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than speculation. One participant, who went by the username Witness X, claimed to have documented multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He offered to share evidence with people who could demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just fishing for sensational material. After several weeks of conversation, Witness X finally shared some of his archive. The files were disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been sophisticated fiction or genuine documentation of real events. Without seeing the streams themselves, there was no way to make a definitive judgment. Witness X explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations to access. Not the sort of thing you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was serious about understanding whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate hoaxes, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about passing time during boring security shifts, not getting involved in potentially illegal activities. But curiosity got the better of me, especially since Witness X assured me that observation didn't require any participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software to download, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research interests. When I finally connected to the stream during one of my weekend shifts, the interface was surprisingly ordinary. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a basement or converted garage, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed a concrete-walled space with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion and fear. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, though English appeared to be the primary language for communication. People were making suggestions, placing bets on various outcomes, treating the situation like interactive entertainment. I watched for about 40 minutes while continuing my security rounds, checking the stream whenever I returned to the reception desk. The man on the table would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Around midnight, someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually. Jeans, dark hoodie, regular trainers. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. The figure moved around the space methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera equipment, checking various pieces of apparatus that weren't fully visible in the main video feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching the stream. About 15 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me stop mid-patrol and stare at the screen more carefully. In the background of the video, partially visible through what appeared to be a doorway, was a section of distinctive brick wall. Not the concrete walls of the main room, but older-looking brickwork with a particular pattern and color that seemed familiar. I recognized that brickwork because I'd been looking at it every weekend for the past 6 months. It was identical to the external walls of the office complex where I worked security, a building that had been constructed in the 1960s with a specific type of brick that wasn't common in modern construction, which meant this stream was being broadcast from somewhere very close to where I was sitting. I left the reception desk and did a more thorough patrol of the building than usual, paying particular attention to areas I normally just walked past quickly. The office complex consisted of 3 connected buildings around a central courtyard, with various storage areas, maintenance rooms, and basement spaces that I rarely had reason to visit. In the basement of the oldest building, I found a door that was usually locked but was now slightly ajar. Beyond it was a staircase leading to a sub-basement level that I'd never explored, assuming it was just additional storage or building services. The staircase led to a corridor with several rooms branching off it. Most were filled with old office furniture and equipment, but one door was closed and had light visible around the edges. I should have called the police immediately, should have gone back upstairs and reported what I'd discovered to the authorities. Instead, I found myself approaching the door to confirm what I already suspected I'd find. Through a gap in the door frame, I could see the same concrete-walled room I'd been watching on the stream. The same harsh lighting, the same metal table, the same figure in the hoodie making final preparations for whatever they were planning to do, and the same man strapped to the table, who I now realized was in the basement of the building where I was supposed to be providing security. The live stream I'd been watching was happening directly below me, being broadcast to hundreds of viewers who had no idea they were watching events unfold in a Nottingham office complex. I backed away from the door and made it halfway up the stairs before I heard footsteps in the corridor behind me. Someone had heard me moving around and was coming to investigate. I reached the main basement level and tried to make it look like I was conducting a routine security check, but I could hear the person from the sub-basement following me up the stairs. When I turned around, it was the figure from the stream, still wearing the same hoodie, but now I could see their face clearly. Someone who looked completely ordinary. Could have been anyone you might pass on the street without giving them a second glance. They asked what I was doing in the basement, and I explained that I was the security guard conducting routine patrols. They seemed to accept this explanation, mentioning that they were doing some maintenance work downstairs and apologizing if they'd left any doors unlocked. The conversation was perfectly polite and normal, except for the context of what I knew they'd been preparing to do in that concrete room. They walked back towards the sub-basement, and I continued my patrol as if nothing had happened. But I could hear them moving around downstairs, and I knew that whatever had been planned for the live stream was either being postponed or relocated. I finished my shift and left the building at the normal time, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd discovered. Someone was using the office complex to create Red Room content, broadcasting real violence to paying audiences, and I was the only person who knew about it. The logical action was to contact the police with what I'd witnessed, but explaining how I discovered it would require admitting to accessing illegal content online, and I wasn't sure they'd believe such a bizarre story anyway. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people running the operation realized I knew about their activities. They'd seen me in the building, knew I worked there regularly, could easily find out my personal details from the security company records. Over the next few days, I researched whether there had been any missing person reports that might correspond to the man I'd seen in the stream, but without knowing when he'd been taken or where from, it was impossible to identify any specific cases. I also started paying more attention to the other people who had access to the office complex: maintenance staff, cleaning crews, building management personnel, anyone who might have keys to areas that weren't normally accessible to security guards. The building management company had records of various contractors who'd worked in the basement areas over the past year. Electrical upgrades, plumbing repairs, installation of additional cabling for internet infrastructure. Any of these projects could have provided cover for someone to set up equipment in the sub-basement without attracting attention. One contractor particularly caught my interest, a small company that had done extensive electrical work throughout the basement levels, installing new power circuits and data connections, the sort of infrastructure improvements that would be necessary for running high-bandwidth streaming equipment. I looked up the company online and found that it was registered to an address that didn't seem to exist. The phone number went to voicemail. The website looked professional, but contained no useful contact information, and there were no customer reviews or business listings that suggested genuine trading activity, which meant either the company was a front for illegal activities, or someone had used fake credentials to gain access to the building for legitimate work that had nothing to do with the Red Rooms. The next weekend, I did a more thorough exploration of the sub-basement during my shift. The concrete room was empty now, but there was clear evidence of recent use. Power cables, camera mounting points, network connections that hadn't been there during the building's original construction. Someone had spent considerable time and money converting that space into a professional streaming facility, and they'd done it without the building owners apparently knowing anything about it. I found other evidence too. A schedule pinned to the wall showing dates and times over the next several weeks. Equipment lists that suggested multiple cameras and professional lighting. Contact details for what appeared to be other locations, possibly part of a larger operation. And most disturbing of all, a folder containing photographs and personal information about various individuals. Names, addresses, daily routines, the sort of detailed surveillance data that would be used for targeting potential victims. I photographed everything I could find and then left the area undisturbed. If this was an ongoing operation rather than a one-off event, there would be more activity in the coming weeks that I could document and report to the authorities. But as I was leaving the sub-basement, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Among the photographs in the folder was one of me. Not a recent photo, but one that had clearly been taken during one of my security patrols over the past few months. The image showed me checking doors in the main building, completely unaware that I was being observed and documented, which meant the people operating the Red Room knew exactly who I was, where I worked, and probably where I lived. I left the building immediately and spent the rest of the weekend trying to decide what to do. Going to the police would provide some protection, but it would also confirm to the operators that I'd discovered their activities and was willing to report them. Not going to the police meant allowing the operation to continue, potentially putting other people at risk, but might keep me safer if they believed I hadn't seen anything significant. In the end, I called in sick on Monday and sent an anonymous tip to the police about suspicious activity in the office complex basement. I provided enough details to justify a thorough search without revealing how I'd obtained the information. The next day, local news reported that police had discovered what they described as sophisticated criminal operation in a Nottingham office building. 3 people were arrested and various equipment was seized, but no details were provided about what exactly had been found. I never went back to that security job. Told the company I'd found other employment and needed to finish immediately. They weren't particularly bothered. Part-time security guards are easy to replace. But I still think about that concrete room and the casual way the person in the hoodie had spoken to me after I'd interrupted their preparations. How ordinary they'd seemed, despite what they were planning to do. And I think about that photograph of me in the folder, and whether there might be other security guards or maintenance workers in other buildings who've stumbled across similar operations without realizing what they'd found. I used to work in digital forensics. Not the glamorous kind you see on TV shows where they instantly break encryptions and enhance grainy photos into crystal clarity. My job involved the painstaking process of recovering deleted files, tracing digital footprints, and documenting evidence for court cases. Most of my career was spent helping corporate clients recover from data breaches, or assisting in divorce cases where one spouse suspected the other of hiding assets. Mundane stuff, really, until the Harmon case. Detective Harmon approached our firm after their department's tech specialist hit a wall. A college student had gone missing under suspicious circumstances, and they'd recovered the victim's laptop. The browser history had been meticulously scrubbed, but fragments remained in the cache, suggesting visits to Tor-enabled sites. The department needed someone with expertise in recovering digital breadcrumbs that existed beyond the reach of standard investigation techniques. That's where I came in. I'm not going to pretend I was unfamiliar with the dark web. Anyone who works in my field understands its architecture, even if they've never ventured there themselves. I knew about the marketplaces for illegal goods, the forums for exchanging information that wouldn't be welcome on the surface web, and the encrypted communication channels. But I also knew most of the horror stories people shared about the dark web were urban legends. Hidden servers streaming murders live for Bitcoin. Red rooms where viewers could direct torture. Those were digital campfire stories meant to scare the uninitiated. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Working from an isolated system in our lab, I began the process of reconstructing the student's digital trail. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect from a 20-year-old. Social media, streaming services, online gaming platforms, and academic research. But interspersed throughout were these brief sessions using the Tor browser, always late at night, always from the same location based on the network logs. The pattern suggested a ritual of sorts, something done in private, perhaps even secretively. After 3 days of careful analysis, I managed to recover fragments of an encryption key stored in a text file disguised as system data. The key itself was incomplete, but it gave me something to work with. I traced its digital fingerprint through the remnants of the browser cache and discovered what appeared to be a login credential for an Onion site. That's when my professional curiosity began to override my better judgment. I should have simply documented my findings and handed everything over to Detective Harmon. That would have been the proper protocol. Instead, I decided to follow the trail myself, just a little further. I told myself it was to ensure I was providing the police with actionable intelligence. In reality, I wanted to know what this student had found. What had drawn them into those late-night sessions? What might connect to their disappearance? I set up a secure, isolated machine specifically for this purpose. Multiple VPNs, traffic routing through several countries, disconnected from any of our firm's systems. Every precaution possible. The address recovered from the student's computer led to what appeared to be a forum, but access required both the encryption key I'd found and another credential I didn't have. A dead end, or so it seemed. Further analysis of the recovered data revealed communication with another user, someone who had apparently provided guidance on accessing certain areas of the dark web. I managed to find fragments of these conversations, not enough to identify the other party, but enough to piece together instructions for generating the second credential needed for the forum. It took another day of work, but eventually I had what I needed. I accessed the forum on my isolated machine. What I found wasn't immediately alarming. Discussions about privacy, cryptocurrency, philosophy, nothing illegal on its face. But there was a section accessible only to users with a certain status. The missing student had apparently reached that status shortly before their disappearance. I couldn't access this restricted area, but I could see references to it in other conversations. Users spoke about observations and sessions in terminology that seemed deliberately vague. They discussed payment methods and scheduling. One thread mentioned preference settings and interaction parameters. All of it couched in ambiguous language that could have meant anything from watching academic lectures to something far more sinister. 2 weeks into my investigation, I received an unexpected message on the forum from a user named Artemis Prime. They wanted to know if I was interested in gaining access to the restricted section. The timing was suspicious. I hadn't been active enough on the forum to naturally attract this kind of attention. Either the forum had sophisticated security that had identified me as an outsider, or someone had been monitoring the recovery attempts on the student's computer and traced them back to me. Neither possibility was comforting. I created a plausible cover story and expressed interest. Artemis Prime explained that the restricted section hosted special live streams for members who had proven both their discretion and their financial commitment. The price for access was substantial, $5,000 in cryptocurrency. When I asked what kind of content these live streams contained, the answer was vague but unsettling. They offered interactive observation experiences that couldn't be found anywhere else. Viewers could influence outcomes in real time. I reported all of this to Detective Harmon, who brought in federal authorities. They advised me to maintain communication with Artemis Prime while they attempted to trace the user's location. For 3 days, I continued the conversation, expressing interest, but asking for more details before committing the money. Artemis Prime eventually offered me a free preview session scheduled for midnight the following day. Against the advice of the federal agents, I agreed to observe the preview. Their concern was that viewing any content might constitute criminal activity on my part, depending on what was shown. My argument was that we needed to know exactly what we were dealing with, and that, as a forensic investigator, I had viewed illegal content before when it was necessary for an investigation. Eventually, they relented, on the condition that I would terminate the connection immediately if the content clearly involved illegal activity. The night of the preview session, I sat in a secured room at the federal building, surrounded by agents specializing in cybercrime. My isolated laptop was connected to a larger monitor, so everyone could see what I was seeing, but the connection itself remained solely through my machine. At precisely midnight, I received a link from Artemis Prime, valid for 5 minutes only. The link led to a streaming page with minimalist design. Black background, a video player in the center, a small chat window to the right, a countdown timer showing 15 minutes. The video showed an empty room with white walls, a single chair in the center, nothing else. The chat window showed about 24 usernames, none recognizable. Most were strings of numbers and letters. No one was typing. 3 minutes into the stream, the door to the room opened. A figure entered, wearing a black hood that obscured their face completely. They carried a small digital tablet. The person sat in the chair, holding the tablet facing the camera. On the screen was today's date and time, along with a random string of characters that had been generated in the chat window seconds earlier. This was proof that the stream was live, not pre-recorded. The hooded figure set the tablet aside and pulled out a small card, which they held up to the camera. On it was written my username on the forum, along with the words, "Welcome to your preview." The federal agents exchanged concerned glances. This was meant specifically for me. The observers were being observed. For the next 10 minutes, nothing happened. The hooded figure simply sat there, occasionally checking the tablet. The chat remained inactive. Then, just as the countdown timer reached 1 minute remaining, the figure held up the tablet again. On it was a message addressed to me by my real name. Not my username, but my actual name. It listed my home address, the name of my firm, and the names of my family members. It ended with a simple statement. The preview isn't what we're showing you. It's who we're showing you to. The federal agents immediately terminated the connection and moved me and my family to a secure location. The investigation shifted from finding the missing student to identifying who was behind the stream and how they had obtained my personal information. Background checks were run on everyone at my firm, everyone involved in the investigation. Digital security experts examined every device I owned for breaches. A week into protective custody, we received the news. The missing student had been found alive. They had apparently gone off-grid voluntarily after being spooked by something they'd witnessed on the forum. When questioned about the restricted section and the live streams, they became agitated and refused to provide details. All they would say was that the streams weren't what people thought, that the real purpose was something else entirely. The federal investigation identified several members of the forum, including Artemis Prime, though no arrests were made. The official conclusion was that the forum was running an elaborate scam, charging significant amounts of money for staged extreme content that created the illusion of red rooms without actually committing violent crimes. The personal information they had about me had been gathered through social engineering and basic doxing techniques. The case was closed. The missing student was no longer missing. No laws had technically been broken. Life could go back to normal. Except it doesn't work that way. Not really. 2 months after returning home, I received an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photograph showing the interior of my bedroom, taken from the perspective of the computer webcam. The metadata embedded in the image indicated it had been taken 3 days earlier at 2:17 a.m. I had been asleep in the bed visible in the frame. I immediately checked my computer for malware, replaced the webcam with one that had a physical cover, and installed additional security systems in my home. I didn't tell my family or the authorities about the photograph. There didn't seem to be a point. What could they do that hadn't already been done? A week later, another envelope arrived. This one contained a USB drive. Against all better judgment and professional protocols, I connected it to an isolated machine. It contained a single video file. The thumbnail showed the white room from the live stream. I didn't play it. I destroyed the drive and reinforced all of my digital security measures. The envelope stopped coming after that, but other things started happening. Small disturbances in my daily routine. Items in my home slightly moved from where I'd left them. The sense of being watched during my commute to work. A glimpse of a hooded figure in a passing crowd. Nothing concrete enough to report. Nothing I could prove wasn't my imagination working overtime. I started noticing patterns in the timing of these disturbances. They always happened on days when I'd used the internet for anything more sensitive than checking the weather. Online banking, emails containing personal information, searching for information related to security systems. Any of these would be followed by some small sign that I was being observed. 6 months after the investigation, I attended a cybersecurity conference in my professional capacity. During a panel discussion on privacy threats, one of the speakers made eye contact with me in the audience. I had never met them before, but something in their expression suggested recognition. After the panel, they approached me directly, leaned close, and whispered in my ear. No introduction, no preamble, just 5 words. They never stopped watching you. The speaker disappeared into the crowd before I could respond or ask questions. I left the conference immediately and spent the night systematically checking every device I owned, every account, every possible digital vulnerability. I found nothing unusual. Everything appeared secure. But that night, I woke at exactly 2:17 a.m. to the distinct feeling of being observed. The room was empty. The webcam light was off. All was still. Yet the sensation persisted. I've since learned that what we discovered wasn't a red room in the traditional sense. It wasn't about watching violence or exploitation. It was something potentially more disturbing. A network dedicated to the comprehensive observation of specific individuals. The interactive element wasn't about directing harm, but rather about collectively monitoring, studying, and subtly interfering with the lives of targeted subjects. The missing student hadn't been a victim in the way we initially feared, but rather someone who had discovered the network and then been absorbed into it, becoming an observer rather than the observed. I've changed jobs since then, moved across the country, adopted rigorous privacy practices both online and offline. I use only cash when possible, avoid social media entirely, and regularly sweep my living spaces for surveillance devices. Most would call it paranoia. Perhaps it is, but I can't shake the certainty that I'm still being watched, that my every movement is being logged, analyzed, and shared among unseen observers who paid for the privilege of witnessing my slow psychological unraveling. The most unsettling realization came just last week. I was reviewing some old files from the investigation and noticed something I had missed initially. The timing of the students' late-night tour sessions perfectly matched periods when their webcam had been active, though no video chat applications had been running. They hadn't been watching something on those nights. They had been allowing themselves to be watched. Sometimes now, in moments of desperation or exhaustion, I find myself staring directly into my covered webcam and speaking to whoever might be on the other side. No response ever comes, but occasionally, within minutes of these one-sided conversations, my phone will receive a text message from an unknown number. The messages never contain words, just a timestamp, 2:17. I don't know how many others are out there, targets of this invisible audience. I don't know what they want or what purpose this elaborate system of observation serves. But I've come to understand one thing with absolute certainty. The most terrifying predators aren't those who want to harm you physically. They're the ones content to simply watch as the knowledge of their watching slowly destroys your sense of security, privacy, and ultimately your sanity. If you're reading this, I have one piece of advice. The next time you feel that inexplicable sensation of being watched when you're alone, don't dismiss it as imagination. Don't look around the empty rooms searching for hidden cameras. Instead, look directly into the devices you've willingly placed in your most private spaces. Wave hello. They've probably been watching you for quite some time now. worst part about finding out your basement was used as a torture chamber isn't the bloodstains. It's realizing you helped pay for the soundproofing. 4 months ago, I was just a small-time landlord in Portsmouth, trying to make enough rental income to cover my mortgage payments. Now, I'm staying in a Premier Inn outside Winchester, and tomorrow the police are going to search the basement flat I've been renting out to what I thought was a quiet, professional tenant who's actually been broadcasting murders to dark web audiences while I collected rent money from upstairs. I inherited the house from my grandmother 2 years ago, a Victorian terrace that had been converted into 3 separate flats. The rental income from the upper 2 floors helps me pay the mortgage while I live in the main house. It's not a huge moneymaker, but it covers the bills and gives me some financial security in an uncertain economy. The basement flat has always been the most difficult to rent. It's below street level, doesn't get much natural light, and feels a bit cramped compared to the other units. Previous tenants usually moved out within 6 months, complaining about the atmosphere or finding somewhere brighter. I'd started to think it might remain empty long term. When Marcus Thompson contacted me about the basement flat, he seemed like the ideal tenant. Professional references, stable income from freelance consulting work, and he specifically requested a quiet, private space where he could work from home without disturbances. He was willing to pay 6 months' rent in advance and didn't mind the flat's limitations. Marcus explained that his work involved sensitive client consultations that required complete privacy and discretion. He needed soundproofing installed, which he offered to pay for himself, and requested that I minimize visits to the property unless there were genuine emergencies. This arrangement suited me perfectly, a reliable tenant who wanted to be left alone. The soundproofing work Marcus arranged was more extensive than I'd expected. Professional contractors installed industrial-grade acoustic materials throughout the basement flat, along with enhanced ventilation systems and what appeared to be specialized electrical work. Marcus assured me this was all necessary for his consulting business and that it would improve the property's value. After Marcus moved in, the basement flat became remarkably quiet. I rarely heard any activity from downstairs, which was exactly what he'd requested. He kept regular business hours, with occasional evening appointments, and maintained the property well. As far as tenancy arrangements go, it was ideal. Marcus also proved to be an excellent tenant in other ways. He always paid rent on time, never complained about minor issues, and generally required minimal management. He occasionally had visitors for what he described as client meetings, but they were always professional and discreet. The rental income was steady and reliable. About 2 months after Marcus moved in, he asked about making additional modifications to the basement flat. He wanted to install specialized lighting and upgrade the internet connection to support what he called high bandwidth client communications. He offered to cover all costs and assured me the improvements would benefit future tenants. The internet upgrade was substantial: fiber optic cables, commercial-grade equipment, and backup systems that seemed excessive for normal home use. When I asked Marcus about the requirements, he explained that his consulting work involved real-time video communications with international clients who demanded professional quality connections. Marcus's business appeared to be thriving. He mentioned expanding his client base and taking on more complex projects that required enhanced technical capabilities. The basement flat was being equipped to professional standards that would allow him to offer premium services to demanding clients. Around this time, I started noticing unusual activity around the property. Delivery vans arriving at odd hours, often staying for extended periods. while Marcus supervised the unloading of equipment. When I asked about these deliveries, Marcus explained that his business required specialized equipment that needed careful handling and setup. The deliveries became more frequent and elaborate. Professional camera equipment, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer hardware that looked expensive and technical. Marcus assured me this was all legitimate business equipment necessary for his expanding consulting practice. I also noticed that Marcus had begun receiving visitors at unusual hours, late evening appointments that sometimes lasted until dawn, often involving multiple people who would arrive separately and leave at different times. Marcus explained that international clients required flexible scheduling due to time zone differences. The visitors were always discreet and professional, but something about their behavior seemed unusual. They would arrive with their own equipment, work intensively for several hours, then leave with everything they'd brought. Marcus described these as intensive consulting sessions that required complete focus and privacy. About 3 months ago, Marcus approached me about a different type of arrangement. He wanted to sublease the basement flat occasionally to other professionals who required similar facilities for their own consulting work. He offered to increase the rent substantially and assured me that all subletters would meet the same professional standards he maintained. The subletting arrangement seemed reasonable, particularly given the increased income it would provide. Marcus handled all the arrangements directly, screening potential subletters and managing their access to the property. I rarely saw these temporary tenants, but Marcus assured me they were all legitimate professionals. The subletting activity increased the overall usage of the basement flat, but it remained remarkably quiet thanks to the soundproofing Marcus had installed. Occasionally, I'd notice increased electricity usage or signs that multiple people had been using the space, but there were never any disturbances or complaints from neighbors. 2 weeks ago, everything changed when I received an unexpected visit from the police. They were investigating what they described as online criminal activity and had traced some suspicious internet traffic to my property. They asked detailed questions about my tenants and requested permission to examine the basement flat. The police examination revealed that Marcus's consulting business was actually a cover for something much darker. The basement flat had been converted into a sophisticated broadcasting studio designed for creating what they called dark web content. The soundproofing, lighting, and technical equipment weren't for legitimate consulting. They were for producing illegal streams. The investigators explained that the basement flat had been used to broadcast live violence to paying audiences on the dark web. The consulting sessions I'd observed were actually torture and murder sessions being streamed to thousands of viewers who paid to watch authentic suffering rather than staged entertainment. Marcus and his subletters hadn't been running a consulting business. They'd been operating a red room facility. The discreet professional visitors I'd seen were victims being brought to the basement for broadcasts. The extensive equipment deliveries had been setting up a professional murder studio in my own property. The police showed me evidence recovered from the basement flat, computer systems configured for dark web broadcasting, payment processing equipment for handling viewer subscriptions, and recording devices that had captured dozens of murder sessions over the months Marcus had been my tenant. Most disturbing was learning that I'd been unknowingly facilitating systematic murder for entertainment. My rental property had become a venue for dark web red rooms, and I'd been collecting rent money from people who were using my basement to broadcast torture and death to international audiences. The investigation revealed that Marcus's operation was part of a larger network that specialized in using rental properties as temporary red room venues. They would rent properties from unsuspecting landlords, convert them for broadcasting purposes, then relocate before attracting suspicion. The police explained that landlords like me were ideal targets because we provided legitimate cover for their activities while having minimal oversight of what tenants actually did in rented spaces. The rental arrangement created a buffer between their operations and law enforcement, making it difficult to trace their activities. My property had apparently been selected because the basement flat provided the privacy and isolation necessary for Red Room broadcasting, while the conversion to multiple flats meant that unusual activity would seem like normal rental property management. Marcus had been specifically looking for this type of setup. The legal implications of the situation are complex. While the police don't suspect me of knowing participation, my property was used for serious crimes, and I potentially face civil liability from victims' families. The rental income I received could be characterized as proceeds from criminal activity. More immediately, the property has been sealed as a crime scene while investigators gather evidence. I can't access my own home, can't collect rent from other tenants, and face substantial legal costs, even though I had no knowledge of Marcus's real activities. The investigation has also revealed the scope of Marcus's network. Similar operations have been discovered in rental properties across southern England, all using the same model of targeting small landlords who wouldn't closely monitor tenant activities. I'm apparently just one victim in a much larger scheme. I've been staying in hotels while the investigation continues, unable to return home and uncertain about my legal and financial future. The police have warned me that the case will take months to resolve and that I may need to testify about my unwitting involvement in facilitating the operation. The most horrifying realization is how easily I was manipulated into providing the perfect venue for systematic murder. Every reasonable request Marcus made, soundproofing, privacy, professional equipment, was actually preparation for broadcasting torture and death to paying dark web audiences. The rental income I thought was helping secure my financial future was actually payment for providing a murder venue. The quiet, professional tenant I appreciated was actually a killer who needed somewhere discreet to broadcast authentic suffering to international subscribers. Tomorrow, forensic teams will begin a detailed examination of the basement flat to gather evidence about the scope of Marcus's operation. They've warned me that the investigation will uncover disturbing details about what happened in my property while I lived upstairs, unaware of the horror taking place below. I keep thinking about all the victims who died in my basement while I went about my normal daily routine overhead. People were being tortured and murdered for entertainment while I watched television, cooked dinner, and slept peacefully, never knowing what was happening one floor below. The police have explained that Marcus's network specifically targets properties where landlords live separately from tenants, creating the isolation necessary for Red Room operations while maintaining the legitimacy of a normal rental arrangement. My Victorian terrace conversion was perfect for their purposes. I've been advised to contact a solicitor about potential civil liability and criminal implications, even though I had no knowledge of Marcus's activities. The legal system struggles with cases where property owners unknowingly facilitate dark web crimes through legitimate rental arrangements. The financial implications are also substantial. Beyond legal costs, I face potential civil claims from victims' families, possible seizure of rental income received from Marcus, and the costs of restoring the property after forensic examination. My rental business may be effectively finished. I'm writing this from a premier inn outside Winchester, where I'll remain until the investigation concludes and I'm allowed to return home. The police believe Marcus's network is still active and that my cooperation with the investigation may have made me a target for retaliation. The most terrifying thought is how many other landlords might be unknowingly hosting similar operations. How many rental properties across the country might house dark web red rooms. How many small landlords might be collecting rent from systematic killers without realizing what they're facilitating. The rental property market provides perfect cover for these operations. Legitimate business arrangements that create privacy and isolation while deflecting suspicion from criminal activities. Landlords like me become unwitting accomplices to horror we never suspected was happening. Marcus's network understood exactly how to exploit the rental system, targeting properties and landlords that would provide the cover they needed while minimizing the risk of discovery. The conversion to multiple flats, the basement location, my preference for hands-off property management, it all made my property ideal for their purposes. Tomorrow's forensic examination will reveal the full extent of what happened in my basement flat while I collected rent money from upstairs. But I already know that I'll never be able to think of property rental the same way again. The landlord becomes an unwitting venue provider for systematic murder, and there's no way to unknow what your property was really used for. And somewhere out there, Marcus's network is probably targeting other landlords, looking for the next basement flat to convert into a dark web broadcasting studio. I never thought being a landlord could make me complicit in murder, but apparently collecting rent from the wrong tenant can turn your property into a venue for horrors you never imagined. Late-night browsing has a way of making everything feel less real, especially when you're stuck indoors with nothing but painkillers and time to kill. I'd been laid up for about 3 weeks after having my appendix out. One of those emergency surgeries that goes from feeling fine in the morning to being wheeled into theatre by evening. The operation went smoothly enough, but the recovery was taking longer than expected, and I was getting proper cabin fever being stuck in my flat in Brighton, with nothing to do but watch television and scroll through my phone. The first week was bearable. Plenty of people visiting, get-well cards to read, catching up on shows I'd been meaning to watch. But by the second week, the novelty had worn off, and I was getting restless. My sick pay was covering the basics, but there wasn't much money for entertainment, so I was spending more time online than usual just to have something to occupy my mind. It started with the usual social media time wasting, then moved to forums and discussion boards I'd never bothered exploring before. True crime communities, conspiracy theory groups, places where people shared unusual content that you wouldn't find on mainstream platforms. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just the sort of rabbit holes you fall down when you've got too much time and not enough to do. One forum I discovered was dedicated to investigating internet mysteries and urban legends. The participants took a scientific approach to debunking hoaxes and documenting genuine phenomena, treating it like collaborative research rather than entertainment. They had ongoing investigations into everything from viral videos to disappeared websites. That's where I first encountered detailed discussions about red rooms. The basic concept was straightforward enough. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web where viewers could watch real violence and murder happening in real time. Most participants dismissed them as technically unfeasible and economically unviable, but a few claim to have encountered evidence suggesting they might actually exist. The discussions were more academic than sensational. People analyzed the technical requirements for hosting live violent content, discussed the legal and practical barriers to maintaining such operations, debated whether the demand was sufficient to justify the risks involved. What made me pay attention was how knowledgeable some participants seemed about the hidden parts of the internet. They discussed hosting infrastructure and content distribution, with the sort of expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who went by Document Keeper, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was cautious about sharing details, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than morbid curiosity before he'd provide access to his collection. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just fishing for sensational material. After about 2 weeks of conversation, Document Keeper finally shared some screenshots and video clips from his archive. The material was disturbing, but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, restrained figures, interface elements that suggested live streaming. It could have been elaborate fiction, created by someone with considerable technical skills, or genuine documentation of real events. What struck me as potentially authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with other sources. Document Keeper explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations from existing participants, not something you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real or fictional, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for later that week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about passing time during recovery, not getting involved in potentially illegal activities. But being stuck indoors for weeks had left me desperate for anything that felt engaging and immediate. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research purposes. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 200 people online. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a converted basement or garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal table positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere was industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole situation like interactive entertainment. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about an hour while taking my evening medication, using the laptop propped up on my bed. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Around 11 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually, jeans, plain shirt, regular shoes. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who looked like they could be starting any ordinary job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked with the methodical approach of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer count had climbed to over 300. About 15 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me pause the stream and look more carefully at the background details. On the wall behind the table was a small window positioned high up near the ceiling. Through that window, I could see a section of what appeared to be a residential street, terraced houses with distinctive Victorian architecture, a street light with a particular style of lampshade, a road sign that was partially visible. The architectural style looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. Those terraced houses, that street light design, even the particular shade of brick used in the construction. It all looked very much like my own neighborhood in Brighton. I minimized the stream and opened a mapping application on my phone, comparing the street view images of my area with what I'd seen through that basement window. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere relatively local. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Brighton connection, looking at property records for houses with basements, checking planning applications for building modifications, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The woman from the stream had bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not just the violence she was obviously going to suffer, but the way she'd looked resigned rather than terrified. As if she understood exactly what was going to happen and had given up trying to prevent it. I considered contacting the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Someone recovering from surgery claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing local architecture through a basement window. Without more concrete evidence, I'd just be wasting their time. Instead, I decided to research missing person reports for the Brighton area, looking for cases that might correspond to the woman I'd seen in the stream, but without knowing when she'd been taken, or her physical description beyond what was visible in poor lighting. It was impossible to identify any specific cases. Document Keeper had mentioned that the operation I'd observed was part of a larger network with multiple locations and regular scheduling. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and tried to forget the whole thing. But being stuck indoors with nothing but recovery time had left me with an unhealthy level of curiosity about things I shouldn't be investigating. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This time the location was clearer. Not just a basement, but what appeared to be a converted garage or workshop with distinctive features that made it easier to identify. Industrial shelving along one wall, a particular type of concrete flooring, electrical installations that looked like commercial rather than residential work, and most importantly, a calendar on the wall from a local business in Hove. I recognized the business name because I'd used their services about 6 months earlier when I'd needed some electrical work done in my flat. A small company that specialized in domestic and light commercial installations, the sort of local tradesman you'd find through recommendations rather than online advertising. The calendar was current year but showed several months ago, suggesting the location had been in use for an extended period, rather than being set up specifically for streaming. Someone had been operating from this converted garage for at least several months. I spent the rest of the weekend researching the electrical company and their previous customers. Their website showed they'd worked on various residential and commercial properties throughout Brighton and Hove, including several garage conversions and workshop installations. One project particularly caught my attention, a garage conversion in Hove that had been completed about 8 months earlier, transforming a standard residential garage into what was described as a home workshop. The sort of project that would require extensive electrical work and might provide cover for installing equipment that wasn't related to traditional workshop activities. The property was registered to someone whose name didn't appear in any obvious online searches. No social media profiles, no business listings, no public records beyond the basic property ownership information. Either someone who was extremely private or someone who was deliberately maintaining a low profile. I decided to take a walk past the property, using my recovery as an excuse to get some gentle exercise outside the flat. The house was in a quiet residential street, about 20 minutes from where I lived, unremarkable except for the recently renovated garage that had been converted with new electrical installations and what appeared to be sound insulation. From the street, everything looked completely normal. Just another terraced house with a converted garage, the sort of home improvement project that happens all over Brighton every year. But knowing what I potentially knew about how that space was being used made it feel sinister in a way that was difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next few days, varying my route and timing to avoid looking suspicious. Most of the time, there was no activity, but occasionally I'd see cars parked outside that weren't there regularly, suggesting visitors who didn't live at the property. One evening, I noticed that the garage had light visible around the edges of what appeared to be blackout curtains or covers over the windows. Not workshop lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where the Red Room streams were being broadcast. I should have contacted the authorities immediately, should have reported my suspicions and let them investigate whether criminal activity was taking place at that address. But I was worried about how my story would sound and whether I'd be taken seriously. More importantly, I was concerned about what might happen if the people operating the Red Room discovered that someone had identified their location. They demonstrated they were willing to commit serious violence for the entertainment of paying audiences. What would they do to protect their operation from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports. Document the activity at the property, record when lights were on in the garage, note which vehicles visited and when. Build a case that would be convincing enough for police to take seriously. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I noticed something that made me reconsider my approach. One of the regular visitors to the property was driving a van from the electrical company, whose calendar I'd seen in the stream. The same local business that had done work on my flat 6 months earlier, which meant they had my address, knew where I lived, and possibly had records of when I'd be at home recovering from surgery. I stopped walking past the property after that realization. If the electrical company was involved in the Red Room operation, then they potentially knew I was taking an unusual interest in one of their clients' properties, and they had access to personal information that would make it easy to find me. The next day, I received a get well card in the post. Nothing unusual about that. People had been sending cards throughout my recovery. But this one was different. No return address, generic message inside, and a photograph tucked behind the card. The photograph showed me walking past the house in Hove. Not a casual snapshot, but a deliberate surveillance image taken with a proper camera from a concealed position. Someone had been watching me watching them, documenting my interest in their property. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten note with just a few words that made it clear this wasn't a friendly gesture. Recovery going well? I threw the card away immediately and spent the rest of the day checking that my flat was properly secured, but I couldn't stop thinking about how they'd obtained my address and how long they might have been monitoring my activities. That evening, I noticed a car parked outside my building that I hadn't seen before. Nothing particularly suspicious about it, just an ordinary family saloon with local plates. But it was positioned where the driver would have a clear view of my windows. The car was gone the next morning, but I found myself checking for it every time I looked outside, and checking behind me when I walked to the local shops for groceries, and sleeping with furniture pushed against my bedroom door. I never reported what I discovered to the police. The evidence was too circumstantial and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on completing my recovery. But I still think about that woman in the first dream and the resigned way she'd looked around that concrete room. Whether she'd known she was being watched by hundreds of people who were paying to see her suffer. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in converted garages and basement workshops across the country, operated by people who look like ordinary tradesmen and business people. Late-night browsing has a way of making everything feel less real, until you discover that some of the most disturbing content online is being produced much closer to home than you ever imagined. The silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, like watching something through glass that you knew you shouldn't be seeing, but couldn't quite stop yourself from observing. I was 18 and halfway through my A-levels when I got bored with fictional horror and started looking for something real. Not that the creepy pasta forums I'd been frequenting were particularly scary. Most of the stories were obviously made up by teenagers trying to one-up each other with increasingly ridiculous scenarios involving supernatural entities and impossible situations. What I wanted was genuine fear, the sort that comes from knowing something terrible actually happened rather than just imagining it might. Real footage, authentic documentation, evidence of events that would make you lose sleep because they were part of the actual world, rather than someone's creative writing exercise. The transition from fictional horror to real content was gradual. Started with true crime forums, then moved to places where people shared footage from accidents and incidents that mainstream media wouldn't broadcast. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just material that was too graphic or disturbing for regular platforms. Each community led to recommendations for others, and the content kept escalating. Places where people discussed banned documentaries, leaked investigation footage, material that existed in legal grey areas. The sort of communities that felt like digital speakeasies, accessible if you knew where to look, but hidden from casual browsers. One forum I discovered was dedicated to what they called authentic extreme documentation. The participants approached it like academic research, verifying whether violent content was genuine or staged, discussing production techniques, and analyzing geographic indicators with more professionalism than you'd expect from random internet users. That's where I first encountered serious discussions about red rooms. The concept was straightforward. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web where viewers could watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most participants were skeptical, discussing the technical and legal barriers that would make such operations nearly impossible to maintain. But a few claimed to have encountered evidence suggesting red rooms might actually exist. Screenshots of streaming interfaces, recordings of what appeared to be live violence, documentation of hidden services that hosted such content. What made me pay attention was the level of detail in their discussions. These weren't teenagers making up stories about urban legends. They spoke about hosting infrastructure, content distribution, and audience management with expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than speculation. One participant, who went by Archive Seeker, claimed to have documented multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He was cautious about sharing evidence, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity before providing access to his collection. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just seeking sensational material. After several weeks of conversation, Archive Seeker finally shared some files from his archive. The material was disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming. It could have been sophisticated fiction or genuine documentation of real events. What struck me as potentially authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment brands visible in shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with news reports. Archive Seeker explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations from existing viewers. Not something you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about finding authentic horror stories, not witnessing actual crimes. But curiosity got the better of me, especially since Archive Seeker assured me that observation didn't require participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a converted basement, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed a concrete walled space with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and strapped to that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, with people making suggestions and placing bets on various outcomes. The casual way they discussed real violence was more disturbing than the violence itself. I watched for about an hour, using headphones so my parents wouldn't hear anything from my bedroom. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Just silence that made everything feel more immediate and real. Around 10 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed ordinarily, jeans, plain shirt, work boots. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. The figure moved around methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera equipment, checking various apparatus that wasn't fully visible in the main feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me lean closer to my laptop screen. The figure had moved to adjust one of the cameras, and for a moment I got a clearer view of the room's background. On the wall was a fire safety certificate, the sort of official documentation you see in commercial buildings to show they meet safety regulations. The certificate was issued by a company I recognized, a local fire safety firm that did inspections for businesses around Essex, where I lived. I'd seen their signs on various shops and offices in my town, including at the college where I was studying, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere relatively local to where I was sitting. I took screenshots of the certificate and researched the fire safety company online. They serviced commercial properties throughout Essex and East London, including warehouses, offices, and industrial units. Hundreds of potential locations where someone could set up streaming equipment without attracting attention. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the local connection, looking at commercial property listings, checking business directories, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The man from the stream bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not just what had obviously happened to him, but the way he'd looked around that room with growing understanding of his situation. The moment when confusion had turned to genuine fear. I considered reporting what I'd seen to the police, but I knew how that would sound. Sixth form student claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing a fire safety certificate from a local company. Without more concrete evidence, they dismiss it as internet fantasy. Archive Seeker had mentioned that the operation I'd observed was part of a larger network with multiple locations and regular scheduling. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and focused on my A-level coursework instead, but the idea that this might be happening locally had made it feel more urgent and real than just another piece of extreme internet content. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This location was clearer in terms of identifying features, not just a basement, but what appeared to be a converted workshop or garage with distinctive elements that made it easier to place geographically. Most importantly, there was a window visible in the background that showed part of what appeared to be a residential street. Terraced houses with a particular architectural style, streetlights with distinctive lamp designs, road markings that suggested British rather than foreign location. The architectural style looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. Those house designs, the streetlight style, even the particular type of paving stones visible in the road. It all looked very much like areas of Essex I knew well. I spent hours comparing the glimpse of street visible through that window with online maps and street view images of my local area. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere within about 20 miles of where I lived. The realization that Red Rooms might be operating locally, rather than in some distant country, made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. These weren't abstract criminals in foreign locations. They were people who might live in my area, shop in the same places, use the same roads. I started paying more attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams, but without knowing exactly when people had been taken or having clear physical descriptions. it was impossible to make definitive connections. What I did find was several reports of people who disappeared without trace over the past year. Not enough to establish any pattern, but more than you'd normally expect in a relatively small geographic area. One case particularly caught my attention. A man in his 30s had been reported missing about 2 months earlier, after failing to return from what should have been a routine evening out. The physical description matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the archived streams Archive Seeker had shared. The missing person report included a photograph that looked very similar to one of the victims, though the poor video quality made it impossible to be completely certain. But the age, build, and general appearance were consistent enough to be disturbing. I researched the circumstances of his disappearance more thoroughly. He'd left home around 7 p.m. to meet friends at a pub in town, but had never arrived. His car was found the next morning in a supermarket car park about 5 miles away, with no signs of struggle or obvious explanation for why he'd abandoned it there. The location where his car was discovered was interesting because it was near an industrial estate with several empty units that had been vacant for months. The sort of place where someone could operate without being noticed by neighbors or regular foot traffic. I decided to visit the industrial estate, using college work as an excuse to take the bus in that direction. Most of the units were legitimate businesses, small manufacturing, logistics companies, vehicle repair shops, but several were clearly empty, with to-let signs and boarded windows. One unit particularly caught my attention because it had been vacant longer than the others, according to the estate agent's signage, but showed signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks in the car park, windows that had been covered from inside rather than just boarded up, electrical connections that suggested power was still connected despite the property being officially empty. From the road, everything looked normal. Just another vacant commercial unit waiting for new tenants. But knowing what I potentially knew about local Red Room operations made it feel sinister in a way that was difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next week, varying my route and timing to avoid appearing suspicious. Most of the time there was no obvious activity, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles parked outside that weren't there regularly. One evening, I saw light coming from inside the unit, despite it being officially vacant. Not normal commercial lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming or streaming. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where some of the streams were being broadcast. I should have contacted the authorities immediately, should have reported my suspicions and let them investigate whether criminal activity was taking place at that address. But I was worried about how my story would sound and whether anyone would take a sixth form student seriously. More importantly, I was concerned about what might happen if the people operating the Red Room discovered that someone had identified their location. They demonstrated willingness to commit serious violence for entertainment. What would they do to protect their operation from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports, document activity at the property, record when lights were visible, note which vehicles visited and when, build a case that would be convincing enough for police to take seriously. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I noticed something that changed my approach entirely. One of the regular visitors to the vacant unit was someone I recognized from college. Not a student, but one of the part-time maintenance staff who worked around the buildings and grounds. Someone who had access to areas students didn't normally go, who could move around without attracting attention, who would know which parts of the college were empty at different times. Someone who would have seen me around campus regularly and could easily find out my personal details from college records. The realization that someone from my own college might be involved in Red Room operations made me reconsider everything I thought I knew about the situation. This wasn't just about finding evidence of criminal activity. It was about discovering that someone from my daily environment was potentially involved in torture and murder. I stopped visiting the industrial estate after that realization. If the maintenance worker was involved and had noticed my interest in the vacant unit, then I'd potentially identified myself as someone who knew too much about their activities. The next day at college, I found myself paying attention to the maintenance staff in ways I never had before, watching how they moved around the building, which areas they accessed, whether they showed any unusual interest in particular students or staff members. The worker I'd recognized seemed to be watching me too. Not obviously, but I caught him looking in my direction more often than felt normal, and he seemed to be working in areas near my usual routes, between classes more frequently than before. That evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Inside was a single piece of paper with a printed message that made my hands shake as I read it. Curiosity can be dangerous. No signature, no return address, nothing that would identify who had sent it. But the timing and content made it clear that someone knew about my interest in Red Rooms and wanted me to stop investigating. I threw the note away and tried to convince myself it was just coincidence or someone playing a prank, but I couldn't stop thinking about how they'd obtained my home address and managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every glance from the maintenance worker at college felt threatening. Every unexpected sound at home made me check the windows and doors, but nothing obvious happened. No more notes, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. I stopped participating in the extreme content forums and tried to focus on my A-level coursework instead. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd discovered, or the fear that I'd gotten too close to something dangerous. The maintenance worker left the college about 2 weeks later. According to the staff I asked, he'd found better employment elsewhere and given standard notice. Nothing suspicious about the circumstances, just normal staff turnover. But I noticed that the lights stopped appearing in the vacant industrial unit around the same time. I never reported what I'd discovered to the police. The evidence was too circumstantial and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on preparing for university. But I still think about that first stream and the silence that had made it impossible to look away. How the lack of audio had somehow made everything feel more real and immediate than if there had been sound. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in vacant commercial units and empty buildings across the country, operated by people who work ordinary jobs and live ordinary lives when they're not broadcasting real violence to paying audiences. Silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, but sometimes the most disturbing thing about extreme content isn't what you can see and hear. It's realizing how close it might be to your own everyday world. Imagine discovering that your teenage daughter knows more about the darkest corners of the internet than you could ever comprehend, and that her knowledge isn't theoretical. I teach journalism at Leeds University, specializing in digital media ethics. It's the sort of academic position that sounds more exciting than it actually is, mostly grading essays about social media responsibility and explaining libel law to students who think Twitter is a primary source. My expertise extends to understanding how information spreads online, but I'd never ventured beyond the surface web until my daughter forced my hand. Emma came home from sixth form last autumn with what she called a special project. She'd convinced her media studies teacher to let her write about online anonymity and digital crime for her A-level coursework. The teacher had approved it, thinking she'd write about cyberbullying or identity theft, the usual teenage internet horror stories. Emma had something much more ambitious in mind. She asked me to help her access what she called the hidden internet. She knew I'd written academic papers about digital journalism and assumed I'd have the technical knowledge to guide her research. The truth was, I understood the theory, but had never actually explored these networks myself. Still, she was my daughter, and this was legitimate academic work. How dangerous could supervised research really be? We spent an evening setting up the necessary software on her laptop. Emma was surprisingly well informed about the process, mentioning specific browsers and security protocols that I had to look up as we went along. She claimed to have learned everything from YouTube tutorials and online forums, but her knowledge seemed more comprehensive than casual research would explain. Her project proposal was methodical and well structured. She wanted to document how illegal marketplaces operated, how anonymity was maintained, and how law enforcement attempted to monitor these activities. She planned to observe and document, not participate. It seemed like exactly the sort of investigative work that would impress university admissions committees. The first few weeks went smoothly. Emma would spend a couple of hours each evening browsing various sites, taking screenshots, and making notes about what she observed. She showed me drug marketplaces, weapon sales, and document forgery services. Everything was exactly what I'd expected. Seedy, obviously illegal, but ultimately just digital storefronts for familiar crimes. She was particularly interested in how these sites built trust between anonymous users. She documented reputation systems, escrow services, and community guidelines that governed illegal transactions. Her analysis was sophisticated, noting how these platforms replicated legitimate e-commerce features while operating completely outside legal frameworks. Then she discovered the entertainment sections. Emma mentioned them casually during one of our research sessions, describing live streaming services that offered what she called extreme content. She was vague about specifics, focusing instead on the technical aspects: how payments were processed, how viewers were verified, how streams were protected from outside monitoring. I should have been more curious about her evasiveness. Emma had been remarkably detailed about everything else she'd encountered, but when discussing these streaming services, she became almost professionally distant. She spoke about them like a researcher cataloging specimens, not a teenager encountering disturbing material for the first time. Her coursework notes from this period show a troubling shift in focus. Instead of broadly documenting illegal activities, she began concentrating specifically on what she termed interactive entertainment platforms. Her research became more targeted, more technical, and considerably more secretive. She stopped showing me her daily findings, claiming she needed to organize her material before sharing it. When I asked direct questions about what she was discovering, she'd deflect by discussing technical challenges or asking about legal frameworks surrounding digital evidence collection. Around Christmas, Emma's behavior started changing in subtle ways. She became more withdrawn, spending longer periods alone in her room. She'd always been somewhat solitary, but now she seemed actively to avoid family interaction. When she did engage in conversation, she seemed distracted, as though part of her attention was always elsewhere. Her sleep patterns shifted dramatically. I'd hear her moving around the house at 2 or 3 in the morning, using the kitchen or bathroom with the careful quietness of someone trying not to wake others. When I mentioned this, she claimed to be working on her project during late-night hours when internet connections were more stable. In January, she asked me about legal protections for journalists and researchers. Specifically, she wanted to know about circumstances where witnessing illegal activity might require reporting to authorities, and what protections existed for academic research that involved observing criminal behavior. I explained the general principles. Journalists had some protections for source confidentiality, but no absolute immunity from reporting serious crimes. Researchers were expected to maintain ethical boundaries and weren't protected from prosecution if they participated in illegal activities rather than simply observing them. Emma listened carefully and asked several follow-up questions about where exactly the line existed between observation and participation. She seemed particularly interested in scenarios where researchers might influence events they were supposedly just documenting. Her questions made me uncomfortable, but I assumed they were theoretical concerns for her coursework. I encouraged her to discuss any ethical dilemmas with her teacher or the University Ethics Board if she was considering more advanced research. February brought the first real warning sign that something was seriously wrong. Emma received a package addressed to her personally, delivered by private courier rather than regular post. When I asked about it, she claimed it was research material she'd ordered online. The package was small, roughly the size of a smartphone box, but she handled it with unusual care and took it directly to her room. Later that day, I noticed she'd rearranged her bedroom setup. Her laptop was now positioned differently, with what looked like additional equipment connected to it. When I asked about the new hardware, she explained that she needed better audio recording capabilities for her project. The equipment didn't look like standard recording gear. There were small cameras, additional monitors, and what appeared to be professional-grade lighting equipment. For a project that was supposed to involve observing existing content, she seemed to be setting up for content creation. Around the same time, Emma began receiving phone calls from unknown numbers. She'd always answer them privately, usually taking the calls outside or in her room with the door closed. The conversations were brief, and she never volunteered information about who was calling or why. When I asked directly, she claimed they were interviews with academic contacts she'd found. Through her research, she said she was speaking with digital rights activists and cybersecurity researchers who preferred telephone communication for security reasons. The explanation was plausible enough, but something about her demeanor during these calls troubled me. She seemed nervous rather than excited, as though the conversations were stressful rather than informative. In March, Emma asked for help accessing university library databases that required staff credentials. She needed academic papers about legal precedents for digital evidence and international jurisdiction issues surrounding online crimes. The research she was requesting seemed far beyond the A-level requirements. She was looking for case studies involving cross-border prosecution of internet crimes, specific technical details about how digital evidence was collected and verified, and legal analysis of situations where criminal activity was documented by civilians. I helped her access the databases, but I began reviewing the papers she was downloading. The material was genuinely academic, but it painted a disturbing picture of her research interests. She was clearly preparing for scenarios that went far beyond passive observation of illegal activities. One evening in early April, while Emma was out, I decided to examine her laptop more closely. I know this violated her privacy, but her behavior had become concerning enough that I felt parental supervision was warranted. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. Her browser history showed dozens of visits to sites I'd never heard of, with names that suggested extremely disturbing content. But more troubling were the accounts she'd created on various platforms, accounts with usernames and profile information that suggested she wasn't just observing these communities. She'd been actively participating in discussions about what appeared to be live-streamed violence. Her posts showed detailed knowledge of how these streams operated, who organized them, and how viewers could influence what happened during broadcasts. Most disturbing were her private messages with other users. The conversations suggested she'd moved beyond research and begun actively engaging with people who organized and participated in these activities. Some messages included references to meeting in person and participating in what they called production activities. The timeline of these communications showed a clear progression from curious observer to active participant over the course of several months. By the most recent messages, Emma was discussing specific dates, locations, and her potential role in upcoming events. I sat in her room for nearly an hour, reading through months of communications that revealed my daughter had become involved in something far more serious than academic research. The technical equipment in her room wasn't for recording observations, it was for broadcasting content. When Emma returned home that evening, I was waiting in the kitchen with printouts of her most concerning communications. I decided that direct confrontation was the only option remaining. Her reaction was not what I'd expected. Instead of denial or defensiveness, Emma seemed almost relieved that I'd discovered her activities. She sat down across from me and calmly began explaining what she'd been doing for the past several months. She confirmed that her project had begun as legitimate research, but she'd been recruited by people who recognized her intelligence and academic approach to understanding their operations. They'd offered her opportunities to move from observer to participant, initially in minor technical roles. Emma described how she'd been gradually introduced to more serious activities, always with the assurance that her involvement was minimal and primarily technical. She'd been told that her academic background made her valuable for documentation and analysis, rather than direct participation in what she carefully termed the entertainment aspects. She explained that the equipment in her room was for quality control and technical support, rather than primary content creation. Her role was to monitor streams, manage viewer interactions, and ensure technical problems were resolved quickly. Emma spoke about all of this with disturbing matter-of-factness, as though she were describing a part-time job, rather than participation in serious criminal activity. She seemed to view her involvement as a natural progression from research to practical application of her knowledge. What made her explanation most chilling was her obvious intelligence and careful consideration of legal and ethical implications. This wasn't a naive teenager being manipulated by criminals. This was someone who understood exactly what she was involved in and had made calculated decisions about her level of participation. She'd researched legal precedents, understood jurisdiction issues, and carefully structured her involvement to minimize personal risk while maintaining plausible deniability. Her academic approach to criminal activity was more disturbing than simple recklessness would have been. Emma finished her explanation by noting that she'd been expecting this conversation for several weeks. She'd known her activities would eventually be discovered and had prepared responses to the questions she anticipated I'd ask. She had plans for managing the situation, including strategies for ending her involvement if necessary, and methods for ensuring that any evidence of her participation would be difficult to verify or prosecute. We sat in the kitchen until nearly 3 a.m, discussing her involvement in activities I could barely comprehend. Emma answered my questions with clinical precision, explaining technical details and legal considerations with the expertise of someone who'd spent months studying every aspect of what she was doing. By the end of our conversation, I understood that my daughter had become someone I didn't recognize. The intelligent, methodical approach that had always made me proud of her had been applied to activities that horrified me. Emma went to bed that night with the promise that we'd continue our discussion the following evening. She seemed confident that she could convince me her involvement was manageable and that the risks were acceptable given the financial and educational benefits she was receiving. I stayed awake until dawn, trying to decide what options were available to me. Calling the police would certainly end Emma's involvement, but it would also destroy her future and potentially put her in physical danger from people who trusted her with sensitive information. Attempting to force her to stop might simply drive her activities underground, making them more dangerous and removing any possibility of monitoring or influencing her choices. The most disturbing realization was that Emma was probably right about the legal risks. Her involvement had been carefully structured to avoid direct participation in the most serious crimes, and her academic credentials provided plausible explanations for much of her knowledge and activity. 3 days later, Emma left for what she claimed was a university visit in Birmingham. She took the train on Friday morning, planning to return Sunday evening after attending information sessions and campus tours. She never came back. Her phone goes straight to voicemail. Her social media accounts were deactivated the day she left. The university she claimed to be visiting has no record of her registration for any information sessions. The equipment in her room is gone, along with her laptop and most of her personal belongings. She left behind only her school textbooks and a note saying she'd contact me when it was safe to do so. It's been 8 months since Emma disappeared. I've reported her missing, but without evidence of foul play. The police investigation has been minimal. A 17-year-old who left voluntarily with her own belongings and documentation isn't considered high priority. I've tried to trace her digital activities, but the accounts and platforms I discovered have either been deleted or require technical access I don't possess. The academic research that started everything is still on our home computer, but it reveals nothing about where she might have gone or who she might be with. Sometimes I receive text messages from unknown numbers with just a few words confirming that she's safe. The messages come from different locations around the country, never the same number twice, always brief enough to avoid meaningful conversation. I know Emma is alive and apparently unharmed, but I don't know what she's become or whether I'll ever see her again. The intelligent, methodical daughter I raised has disappeared into a world I helped her access, using skills I encouraged her to develop. The worst part is knowing that everything she did was logical and well planned. Emma didn't stumble into danger through poor judgment or teenage impulsivity. She made careful, calculated decisions that led her away from everything I thought we'd built together. Her A-level coursework is still in her room. 90 pages of detailed analysis about digital crime and online anonymity. It's brilliant work, demonstrating exactly the sort of critical thinking and research capability that should have led to university admission and a successful academic career. Instead, it reads like a manual for everything that happened afterward. Looking back, a lot of things about that site didn't make sense, even before the video started. I was in my second year at Birmingham, sharing a cramped terrace house with 3 other students. The sort of place where the heating barely worked, and you could hear everything through the paper-thin walls. My room was at the back, overlooking a car park and the bins, which suited me fine. Meant I could stay up late without bothering anyone. That's how I'd gotten into browsing the darker corners of the internet in the first place. Insomnia had always been a problem, and after exhausting Netflix and YouTube sometime around 3 in the morning, I'd started exploring places I probably shouldn't have. The university's VPN made me feel safer about it, like there was this barrier between me and whatever I was looking at. Naive, really, but I was 20 and thought I knew better than everyone else. Most of what you find on the dark web is disappointingly mundane. Lots of broken links, abandoned forums, the occasional marketplace selling things that probably weren't what they claimed to be. But there's something addictive about it. This sense that you're seeing the internet's basement, all the stuff that's been swept under the carpet. I'd spend hours just clicking through random addresses, following breadcrumbs that led nowhere. The site I found that night didn't have a name, just a string of random characters in the address bar. The layout was basic, almost primitive. Black background, white text, a handful of links arranged in a simple list. What caught my attention was how recently active it seemed. Most hidden sites feel abandoned, like digital ghost towns, but this one had timestamps showing activity from just hours earlier. The main page advertised something called premium viewing experiences, with prices listed in pounds sterling, which struck me as odd. Most of these sites dealt in American dollars, or avoided currency altogether. There were maybe a dozen links, each with cryptic titles like Private Collection Number 47 or Exclusive Content Limited Time. Nothing explicitly stated what the content actually was, but there was an air of exclusivity about it all, like you were being invited into something special. What really didn't make sense was the technical side of things. The site loaded fast. Too fast for something supposedly hidden away on encrypted servers. The video player embedded in the page looked professional, with proper buffering and quality controls. These weren't the sort of features you'd expect from some back alley corner of the internet. It felt more like a legitimate streaming service that had been painted black and moved underground. I clicked on one of the middle links, something called Live Session Number 23. A payment screen appeared, asking for about £40, but there was also a guest access option in small text at the bottom. I wasn't about to hand over my card details to a nameless website, so I clicked the guest option instead. The screen went black for a moment. Then a new page loaded with a simple countdown timer. Next session begins in 12 minutes, it read. Below that was a chat box, already filled with messages from other users. Most were just timestamps and numbers, coordinates maybe, or some sort of code. But scattered between them were comments that made my stomach turn. People discussing what they wanted to see, placing what looked like requests or bets. I should have closed the browser then, should have gone to bed, or watched something normal, or done literally anything else. But there's something about forbidden knowledge that makes it impossible to look away. I told myself I was just curious, that I'd watch for a few minutes to see what all the fuss was about, then leave. The timer hit 0 and the screen changed again. This time it showed what looked like a normal living room. Beige carpet, a leather sofa, family photos on the mantelpiece. The quality was good, HD at least, and the camera seemed to be positioned somewhere near the ceiling, giving a wide view of the space. At first, nothing happened. Just an empty room with the soft sound of a television playing somewhere off camera. Then a woman walked in. She was maybe 40, wearing a dressing gown and slippers, carrying a mug of tea. Completely ordinary. She settled onto the sofa and picked up a remote channel surfing through what looked like normal British television. The whole scene was so mundane it was almost disappointing. The chat box beside the video was going mental though, messages flooding in faster than I could read them, users excitedly discussing what was happening. Some seemed to know the woman's name, her address, details about her life. others were making suggestions about what should happen next, and these suggestions were getting increasingly disturbing. That's when I noticed the woman kept glancing towards the camera, not directly at it, but in that general direction, like she could sense something was wrong. She muted the television and sat very still for a moment, head tilted slightly as if listening for something. The chat messages were coming even faster now, and I caught fragments that made my skin crawl. People talking about timing, about opportunities, about how long they'd been planning this. The woman stood up suddenly and walked towards what I assumed was the kitchen. The camera angle changed. There was more than one feed. This new view showed a hallway with stairs leading up to the first floor. I could hear her moving around, opening cupboards, the clink of dishes being washed. Normal evening sounds that now felt ominous given the context. One of the chat messages caught my attention. "Back door's been open for 10 minutes now." Another replied, "Give it 5 more, then we go." I felt sick. This wasn't just voyeurism. It was something much worse. These people weren't just watching this woman. They were coordinating something. Their room wasn't about what I'd expected at all. It wasn't some torture chamber or theatrical horror show. It was about real people in real danger, and I was watching it happen in real time. The woman came back into the living room, but she wasn't carrying her mug anymore. Instead, she had her mobile phone, and she was dialing a number. The chat exploded with panic and excitement. Messages about abort codes and backup plans, complaints about the timing being wrong, arguments about who was responsible for the failure. But the woman wasn't calling the police. She was calling someone else, and when they answered, she said something that made my blood freeze. "I know you're watching. I can see the visitor count on my stream." The camera feeds went black simultaneously. The chat box disappeared. Within seconds, I was staring at an error page claiming the site had never existed. I tried refreshing, typing in the address again, even checking my browser history, but there was no trace of what I'd just seen. I sat there in the dark of my room, listening to my housemate snoring through the walls, trying to process what had happened. Had I just watched someone's home being monitored by strangers? Had I witnessed the planning stages of a break-in or worse? Or had the whole thing been an elaborate fake, designed to mess with people like me who went looking for forbidden content? The worst part was the woman's final words. She'd known about the visitor count. That meant she was aware of being watched, maybe even complicit in it. But that raised even more disturbing questions about what kind of person would willingly participate in something like that, and what sort of people were paying to watch. I didn't sleep that night. Every small sound in the house made me jump. Footsteps on the stairs, the boiler clicking on, the wind rattling the windows. I kept thinking about that woman, wondering if she was safe, wondering if what I'd seen was real or just an elaborate performance designed to traumatize gullible students like me. The next morning, I tried researching red rooms properly, using the normal internet. Most sources claimed they were an urban legend, that no one had ever found genuine evidence of live-streamed violence or murder. But then I'd read forum posts from people claiming to have seen exactly what I'd witnessed, normal people in normal homes being watched by crowds of strangers with sinister intentions. What bothered me most was how professional the whole thing had seemed. This wasn't some amateur operation run by basement-dwelling psychopaths. The website, the video quality, the payment systems, it all suggested something much more organized and well-funded, the kind of thing that would require serious technical expertise and significant resources to maintain. I started paying more attention to true crime stories after that, looking for patterns that might connect to what I'd seen. Home invasions, where the victims reported feeling watched beforehand, burglaries where nothing was stolen but personal items had been moved or examined, missing person cases where the last known activity was routine, domestic, ordinary. Sometimes I'd catch details that seemed familiar, a layout similar to that living room, a victim who matched the description of the woman I'd seen, but there was never enough to make a definitive connection, and I was hardly going to call the police to report something I'd witnessed while illegally browsing hidden websites. The university VPN felt less like protection after that, more like a thin curtain that could be pulled aside at any moment. I stopped exploring the dark web entirely, sticking to normal websites and trying to forget what I'd seen. But late at night, when the house was quiet and I was alone with my thoughts, I'd find myself wondering about that woman. Had she escaped whatever was being planned for her? Had she been part of it all along? Or had I witnessed something much worse? The moments before someone became a victim, broadcast live to paying customers who treated human suffering as entertainment. The worst part is that I'll never know. The site vanished without a trace, leaving me with nothing but questions and the horrible certainty that somewhere out there people are watching other people's lives unfold in real time, waiting for the perfect moment to step from observer to participant. Sometimes I catch myself checking the locks on my doors more carefully than I used to, or glancing towards the corners of rooms where a hidden camera might be positioned. I tell myself it's paranoia, that what I saw was probably fake, designed to mess with people exactly like me. But late at night, when I'm alone in my room and the house is quiet, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, someone might be watching me too, waiting for their moment, counting down their own timer until it's time to act. And the thing that scares me most, the thought that if it happened to me, there might be other curious students out there, browsing sites they shouldn't be browsing, watching it all unfold in real time, telling themselves it's probably just fake. It felt like a game at first, but I quickly learned it wasn't, and what followed would change my life. My parents worked long hours, and I was an only child, which meant most evenings were spent alone in my room in our terrace house in Reading, supposedly doing GCSE coursework, but actually scrolling through whatever caught my attention online. The internet was more entertaining than television, and considerably more entertaining than the homework I was meant to be doing. I'd started with the usual social media platforms, but they got repetitive quickly. Same people posting the same types of content, same arguments about the same topics, same manufactured drama that felt hollow after a while. I wanted something more authentic, more immediate, more real than the polished nonsense everyone was sharing. That's when I discovered image boards, not the mainstream ones that everyone knew about, but smaller, more obscure communities where people shared content that wouldn't survive long on regular platforms. Raw, unfiltered material that felt genuine in ways that social media never did. The sort of places where people posted without worrying about maintaining personal brands or managing public images. The content was hit and miss, sometimes interesting, sometimes disturbing, often just random nonsense that someone had found amusing enough to share. But there was an authenticity to it that I found appealing. People weren't performing for audiences the way they did elsewhere online. They were just sharing whatever they'd encountered or created. One image board I frequented had a section dedicated to what they called rare finds, unusual content that people had discovered in the deeper parts of the internet. Not necessarily illegal material, just things that were difficult to find or access through normal browsing. The discussions were more sophisticated than you'd expect from random internet users. People analyzed the authenticity of footage, discussed technical aspects of content creation, shared methods for accessing hidden or restricted material. It felt like being part of an exclusive research community. That's where I first encountered mentions of red rooms. The concept was straightforward enough. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web, where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Most participants dismissed them as technically unfeasible urban legends, but a few claimed to have encountered evidence suggesting they might actually exist. What made me pay attention was how casually these discussions happened. People weren't treating it like creepypasta or horror fiction. They discussed red rooms the same way they discussed any other type of online content, as something that probably existed somewhere, even if it was difficult to access. One regular poster, who went by Streamfinder, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine red room broadcasts. He was selective about who he shared content with, requiring people to contribute interesting finds before he'd provide access to his collection. I spent several weeks proving my interest by sharing unusual content I discovered on other platforms. Nothing extreme, just rare or hard to find material that demonstrated I was serious about documenting authentic internet phenomena rather than just seeking sensational content. Streamfinder eventually shared some files from his archive, video clips that showed dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming capabilities. The quality was poor enough that it could have been elaborate fiction, but detailed enough to be potentially genuine. What struck me as possibly authentic was the mundane elements that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific geographic locations, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times. Streamfinder explained that accessing live red room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently and weren't easy to find through casual browsing. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether red rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for later that week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in unusual internet content was supposed to be about finding authentic material, not witnessing actual crimes. But the way Streamfinder described it made it sound like an academic exercise rather than participation in something illegal. The access process was more complex than anything I'd encountered before. Specific software to download, rotating passwords that changed every few hours, designated connection times that had to be followed precisely. The whole system felt designed to exclude casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream during a quiet evening at home, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player embedded in a simple web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 150 people online. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a converted basement or garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal table positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere felt industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who'd stopped fighting against their situation. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages. People discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole thing like interactive entertainment. The casual way they discussed real violence was more disturbing than the violence itself. I watched for about an hour while my parents were downstairs watching television, using headphones so they wouldn't hear anything from my room. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Around 9 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, boots that looked like they'd seen regular use. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been starting any manual job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked methodically, following what appeared to be a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer count had climbed to over 200. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me look more carefully at the background details in the video feed. On the wall behind the table was a local business calendar, one of those promotional items that companies give out to customers at the beginning of each year. The business name was partially visible, and it looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. I paused the stream and looked more closely at the calendar. The company name was for a plumbing supplier in Reading, the same town where I lived. I'd seen their van parked outside houses in my neighborhood when they were doing repair work or installations, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere local rather than some distant foreign location. The realization made everything feel more immediate and real. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It was potentially occurring within a few miles of where I was sitting in my bedroom. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the plumbing company and their customer base. They serviced residential and commercial properties throughout Reading and the surrounding areas, including industrial units and warehouse spaces that would be perfect for activities people wanted to keep private. I started paying attention to their vans when I saw them around town, noting which properties they visited and whether any locations seemed unusual or suspicious. Most were obviously legitimate, houses and businesses that needed normal plumbing work, but I noticed they'd done work at several commercial properties that appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on their external appearance. Empty office buildings, unused warehouse units, the sort of places where someone could operate without being noticed by neighbors. One location particularly caught my attention because it was in an industrial area about 20 minutes from my house, and the plumbing company had visited several times over the past few months, according to the work schedules visible on their website. I decided to take a look at the area during a weekend, using revision time as an excuse to get out of the house. The industrial estate was mostly legitimate businesses, but several units were clearly vacant with to let signs and boarded windows. The unit that had received multiple plumbing visits was officially empty according to the estate agent's signage, but showed signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks in the car park, windows that had been covered from inside rather than just boarded up, utility connections that suggested power and water were still active. From the road, everything looked normal, just another vacant commercial property waiting for new tenants. But knowing what I potentially knew about local Red Room operations made it feel sinister in ways that were difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next week, varying my route and timing to avoid appearing suspicious. Most of the time, there was no obvious activity, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles parked outside that weren't there regularly. One evening, I saw light coming from inside the unit despite it being officially vacant. Not normal commercial lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming or broadcasting. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where the stream I'd watched was being produced. Streamfinder had mentioned that what I'd observed wasn't an isolated incident. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and focused on my GCS-ES instead, but the discovery that this might be happening locally had made it feel more urgent and important than just another piece of unusual internet content. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This time, the identifying details were clearer. Not just a local business calendar, but a window that showed part of what appeared to be a residential street. Houses with a particular architectural style, streetlights with distinctive designs, road markings that were obviously British. The architectural style looked familiar because it was similar to houses in my own neighborhood. Those Victorian terraces, the specific streetlight designs used by the local council, even the particular type of paving stones visible in the road. It all looked very much like areas of Reading I knew well. I spent hours comparing the glimpse of street visible through that window with online maps and street view images of my local area. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere within the town where I lived. The realization that red rooms might be operating in my own community, rather than some distant location, made everything feel more dangerous and immediate. These weren't abstract criminals in foreign countries. They were people who might shop in the same places, use the same roads, possibly even live on streets I walked down regularly. I started researching local missing person reports, looking for cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without knowing exactly when people had been taken or having clear physical descriptions, it was impossible to make definitive connections. But I did find several reports of people who disappeared without obvious explanation over the past year. Not enough to establish any clear pattern, but more than you'd normally expect in a town the size of Reading. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person was someone around my own age. A 17-year-old who'd been reported missing about 3 months earlier after failing to return home from college. The physical description and age were similar to someone I thought I'd seen in one of the archive streams Streamfinder had shared. The circumstances of the disappearance were unusual because there had been no obvious reason for the person to leave voluntarily, and no evidence of where they might have gone. They'd simply vanished between college and home on what should have been a routine journey. I researched the route they would have taken and found it passed through several areas with vacant commercial properties, including the industrial estate, where I'd noticed the suspicious activity. It would have been easy for someone to intercept them in a relatively isolated area without witnesses. The possibility that someone my own age from my own town might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about documenting unusual internet phenomena. It was about real people from my community suffering for the entertainment of online audiences. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that would sound. 16-year-old claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing local business calendars and street architecture. Without more concrete evidence, they dismiss it as internet fantasy. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the red rooms discovered that someone had identified their activities. They demonstrated willingness to commit serious violence for entertainment. What would they do to protect themselves from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports. Document activity at suspicious locations, record when lights were visible in supposedly vacant properties, note which vehicles visited and when. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I started noticing that I might not be the only person watching these locations. Other people seemed to be taking unusual interest in the same properties I was monitoring. Not obviously suspicious behavior, just individuals who appeared more often than random chance would suggest, positioned where they could observe the vacant units without being obvious about it. One person I noticed regularly was someone who looked like they might be around college age, watching the industrial estate from different positions over several days. Not someone I recognized from my own college, but possibly a student from elsewhere in Reading. The possibility that other people had discovered the same connections I had made me realize that my investigation might not be as secret as I'd assumed. If multiple people were monitoring these locations, then whoever was behind this might already be aware that their activities had been identified. That evening, I found a note that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Just a single piece of paper with a printed message that made my hands shake as I read it. Games should stay games. No signature, no return address, nothing that would identify who had sent it. But the timing and content made it clear that someone knew about my interest in red rooms and wanted me to stop investigating. The word games particularly bothered me because it echoed my own initial reaction to finding the streams. Someone had been watching me closely enough to know how I'd approach this situation, what my motivations were, possibly even what I'd been thinking. I threw the note away and tried to convince myself it was coincidence or someone playing a prank, but I couldn't explain how they'd obtained my home address and managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger I saw near my house felt threatening. Every unexpected sound made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more notes, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. I stopped visiting the industrial estate and tried to focus on my GCSE revision instead. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd discovered, or the fear that I'd gotten too close to something dangerous. The lights stopped appearing in the vacant units around the same time I stopped conducting surveillance. Either the activities had moved elsewhere, or whoever was responsible had decided to suspend things until the attention died down. I never reported what I'd discovered to the authorities. The evidence was too circumstantial, and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on preparing for my exams. But I still think about that first stream and how it had felt like a game until I realized the victims were real people from my own community. How the distance created by computer screens and internet anonymity had made it easy to treat serious violence as entertainment. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in vacant commercial properties across the country, operated by people who look and act like ordinary members of their communities when they're not broadcasting real suffering to paying audiences. Sometimes I wonder if other people my age have stumbled across similar activities in their own towns, thinking they were just exploring unusual internet content until they realized the victims were real people from their own communities, whether they reported what they found or stayed quiet like I did, too scared to risk becoming the next person to disappear between college and home on what should have been a routine journey. Have you ever wondered what happens in office buildings after everyone goes home? 2 months ago, I thought the answer was simple. Cleaners like me come in, empty the bins, hoover the carpets, and lock up. Now I'm sitting in a McDonald's car park in Birmingham at 3 in the morning, knowing that in roughly 18 hours, thousands of people on the dark web are going to watch me become the entertainment in a red room broadcast that I've been unknowingly preparing for weeks. I work for a commercial cleaning company called Spotless Solutions. We handle office buildings, retail spaces, and industrial sites across the West Midlands. It's night shift work, starting after business hours, finishing before the morning staff arrive. The pay isn't brilliant, but it's steady employment and the work is straightforward enough. Empty bins, clean toilets, vacuum floors, wipe down surfaces. Nothing complicated. 3 months ago, I was assigned to a new contract, a small office building in Solihull that housed various tech companies and startups. The building was modern, well maintained, and generally easier to clean than some of the older properties on my usual route. Most importantly, it paid better than average because the client had specific requirements about discretion and security. The building manager who showed me around was a woman called Sarah Chen. She explained that several of the companies working there dealt with sensitive projects and required enhanced security protocols. This meant signing additional confidentiality agreements, undergoing background checks, and following strict procedures about which areas I could access and when. Sarah was professional but friendly, taking time to explain the building's layout and the specific cleaning requirements for different areas. Some offices needed daily attention, others were cleaned weekly, and a few were marked as restricted access, requiring special permission and supervision to enter. The restrictions seemed reasonable for a building housing technology companies. The work itself was routine for the first few weeks. I'd arrive at 9:30, work through my assigned areas methodically, and finish by around 2 in the morning. The building was usually empty, except for the occasional programmer or designer working late, but they kept to themselves, and I kept to my cleaning schedule. About a month into the contract, Sarah started asking me to take on additional tasks beyond standard cleaning. Moving furniture in certain offices, rearranging equipment, testing that various devices were properly connected to power supplies. She offered overtime rates for this extra work, which I welcomed given my financial situation. The additional tasks were always in the basement level of the building, which housed what Sarah described as a media production company. The space had been fitted out with professional lighting equipment, multiple camera setups, and sophisticated computer systems that required careful handling during cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company created content for online platforms and needed their equipment maintained in specific configurations. This meant I couldn't just clean around things. I needed to understand how the setup worked so I could clean thoroughly without disrupting their technical arrangements. The basement studio was impressive but oddly sterile. Professional cameras positioned at various angles around a central area that could be reconfigured for different types of filming. Lighting rigs that could create various moods and effects. Computer workstations with multiple monitors showing editing software and streaming interfaces. What struck me as unusual was how clinical the space felt. Most media studios I'd seen on television or in films had a creative, lived-in atmosphere. This felt more like a medical facility or laboratory. Everything precisely positioned. Surfaces that could be easily sanitized. Drainage systems that seemed designed for more than just normal cleaning needs. Sarah began training me to operate some of the equipment as part of my cleaning routine. Not for production purposes, she assured me, but so I could test that everything was functioning properly after cleaning sessions. turn cameras on and off, adjust lighting levels, verify that recording systems were operational. Basic maintenance tasks that would help the production team prepare for their work. During these training sessions, Sarah would have me stand in various positions around the studio while she operated the equipment from the control area. She claimed this was necessary to test camera angles and lighting configurations, ensuring that the technical setup would work properly for the production team's projects. I found myself spending increasing amounts of time in the basement studio, learning to operate more sophisticated equipment and taking on responsibilities that seemed beyond normal cleaning duties. Sarah always had reasonable explanations. The production company paid premium rates for comprehensive maintenance, and my technical aptitude made me valuable for tasks beyond basic janitorial work. Around this time, I started noticing that the building's internet usage was unusually heavy during my cleaning shifts. Wi-Fi speeds would slow dramatically, sometimes to the point where my phone couldn't connect properly. When I mentioned this to Sarah, she explained that the production company often uploaded large video files during off-peak hours to take advantage of better bandwidth. I also began finding evidence of recent activity in areas that were supposed to be empty during my shifts. Chairs moved, equipment that had been repositioned, cleaning supplies that showed signs of recent use. When I asked Sarah about this, she mentioned that some of the companies had staff who worked very late or came in during unusual hours to avoid disruptions. The basement studio started requiring more frequent and thorough cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company had increased their output and needed more rigorous sanitation between filming sessions. This meant using industrial-strength cleaning products, sanitizing all surfaces, and ensuring that the space was completely sterile before each use. One night, while cleaning the basement studio more thoroughly than usual, I discovered equipment I hadn't seen before. Medical devices, restraint systems, and items that clearly weren't related to normal video production. When I asked Sarah about these additions, she explained that the production company had expanded into educational content about medical procedures and safety training. Sarah also began asking me to test new aspects of the studio setup, verify that restraint systems were properly secured, check that medical monitoring equipment was functioning correctly, ensure that various tools and devices were clean and ready for use. She framed these tasks as quality control for educational content production. The requests became more specific and frequent. Sarah needed me to test the studio's soundproofing by making noise at various volumes while she monitored from the control room. Verify that the ventilation system could handle different types of atmospheric conditions. Check that the drainage systems could manage various types of liquid waste. About 3 weeks ago, Sarah introduced me to what she called the final testing phase of my training. This involved me spending time in the central area of the studio while she operated all the equipment simultaneously: cameras, lighting, recording systems, and monitoring devices. She claimed this comprehensive test was necessary to verify that the entire setup worked correctly for the production company's most demanding projects. During these sessions, Sarah would give me detailed instructions about positioning, movement, and responses to various stimuli she introduced through the studio's technical systems. Follow scripted scenarios, react to different sensory inputs, demonstrate how someone might respond to unexpected situations. She said this testing helped ensure that the studio could handle any type of educational content. The testing became increasingly intense and realistic. Sarah would simulate various emergency scenarios, test my responses to stress situations, and document my reactions to different types of physical and psychological pressure. She assured me this was all part of preparing the studio for realistic safety training content. Last week, everything became clear in the most horrifying way possible. I was conducting what Sarah had described as a final comprehensive test when I noticed that the computer monitors in the control room were showing more than just local recording interfaces. Multiple screens displayed what appeared to be dark web streaming platforms with viewer counts showing thousands of people watching live feeds. Sarah's production company wasn't creating educational content. It was broadcasting live torture and murder to paying audiences on the dark web. The basement studio was a red room, and I had been unknowingly preparing it for operation while gradually being trained to become its next victim. The weeks of testing had been conditioning sessions, documenting my responses to various situations and building anticipation among dark web viewers who had been following my story. My cleaning duties had been gradually transformed into preparation for my own broadcast, with each session bringing me closer to becoming content rather than maintenance staff. Sarah dropped all pretense of reasonable explanations when she realized I understood what was happening. She calmly explained that commercial cleaning provided perfect cover for red room operations. Cleaners work alone, have access to private spaces, and are expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. The enhanced security protocols, confidentiality agreements, and restricted access areas weren't about protecting technology companies. They were about maintaining operational security for dark web broadcasting. The basement studio had been designed specifically for creating authentic content using unwitting participants who thought they were just doing their jobs. My training sessions had been broadcast live to dark web audiences who paid premium rates to watch someone gradually discover their situation. The comprehensive testing, scenario simulations, and documented responses had all been content creation, building toward tomorrow night's final broadcast. I managed to escape while Sarah was distracted with technical preparations, but I know the surveillance network extends throughout the building and beyond. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements, and building detailed profiles of my personal life during the months I worked there. Since leaving Solihull, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. People who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Evidence that my movements are being tracked and reported back to Sarah's operation. This morning, I received a package at the hotel where I'd been staying. A package containing cleaning supplies and a note explaining that tomorrow night's broadcast would feature the conclusion of the Cleaner series. Sarah's audience had been following my story from the beginning, watching me unknowingly prepare the very equipment that would be used for my final performance. The note included detailed information about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had continued despite my leaving the building. They knew which buses I'd taken, where I'd been staying, even what I'd bought from various shops. Every step of my escape had been monitored and possibly broadcast to paying audiences. I could go to the police, but Sarah has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. Surveillance footage of me operating cameras, testing equipment, and following her instructions could be edited to support a narrative of voluntary cooperation rather than unknowing assistance. Spotless Solutions would have records of my assignment to the building, my regular presence there, and my involvement in technical tasks beyond normal cleaning duties. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly participating in the preparation of illegal streaming equipment. Sarah's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The commercial cleaning cover provides perfect legitimacy. Who would suspect a janitorial service of facilitating dark web red rooms? Tomorrow night, Thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Cleaner series. They've paid to see someone whose job involves maintaining spaces become the victim of the very space they maintained. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Sarah's audience. I'm writing this from a McDonald's car park because it's one of the few places with 24-hour lighting and regular security patrols. But I know they're still watching somehow. The cleaning supplies in this morning's package included a note with details about this location, suggesting their monitoring capabilities extend far beyond the office building. In approximately 18 hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Sarah has demonstrated that her network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The most terrifying realization is that Sarah's operation probably targets multiple cleaning staff simultaneously. How many other people might be unknowingly preparing equipment for their own final broadcasts? How many commercial cleaning contracts might be covered for dark web activities? The cleaning industry provides perfect access to private spaces during off hours, with workers who are isolated, poorly paid, and expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. It's an ideal setup for exploitation by people who understand how to gradually transform routine work into participation in something much darker. Sarah's technical expertise allows her to maintain sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations while using commercial cleaning as cover. Her business credentials provide legitimacy. Her security requirements deflect suspicion, and her resources allow her to maintain complex technical infrastructure. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as authentic content, featuring genuine reactions from someone who doesn't understand what's happening until it's too late. Sarah's audience values realism over performance, preferring to watch real people discover their situation in real time. I never thought commercial cleaning could lead to this kind of danger. I thought the biggest risks were chemical exposure or workplace injuries. I never imagined that maintaining an office building could lead to becoming the star of my own murder broadcast. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months cleaning and maintaining the very equipment that's going to be used to kill me. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Clean. Sarah's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who thought she was just doing her job. The cleaner becomes the one who needs cleaning up after, and there's no one left to empty that particular bin. It takes a lot to get under my skin. Always has, even as a kid. Horror films, creepy stories around campfires, haunted houses at fun fairs. None of it ever really affected me. My friends used to think I was putting on a brave face. But the truth is, I just didn't find that stuff disturbing. I worked as a paramedic for 3 years in Manchester before switching to IT, so I've seen my share of real-life horror. Fictional scares just don't compare. But what happened last spring? Well, that's different. That's why I'm finally writing this down after months of sleepless nights. It started with a perfectly ordinary problem. My laptop, a hand-me-down from my older brother when he upgraded, was running slower than usual. Nothing dramatic, just the typical issues with an aging machine. Programs taking ages to load, videos stuttering, that maddening spinning wheel that never seems to stop. I'm relatively tech-savvy, enough to handle basic troubleshooting, but this was beyond the usual turning it off and on again fix. My brother had used it for graphic design work, so it was cluttered with programs and files I didn't need, but had been too lazy to clean up properly. I remember sitting at my kitchen table that evening, the overhead light casting harsh shadows, and highlighting the coffee stains on the wooden surface. My flatmate was out for the night, some birthday drinks with colleagues, so the flat had that particular emptiness that makes ordinary sounds seem louder. The hum of the refrigerator, the occasional car passing outside, the clicking of my laptop's overworked fan trying desperately to cool down the processor. I decided to look for some free system optimization tools online. Nothing fancy, just something to clean up unnecessary files and maybe speed things up a bit. I should mention that I was on a fairly tight budget at the time. I'd just been made redundant from my tech support job. The company outsourced our entire department with barely 2 weeks' notice and was picking up freelance work while job hunting. Every penny counted, which is why I was trying to squeeze more life out of this laptop rather than replacing it. After some searching, I found a forum where people were discussing various optimization tools. One user had posted a link to what they described as a comprehensive toolkit that included several different programs bundled together: system cleaner, registry repair, driver updater, the works. It sounded exactly what I needed, and several other users had commented positively about it. I remember hesitating briefly. Free software bundles can be dodgy, but my frugal side won out. I clicked the link and started the download. While I waited, I made myself a cup of tea, absent-mindedly stirring in too much sugar as I scrolled through job listings on my phone. The wind had picked up outside, making the windows rattle slightly in their frames. Our flat was in an old Victorian conversion, full of character and drafts in equal measure. I pulled my hoodie sleeves over my hands, a habit from childhood that I'd never quite shaken. The download finished just as I was taking my first sip of tea, too hot, burning the tip of my tongue, in that way that you know will annoy you for days. The installation process was straightforward enough. I clicked through the usual prompts, half reading the terms and conditions like most people do. In hindsight, I should have been more careful, more thorough. Maybe I would have noticed something. But then again, maybe not. Some dangers aren't clearly signposted. Once installed, the software opened to a simple dashboard showing various tools and options. I ran a system scan, which identified a surprising amount of junk files and registry issues. As it worked, I noticed my desktop now had several new shortcuts, typical for these kinds of bundles, which often install additional programs whether you want them or not. Most were labeled clearly Registry Cleaner, Driver Update, System Monitor. But there was one that caught my eye because it seemed out of place. Just a simple icon labeled DNet Access. I hovered over it, trying to remember if I'd seen it during the installation process. The cursor seemed to lag slightly, which I attributed to the system scan running in the background. Curious, I double-clicked it. A small plain window opened with a loading bar and no other information. I waited, assuming it was some network diagnostic tool. After a few moments, the window changed to what looked like a login screen, but not for any service I recognized. The interface was minimalist, almost crude. Black background with simple white text, no graphics or branding. It requested a username and password, with a note below stating, "Guest access available." There was something oddly dated about the design, reminiscent of early internet pages before sleek interfaces became standard. I didn't have login credentials, obviously, so I clicked the guest access option. The screen changed again, this time showing what appeared to be a directory listing. Just file and folder names, no icons or preview options. The names were mostly strings of numbers and letters that meant nothing to me. I scrolled through, wondering what kind of program this was, and why it had been bundled with system optimization tools. I noticed my tea had gone cold. The radiator beneath the window was making that knocking sound it always did when it first heated up, and I pulled my sleeves down again against the chill. Outside, the streetlights had come on, casting an orange glow through the thin curtains. I checked the time, just past 9, but it felt later somehow. As I scrolled through the directory, one folder caught my attention. Live streams. That seemed relatively normal compared to the cryptic name surrounding it. Thinking it might be some kind of media player or streaming service, I clicked it. The folder expanded to show several subfolders labeled by date. They followed a pattern of year, month, day, and the most recent was from that very day. Curiosity got the better of me, my greatest fault, according to my mother, and I clicked on that day's folder. Inside were more folders, these labeled with timestamps. Again, I selected the most recent, which had been created just minutes earlier. The application suddenly switched to what appeared to be a video player. The screen was black momentarily, then flickered to life, showing what looked like a clinical setting. White walls, bright overhead lighting, stainless steel surfaces. My first thought was that I'd somehow accessed some kind of medical education platform, perhaps left over from my brother's university days. He'd studied biomedical science before switching to graphic design, and I wondered if this was some archived lecture or demonstration. The camera angle changed, revealing more of the room. It resembled an operating theatre, but something wasn't quite right. It lacked the organized professional appearance of a hospital setting. The equipment looked medical, but was arranged haphazardly. And there was a person, a man, I think, lying on what appeared to be a modified examination table. He wasn't moving, but I could see his chest rising and falling rapidly. There was a sinking feeling in my stomach then, a primal recognition that something was deeply wrong before my conscious mind had fully processed what I was seeing. I remember my fingers hovering over the trackpad, caught between the instinct to close the window immediately and a horrified paralysis that kept my eyes fixed on the screen. A figure moved into frame, wearing what looked like surgical scrubs and a mask. But again, not quite right. The mask wasn't medical standard, more like something you'd buy at a costume shop. They were pulling on latex gloves with deliberate, almost theatrical slowness. A chat window I hadn't noticed before was active on the right side of the screen, with messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. My brain was desperately trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe this was some kind of extreme performance art. Maybe a very realistic horror film being streamed. Maybe a simulation for medical or psychology students. Then the masked figure turned toward the camera and made a gesture that seemed like a greeting or acknowledgement. They moved to a small table beside them and picked up what appeared to be a scalpel. The chat window exploded with activity. I caught fragments of messages as they scrolled by, people expressing excitement, making requests, offering payment. With growing horror, I realized that the viewers weren't just watching this for educational purposes or even for some twisted entertainment. They were directing it, participating. The figure approached the table where the person lay. I could now see that the person was restrained, wrists, ankles, forehead bound with what looked like leather straps. They were conscious, eyes darting frantically, chest heaving with rapid breaths. There was no audio, but I could see their mouth moving behind some kind of gag. I felt physically ill. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely manage to move the cursor. I closed the window, then frantically looked for a way to uninstall the entire software bundle. My mind was racing, trying to process what I'd seen. while simultaneously trying to convince myself it wasn't real. But deep down, I knew this wasn't acted. This wasn't simulated. The terror in that person's eyes was genuine. I was witnessing something happening in real time, something unspeakable. I managed to uninstall the software, my hands still trembling, sweat beading on my forehead despite the chill in the room. I ran a virus scan immediately afterward, then another with different software. I deleted the original installation file and emptied my recycle bin. I cleared my browser history and cache, though I hadn't used the browser to access whatever that was. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that clinical room, that masked figure, those terrified eyes. I kept telling myself to report it, but to who? And what exactly would I say? That I'd accidentally stumbled upon what appeared to be a live stream of torture, or worse, through some random software I'd downloaded. How would I explain that without sounding complicit somehow? And even if I did report it, what information could I actually provide that would help identify the location or the people involved? The next morning, I convinced myself that I needed more information before going to the authorities. I needed to understand what I'd found and gather some kind of evidence. It was a rationalization. I know that now. Part of me was morbidly curious, wanting confirmation that what I'd seen was real before, potentially making a fool of myself by reporting it. I created a virtual machine on my laptop, an isolated environment that wouldn't affect my main system, and reinstalled the software bundle. The DNet access shortcut appeared again. This time, I was more methodical, more careful. I took screenshots of everything, documented the directory structure, noted the timestamps. I didn't click on any live stream links, focusing instead on trying to gather information about what this service was and who was behind it. I discovered that DNet apparently stood for Dissection Network. There were archived files going back years, all organized by date and type of procedure. Reading the descriptions made me physically sick. I had to rush to the bathroom twice to vomit. This wasn't just some dark corner of the internet. It was an organized service catering to people with the most disturbing desires imaginable, allowing them not just to watch, but to direct acts of unimaginable cruelty. In a folder labeled Members, I found what appeared to be user profiles, usernames, countries, payment information. There were thousands of them from all over the world. I was documenting everything, planning to take it all to the police, when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. My IP address was listed in a file of recent access logs. Next to it was my approximate location based on that IP, the time I'd accessed the stream the previous night, and a status marked tracked. I shut down the virtual machine immediately and physically disconnected my internet router. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. They knew I had accessed their service. They knew roughly where I was located, and they were tracking me. What followed were the most paranoid weeks of my life. I wiped my laptop completely, then sold it to a second-hand shop 2 towns over. I bought a new one with cash and never connected it to my home network. I stayed with a friend for a few days, making excuses about problems with my flat's heating. I considered going to the police multiple times but was paralyzed by fear, not just of the people behind that site, but also of not being believed or somehow being treated as a suspect myself. Eventually, I did make an anonymous report through an online portal, providing as much detail as I could remember without incriminating myself. I have no idea if anything came of it. I never heard anything on the news about a ring being busted or arrests being made. Sometimes I wonder if my report was even taken seriously, or if it just disappeared into a digital void. It's been 8 months now. I've moved twice since then. I use different coffee shops for internet access, never the same one too often. I've changed my phone number, my email addresses, even the name I use on social media. Probably excessive, but the fear lingers. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear someone trying the lock on my door. Sometimes I notice a car parked outside my flat for too long and find myself taking pictures of the license plate just in case. Most days, I manage to convince myself that I'm safe, that they wouldn't bother with someone who stumbled across their site accidentally and only viewed it briefly. I tell myself they have bigger concerns than tracking down every random person who finds them. But then I remember that file with my IP address and that word, tracked. And the fear comes flooding back. I'm writing this not as some creepypasta story or urban legend, but as a warning. The dark web isn't just some mysterious bogeyman that people exaggerate about. There are corners of it where the most depraved acts imaginable aren't just fantasized about, but performed on demand for anyone willing to pay. And sometimes, the entrance to those corners isn't hidden behind sophisticated encryption or secret passwords. Sometimes it's just a shortcut on your desktop that you click without thinking. I've just heard a notification sound from my new laptop. An email has arrived. I haven't given this email address to anyone. The subject line is just a string of numbers. I'm afraid to open it, but more afraid not to. If you're reading this, it means I decided to share my experience. Or perhaps someone else found this document and decided it should be shared. Either way, be careful what you download. Be careful what you click. Some things you can't unsee, and some paths, once you've started down them, you can never fully leave behind. Wait, someone's knocking at my door. It's almost midnight. Nobody I know would visit at this hour without calling first. They're knocking again, harder now. It's funny how sometimes the most innocent decisions lead you down the darkest paths. Take my decision to become a night security guard at 34, for instance. I thought I was just taking a quiet job that would give me time to figure out what to do with the rest of my life after the redundancy from the council. Instead, I ended up discovering things about human nature that I wish I could forget. The job was at a small industrial estate in Coventry. Nothing glamorous, just a collection of warehouses and small manufacturing units that needed someone to walk around with a torch and make sure nobody was nicking anything. 12-hour shifts, 4 nights a week, decent pay for essentially doing nothing but staying awake and occasionally checking that doors were still locked. The site office had a proper security setup. Banks of monitors showing feeds from cameras dotted around the estate, a comfortable chair, and most importantly, a decent internet connection. Management had made it clear that as long as I did my hourly rounds and filed the incident reports, what I did with the rest of my time was my business. Perfect for someone trying to work out their next career move. Those first few weeks, I spent the quiet hours browsing job sites and updating my CV, but there's only so much career planning you can do at 3 in the morning before your brain starts craving something more stimulating. That's when I discovered online communities for night shift workers, forums where security guards, hospital porters, warehouse staff, and various other nocturnal workers would gather to share stories and keep each other company during the long, empty hours. It was through one of these communities that I first heard about the deeper parts of the internet, not the obvious stuff that makes headlines, drug markets, and identity theft, but the more obscure corners where people gathered to discuss things that wouldn't be tolerated on mainstream platforms. Privacy advocates, political dissidents, people who valued anonymity above all else. The appeal was obvious. After spending most of my adult life in local government, where every email was monitored and every website visit was logged, the idea of browsing the internet without leaving digital footprints felt liberating. Like taking off a suit of armor you'd been wearing so long you'd forgotten it was there. The technical side wasn't as complicated as I'd expected. There were guides, tutorials, entire communities dedicated to helping newcomers navigate safely. Within a few nights, I had access to a parallel internet that existed alongside the one most people knew about, invisible and unregulated. Most of it was surprisingly mundane. Forums discussing philosophy and politics, marketplaces selling legal but hard-to-find items, communities of people who simply preferred to communicate without corporate oversight. The criminal element was there certainly, but it felt more like a small part of a much larger ecosystem, rather than the dominant feature the media made it out to be. It was during my third week of exploration that I stumbled across the discussion about live streaming. Someone in a privacy forum had posted a technical question about bandwidth requirements for real-time video over encrypted networks. The conversation that followed was academic in tone, but disturbing in content. They were discussing the feasibility of broadcasting live events to paying audiences without law enforcement being able to trace the source. Red rooms were mentioned only in passing, dismissed by most participants as urban legends that didn't match the technical realities of anonymous streaming. But one poster disagreed, claiming they'd encountered legitimate examples hidden deep within invitation-only networks. They refused to provide details, but something about their matter-of-fact tone suggested they weren't making it up. That comment stayed with me over the following nights. During my hourly rounds, walking between empty warehouses with only my torch for company, I found myself thinking about what might be happening in other buildings, in other cities, in other countries, places where people gathered to watch things that should never be filmed, let alone broadcast to paying customers. The search took longer than I'd expected. Every obvious lead turned out to be a scam or a honeypot. The deeper I dug, the more sophisticated the gatekeeping became. This wasn't just about knowing the right websites. It was about establishing credibility within communities that valued secrecy above all else. The breakthrough came from an unexpected direction. I'd been helping moderate a forum for night shift workers. Nothing dramatic, just removing spam and settling the occasional disagreement. When I received a private message from someone I'd never interacted with before. They claimed to appreciate my contributions to the community and wondered if I'd be interested in discussing more sensitive topics in a private channel. The conversation that followed was careful, coded, full of references I didn't understand, and questions designed to test my knowledge and intentions. Gradually, it became clear that they were evaluating whether I could be trusted with access to something most people would never see. The invitation, when it finally came, was for a private network that existed several layers deeper than anything I'd encountered before. Access was limited to verified members only, with new users requiring sponsorship from existing participants. The verification process was extensive. Proof of identity, background checks, even references from other members who could vouch for your discretion. It took nearly 2 months to gain full access, and by then I wasn't entirely sure I wanted it anymore. But curiosity had become compulsion, and the same methodical approach that had served me well in local government carried me through the final stages of the approval process. The private network was smaller than I'd expected, maybe 100 active users at most, but the content was unlike anything I'd seen before. They called themselves documentarians, claiming to preserve authentic human experiences that would otherwise go unrecorded. But the experiences they were interested in documenting were things most people would never want to see. The Red Room section was hidden within a subsection marked Live Archives. 3 different providers, each claiming to offer unscripted real-time content featuring genuine participants. The language was clinical, designed to maintain plausible deniability while making the actual service clear to interested viewers. I spent weeks researching the providers before making contact with one. Their operation appeared professional. Encrypted communications, scheduled sessions, technical support for viewers having connection issues. They operated more like a legitimate streaming service than the criminal enterprise I'd expected. The booking process was surprisingly straightforward. Payment handled through an escrow system that provided guarantees for both parties. I was provided with connection details and technical requirements for a session scheduled for the following Thursday at 2 a.m. When the time came, I found myself sitting in the security office, surrounded by monitors showing empty car parks and darkened warehouses, about to witness something I knew would change how I saw the world. The session began promptly at the scheduled time, connecting me to a live stream that took several minutes to stabilize through the encrypted network. The video quality was poor but functional, showing what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, currently empty, while cameras captured the space from multiple angles. A chat interface allowed communication with other viewers, though the messages were sparse and cryptic. For the first 20 minutes, nothing happened. Just an empty room occasionally flickering as the stream quality adjusted. I was beginning to wonder if this was some kind of performance art, when a figure appeared at the edge of the frame. The man who entered was unremarkable, middle-aged, wearing simple clothing, moving with the casual confidence of someone in familiar surroundings. He spent several minutes adjusting equipment I couldn't see clearly, occasionally glancing at the camera as if checking the feed quality. Then he left, and we were back to watching an empty room. The waiting was almost worse than what came next. Other viewers were using the chat to place bets, make requests, discuss payment options for specific outcomes. I realized I was witnessing something that existed at the intersection of entertainment and crime, where the audience was complicit in whatever was about to happen. When the door opened again, there were 2 figures. The same man as before, now accompanied by someone much younger. A woman, early 20s perhaps, who seemed confused about where she was or how she'd gotten there. She looked around the room with growing alarm, taking in the cameras and bare walls and single chair with obvious distress. The chat exploded with activity. Dozens of messages appearing faster than I could read them. Viewers making suggestions and placing bets on what would happen next. Bitcoin addresses were being shared. Payments arranged in real time. I watched in horrified fascination as what I was witnessing transformed from observation into participation. The man guided the woman to the chair with gentle but firm insistence. She kept looking directly at the cameras, as if trying to understand what they were recording. Her expression shifted from confusion to fear as the reality of her situation became clear. I should have closed the browser immediately, should have reported what I was seeing, though I had no idea how to explain where I'd found it or whether anyone would believe me. Instead, I found myself paralyzed, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The man began responding to requests from the chat. He would pause, read something on a screen I couldn't see, then nod or make adjustments to whatever he was preparing. The audience was directing the performance, choosing what happened next through their messages and payments. Then something changed. The steady stream of chat messages stopped abruptly, replaced by a series of warnings from different users. Abort session, abort session, abort session. The man looked directly at the camera, his expression shifting from professional calm to genuine alarm. He moved quickly to something off-screen, and within seconds the video feed cut out entirely. I stared at a blank screen showing only a connection error message. When I tried to reload the page, the entire site was gone. The private network, the forums, even my access credentials, everything had vanished as if it had never existed. Over the following days, I tried to convince myself that what I'd witnessed had been elaborate fiction, a performance designed to extract money from people curious about the darker corners of human nature. The production quality could have been achieved with basic equipment, and everything I'd seen could have been staged by competent actors. But I kept thinking about those final moments before the stream ended, the way the man's demeanor had changed when he'd seen those warning messages, the speed with which everything had shut down. It felt less like a show ending and more like an emergency evacuation. 2 weeks later, I noticed the van. It was parked across from the industrial estate entrance when I arrived for my shift on Tuesday night. Nothing unusual about that. People parked there regularly to use the cash machine at the petrol station next door. But this van was still there when I did my first round at midnight, and again at 1 o'clock, and again at 2. Through the security office windows, I could see it clearly in the light from the street lamps. Dark blue, no markings, windows tinted too dark to see inside. Just sitting there, facing the estate entrance, as if whoever was inside was watching for something, or someone. The van was there for 3 consecutive nights before it disappeared. During that time, I noticed other things. Cars that seemed to follow the same route past the estate at regular intervals. A jogger who ran the same circuit at 3:30 every morning, always glancing towards the security office as they passed. Small anomalies that individually meant nothing but together suggested a pattern. On the Friday night, after the van had finally gone, I received an email at my personal account. The sender was anonymous, the subject line blank. The message contained only a single line of text. "We know what you watched." Below that was an attachment, a photograph taken through the security office window, showing me sitting at the desk with my laptop open. The image was clear enough to make out details of the screen, though not clear enough to see exactly what I'd been viewing. I deleted the email immediately and ran every security scan I could think of, changed all my passwords, cleared my browsing history, even formatted the laptop's hard drive. But the damage was already done. Whoever had sent that message had been close enough to photograph me through the office window without triggering any of the motion sensors around the building. That was 6 months ago. I've changed jobs since then. Couldn't concentrate on the security work after that. Kept seeing suspicious vehicles that probably weren't there and hearing footsteps that were likely just the building settling. I work days now, in an office with other people around, where everything feels safer and more predictable. But I still get emails occasionally, never more than once a month, always from different anonymous addresses. Sometimes it's another photograph, my car in the supermarket car park, my flat building taken from across the street, me walking to work on Tuesday morning. Once, it was a copy of my employment records from the security company. Each one carries the same message. "We know what you watched." I don't know what they want from me. Money, silence, complicity. None of it would surprise me at this point. But I've learned that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. And some audiences never stop watching, even after the show has ended. The thing that bothers me most isn't the surveillance or even the constant feeling of being monitored. It's knowing that somewhere out there, in windowless rooms with concrete walls and multiple cameras, things are still happening that should never be filmed. That people are still gathering online to watch and direct and pay for experiences that exist at the furthest edges of human cruelty. And now I'm part of it, whether I want to be or not. A witness who can't testify. A viewer who can't unsee. Connected forever to something I stumbled across during the long, quiet hours of a night shift in Coventry. Sometimes I wonder if that was always the plan. If the whole thing, the forums, the invitations, the careful vetting process, was designed not just to provide entertainment for paying customers, but to create a network of compromised witnesses, people who'd seen too much to ever feel completely safe again. People like me, who now understand that the worst monsters aren't hiding under beds or lurking in dark alleys. They're sitting in rooms just like the one I'm in now, watching screens that show things no human being should ever have to see. Imagine being 15 and desperate enough to impress someone that you pretend to know about things you'd only read about in forum posts, until pretending becomes something much more dangerous than you ever intended. I was in year 11 at a comprehensive in Manchester when I started chatting with someone who seemed infinitely cooler than anyone I knew in real life. She went by the username Dark Explorer and claimed to be 18. Studying media at university, with access to parts of the internet that most people never discovered. We'd met in a forum dedicated to discussing banned films and censored content, where she posted detailed reviews of documentaries and footage that had been pulled from mainstream platforms. Her knowledge seemed encyclopedic. She could discuss technical aspects of film production, legal issues around content distribution, and historical context for material that I'd barely heard of. I was immediately intimidated and fascinated. Here was someone who seemed to understand the internet's hidden corners in ways that made my own browsing habits feel childish and superficial. I wanted to seem equally knowledgeable, equally sophisticated in my interests, so I started exaggerating. When she mentioned underground streaming sites, I claimed to have accessed them. When she discussed extreme content that existed in legal grey areas, I pretended to have seen it. When she referenced technical concepts I didn't understand, I nodded along and tried to contribute insights that made me sound more experienced than I actually was. The lies started small, but escalated quickly as our conversations continued. She seemed impressed by my apparent knowledge, which encouraged me to embellish further. I created stories about content I'd supposedly discovered, shared fictional accounts of browsing sessions that had never happened, built an entire persona around being someone far more worldly than a 15-year-old from suburban Manchester actually was. After about 2 months of increasingly elaborate fabrications, Dark Explorer mentioned something that made me panic about maintaining my false image. Red rooms. She brought them up casually, as if they were just another type of content she'd encountered during her explorations of hidden sites. Live streams where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time, broadcast from various locations on the dark web. Most people dismissed red rooms as urban legends, she explained. But anyone who'd spent serious time exploring the internet's darker regions knew they existed. The technical barriers weren't as insurmountable as skeptics claimed, and there was clearly sufficient demand to make them economically viable. I should have admitted ignorance at that point, should have explained that I'd heard of red rooms but never actually encountered one. Instead, I found myself claiming not only to have seen them, but to have opinions about their authenticity and technical implementation. Dark Explorer seemed intrigued by my supposed expertise. She asked detailed questions about specific aspects of Red Room streams, video quality, interface design, audience interaction methods. Questions that made it clear she expected me to have first-hand knowledge rather than theoretical understanding. I improvised answers based on things I'd read in forum discussions, trying to sound authoritative while hoping she wouldn't notice the gaps in my knowledge. The conversation felt like a test I was barely passing, with each question pushing me further into territory I didn't actually understand. After that discussion, I spent hours researching Red Rooms online, trying to learn enough to maintain the facade I'd created. Most of what I found was obviously fictional or second-hand speculation, but a few sources seemed to have genuine knowledge about accessing hidden streaming sites. The research was supposed to be about covering my lies, but I found myself genuinely curious about whether Red Rooms actually existed. If Dark Explorer was right about them being real phenomena rather than internet mythology, then documenting them would provide the sort of exclusive knowledge that would cement my reputation as someone worth knowing. I started exploring parts of the internet I'd never visited before, following leads from the more credible sources I'd discovered. The process was more complex than I'd expected, involving software I'd never used and sites that required specific access methods. After about a week of persistent searching, I found something that looked promising. A site hosting what appeared to be live streams from various hidden locations. The interface was basic but functional, with video players showing feeds from different rooms. Most showed empty spaces or static scenes, but a few had activity that suggested they were genuinely live. One stream showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage with someone strapped to a metal table. The video quality was poor and there was no audio, but the timestamp suggested it was happening in real time, rather than being pre-recorded content. I watched for about an hour, telling myself I was conducting research rather than witnessing something genuinely disturbing. The person on the table would occasionally move or struggle against their restraints, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation. Around 10 p.m., someone entered the frame and began making preparations that suggested the stream was about to become considerably more disturbing than passive observation of a restrained person. I should have closed the browser at that point and pretended I'd never found the site. Instead, I took screenshots and saved details about how to access the stream, thinking this would provide evidence to share with Dark Explorer that would prove my claimed expertise was genuine. The next day, I messaged her with carefully edited details about what I'd supposedly discovered. I described the site and its content in ways that demonstrated I'd actually accessed it, while avoiding specifics that might reveal how recently I'd found it, or how little I actually understood about what I was seeing. Dark Explorer seemed impressed but also concerned. She pointed out that witnessing real violence, even passively through online streams, could have legal implications that I might not have considered. She suggested I be more careful about what I accessed and how I documented it. Her concern felt genuine in ways that made me realize she might actually care about my well-being, rather than just being impressed by my supposed knowledge. For the first time since we'd started chatting, I considered telling her the truth about how inexperienced I actually was, but I was too invested in the persona I'd created to back down now. Instead, I assured her that I was being careful and knew what I was doing, while privately resolving to be more cautious about what I accessed online. Except I kept going back to the streaming site. Not because I enjoyed watching disturbing content, but because I'd become fascinated by the technical aspects of how it functioned. The site seemed to host multiple streams from different locations, suggesting either a single person with access to various properties or multiple people contributing content to a shared platform. The streams I'd initially found were replaced by new ones every few days, always showing different rooms and different victims. The production quality varied considerably, from professional setups with multiple camera angles to amateur recordings from single static positions. What disturbed me most wasn't the violence itself, but the mundane details that suggested these streams were being produced locally rather than in distant countries. Background sounds that seemed typically British, architectural details that looked familiar, even glimpses of packaging or signage that suggested UK origins. The possibility that red rooms were being produced somewhere near Manchester, rather than in abstract foreign locations, made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. These weren't distant criminals operating in places I'd never visit. They could be people who lived in my area, used the same shops, traveled the same roads. I started paying attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person was around my own age, a 16-year-old who'd been reported missing about 2 months earlier after failing to return home from college. The circumstances were unusual because there had been no obvious reason for them to disappear voluntarily. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing person had lived in an area of Manchester I was familiar with. They disappeared while walking home along a route that passed through several areas where someone could be intercepted without witnesses. The possibility that someone my own age from my own city might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about impressing someone online or maintaining a false persona. It was about real people suffering for reasons I didn't understand. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. 15-year-old claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while trying to impress someone online. They'd probably assume I was making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone had identified their activities. I'd been accessing their content for weeks, potentially leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. Dark Explorer had mentioned that serious exploration of hidden sites required understanding how to protect your identity and location from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite claiming to be experienced with this type of browsing. I decided to be more honest with her about my actual level of expertise, hoping she might provide guidance about staying safe online while continuing to access unusual content. But when I tried to message her, I discovered that her account had been deleted. Not just inactive or abandoned, but completely removed from the forum where we'd met. Her previous posts were gone, her username was available for new registration, and there was no indication that Dark Explorer had ever existed. I checked other platforms where we'd occasionally communicated, but found the same thing. Every trace of our conversations had been eliminated, as if someone had systematically removed all evidence of our interaction. The sudden disappearance felt ominous in ways I couldn't quite articulate. Either Dark Explorer had decided to completely reinvent her online identity for reasons I didn't understand, or something had happened that required eliminating her digital presence entirely. I stopped accessing the streaming site after that, telling myself I'd learned enough to satisfy my curiosity and prove my claimed expertise to myself, if not to anyone else. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd gotten involved in something more serious than I'd initially understood. Over the next few weeks, I noticed small things that individually meant nothing but collectively made me uncomfortable. Post delivered later than usual. Items in my room that seemed to have been moved slightly. Sounds outside my bedroom window that could have been coincidence, but felt like surveillance. The sort of details that could easily be imagination or paranoia, but which felt more significant in the context of my growing concern that I'd attracted unwanted attention through my online activities. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Inside was a single photograph that made my hands shake as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking to college, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything unusual. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made it clear this wasn't a random incident. Stop pretending. No signature, no explanation. Just those two words that referenced the fundamental dishonesty that had led me into this situation. Someone knew I'd been fabricating knowledge about things I didn't understand, and they'd apparently been monitoring my activities closely enough to document my real-world movements. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a prank or coincidence, but I couldn't explain how someone had obtained my home address or managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger I saw near my house felt threatening. Every unexpected sound made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone knew more about my daily routine than they should. I never tried to contact Dark Explorer again or access any more hidden streaming sites. The whole experience had taught me that pretending to knowledge I didn't possess could lead to consequences I wasn't prepared to handle. But I still think about that photograph and the casual way someone had documented my movements without me noticing anything unusual. How long they might have been watching me before deciding to reveal their surveillance. And I think about Dark Explorer and whether she'd been real at all, or just part of an elaborate process designed to draw people like me into situations they didn't understand. Whether other people had received similar guidance and encouragement to explore content they weren't equipped to handle safely. Sometimes I wonder if the whole thing had been a game from the beginning, just not the kind of game I thought I was playing. Whether my attempts to impress someone online had made me a target for people who were considerably more experienced at manipulation than I was at detecting it. Imagine if the biggest mistake in your life came from being curious about something you saw in a film. That's what happened to my nephew, Tom, and it's why I can't sleep properly anymore. He was 16, the kind of kid who spent his weekends helping his gran with her garden and riding his bike down to the harbour to watch the fishing boats come in. Not the sort you'd expect to get mixed up in something dark. But that's the thing about curiosity. It doesn't discriminate. It started last autumn when he watched some thriller at the cinema in Truro about people being kidnapped and forced to perform for online audiences. The film made it seem like these things actually happened, that there were websites hidden beneath the normal internet where people paid to watch terrible things in real time. Most adults would have dismissed it as Hollywood nonsense. But 16-year-olds don't have that filter yet. Tom lived with his mum in Polperro, one of those picture postcard Cornish villages where everyone knows everyone, and the most exciting thing that usually happens is a tourist getting stuck in the narrow streets with a rental car. His dad had left when he was small, so it was just the two of them in a cottage overlooking the harbour. She worked at the local primary school and trusted him to be sensible while she was out. The trouble began when he started researching whether the film's premise was real. He found a Reddit thread discussing the movie, where users debated its authenticity. Most dismissed it as fiction, but a few claimed to know otherwise. One user posted a cryptic comment: "The rabbit hole goes deeper than Hollywood thinks. PM me if you're actually curious." Tom's curiosity got the better of him. He messaged the user, who responded with a YouTube link disguised as a tutorial for advanced internet privacy. The video seemed innocent enough. A bearded man in a basement explaining VPNs and encryption. But buried in the comments section were breadcrumbs, references to Tor, specific forum names, and invitation codes. It took him several weeks to work out how to access these hidden networks. The learning curve was steep, but he persisted, documenting his progress in a private Discord server he'd created. Looking back, that was his first mistake, creating a digital trail of his journey into the shadows. When he finally managed to connect, he spent hours exploring, fascinated by this parallel internet. Most of what he found was disappointing. Defunct forums, conspiracy sites, and pages that looked like they'd been abandoned for years. But he kept searching, following links and recommendations, going deeper into increasingly obscure corners. The breakthrough came when he found a forum dedicated to discussing the very type of content he'd seen in the film. Users shared links and recommendations with clinical detachment, discussing authenticity like film critics. Reading through the posts, he realized that what he thought was pure fiction might actually exist. The sites themselves were surprisingly primitive. Basic interfaces that looked like they'd been cobbled together by amateurs. Most required payments through complicated systems, but several offered preview sections that were freely available. The previews were disturbing enough. Grainy footage of people in windowless rooms, movements too natural to be acted, reactions too genuine to be scripted. What bothered him most was how organized it seemed, despite the amateur appearance. This wasn't random content uploaded by individuals. Someone was running a proper operation with regular schedules and systematic approach. The forums contained discussions about production quality, request systems, and expansion plans. From what he could gather, the operation was smaller than the film had suggested, but more real. It seemed to be an emerging network, testing methods and building capabilities, rather than some vast established enterprise. The amateurish appearance was deliberate, designed to look like a few perverts with cameras rather than something more coordinated. The discussions revealed they were actively recruiting both participants and what they called local assets, people who could provide information about potential targets in their areas. They weren't just looking for victims. They needed intelligence gatherers, people who understood local dynamics and could spot opportunities. Tom's mistake was engaging with the forum using the same username he'd used elsewhere online. His digital footprint was surprisingly extensive. Gaming forums, social media, even school project submissions. Anyone looking could piece together his real identity, location, and interests within hours. The first sign they'd noticed him came through his Discord server. Files appeared that he hadn't uploaded. Screenshots of his own posts, maps of Polperro with his cottage marked, even photos of him taken from his school's website. Someone had been systematically cataloging his online presence. His laptop's webcam began activating randomly, the little light blinking on during the night. When he covered it, files on his desktop would be subtly altered, documents renamed, folders reorganized, photos edited with barely visible changes. They were demonstrating access to his digital life, showing him how completely they could invade his privacy. The psychological pressure was subtle but effective. His browsing history would be altered to include sites he'd never visited. His social media accounts would show login attempts from locations across the country. And his email would receive messages that seemed to know details about his daily routine. Sleep became almost impossible. He'd lie awake wondering if the webcam was recording, if his microphone was listening, if his every keystroke was being monitored. The laptop that had been his window to the world became a source of constant anxiety. The surveillance escalated when someone began asking questions about him in the village. His mum mentioned that a stranger had approached her at the school, claiming to be conducting research on rural internet infrastructure. The questions had been specifically about teenage online habits and computer literacy in the area. They'd identified him as potentially useful, a tech-savvy local teenager with detailed knowledge of the community, living in an area with limited police presence and isolated enough for discreet operations. But more than that, they needed a test subject for their Cornwall expansion, and Tom had unknowingly volunteered by documenting his journey into their world. The breakthrough came when he found evidence of their local operations. Forum posts discussed reconnaissance trips to Cornwall, photos of abandoned buildings within driving distance of Polperro, and conversations about the advantages of working in rural areas. They weren't just theoretically interested in his region. They were actively preparing to operate there. More disturbing was discovering that several local teenagers were already being discussed as potential targets. He recognized names from his school, descriptions of people he knew, references to family situations and social media activity. The users weren't just planning. They were already gathering intelligence. The realization that he might have accidentally identified himself as both an asset and a target hit him hard. His online activities had demonstrated his capabilities, whilst his location made him valuable for local intelligence. By exploring their world, he'd made himself visible to people who specialized in exploiting curiosity. The direct contact began with a message on his Discord server. "We know you've been watching. Time to be useful." Attached was a single photo, his bedroom window, taken from outside the cottage. The message was clear. They could reach him whenever they wanted. Instead of dramatic confrontations, they offered a simple arrangement: help with basic intelligence gathering, monitoring social media, noting when people traveled, identifying vulnerable individuals, and his online activities would remain private. Refuse and his browsing history would be shared with his mum, his school, the local police. The work started small. Screenshot certain social media posts, note when families mentioned holiday plans, track the online activity of specific teenagers. Nothing that seemed directly harmful, but each task connected him deeper into their operations. Tom tried to resist, but the leverage was too strong. They'd compiled a comprehensive dossier of his dark web exploration, complete with timestamps, screenshots, and a detailed analysis of his interests. His curiosity had been weaponized against him. The psychological control was masterful. They never threatened violence, never demanded anything obviously criminal. Instead, they gradually normalized his cooperation, making each new request seem like a natural progression from the last. His moral boundaries eroded through small compromises that individually seemed manageable. One autumn evening, the power went out across the peninsula during a storm. Not the dramatic blackout of horror films, but the kind of routine outage that rural areas experience regularly. Tom's mum went to stay with a friend whose house had a generator, leaving him alone in the cottage. 2 days later, a small package arrived with no return address. Inside was a USB drive and a single slip of paper with login credentials. The drive contained access to a private forum where his username was already recognized. His handlers had decided his period of basic intelligence gathering was over. It was time for more direct involvement. The USB drive contained detailed profiles of local teenagers, complete with photos, social media analysis, and vulnerability assessments. His job was to verify the information, add local context, and identify the most promising targets. His transformation from observer to participant was complete. He spent the next several hours reading through files that contained painfully detailed information about people he'd known all his life. The profiles weren't just demographic data. They included psychological assessments, family dynamics, and exploitation strategies. Someone had invested serious effort in understanding his community. By dawn, he understood his true role in their operation. He wasn't just providing intelligence, he was helping them select victims from his own community. His local knowledge, gained through a lifetime of village life, was being used to identify which of his neighbors were most vulnerable to manipulation. The trap had been perfectly constructed. His eagerness to understand had provided the initial contact. His digital footprint had given them leverage, and his local knowledge made him indispensable. Every choice he'd made since watching that film had led him deeper into their web. The network's activities in Cornwall expanded gradually over the following months. Tom's intelligence proved accurate and valuable, enabling them to operate with confidence in an area they'd never worked before. Every few weeks, they'd remind him they still had the files. Just in case he forgot, his cooperation had made their expansion possible. The guilt was overwhelming. Missing person reports, worried parents, teenagers who disappeared for days before returning changed, all traced back to information he'd provided. His questions had been transformed into complicity, his knowledge into a weapon against his own community. The authorities remained unaware of the network's activities. They investigated individual incidents without recognizing the pattern, pursued obvious suspects without understanding the sophisticated recruitment and control methods being employed. Their traditional approaches were inadequate for addressing a threat this well organized. Tom's academic performance collapsed as the psychological pressure mounted. He started keeping lists of everything he said to everyone, terrified he might forget who knew what. Teachers noticed his declining grades and withdrawal from social activities, but attributed them to typical teenage stress. The real source of his problems couldn't be discussed with anyone. The network continued to grow, not through dramatic expansion, but through careful cultivation of assets like Tom. They were building a distributed operation, using local knowledge and digital leverage to establish footholds in communities across the country. What had started as curiosity about a film had become participation in something far more sinister. The most disturbing realization was that Tom's story wasn't unique. The network's recruitment methods were systematic and repeatable, designed to convert questions into complicity. They were building a network of reluctant accomplices, each trapped by their own digital footprints and moral compromises. As I write this, Tom is still in Polperro, still providing intelligence, still carrying secrets that age him beyond his years. The boy who just wanted answers about a film has been replaced by someone who understands too much about the darkness that exists beneath the surface of normal life. The network continues to operate and expand, feeding on the natural inquisitiveness of young people who stumble across references to its activities. Each new recruit follows a similar path: initial questions, gradual involvement, eventual complicity. The cycle perpetuates itself, growing stronger with each iteration. But what haunts me most isn't Tom's story, or even the network's continued operation. It's the realization that right now, someone reading this might be wondering if such things could really exist. Someone might be inquisitive enough to start looking, to start searching, to take the first steps down a path that leads to the same destination. It's funny how sometimes the thing you think will make you feel less alone ends up making you wish you'd stayed isolated. But by then, it's too late to go back to not knowing what you know. I was 19 and in my second year studying English literature at a university in Leeds, when I stumbled into the chat room that changed everything. Not literally stumbled. I'd been looking for somewhere to belong for months, trying different online communities and forums where I might find people who shared my interests without the awkwardness of face-to-face interaction. College hadn't turned out the way I'd imagined. The other students on my course seemed effortlessly confident, forming friendship groups within the first week, while I struggled to contribute to conversations about books I'd read but couldn't discuss with the casual intelligence they all seemed to possess naturally. I spent most evenings in my tiny student flat, reading for seminars and browsing the internet for distraction. Social media felt performative and hollow, but smaller online communities seemed more genuine. Places where people discussed literature, philosophy, and ideas that were too complex or controversial for mainstream platforms. The invitation to the private chat room came through someone I'd been talking to on a forum about banned books. They'd noticed my posts about censorship and literature that existed in legal grey areas and suggested I might be interested in a more exclusive discussion group. The chat room was small, maybe 15 regular participants, and focused on what they called authentic, extreme content. Not fictional horror or theatrical violence, but real documentation of events that mainstream media wouldn't show. Academic discussion of material that revealed truths about human nature that most people preferred to ignore. For the first time since starting university, I felt like I was part of something intellectually stimulating. The other participants were clearly well-educated and thoughtful, approaching disturbing content with the sort of analytical framework you'd expect from graduate students or academics. They discussed everything from leaked investigation footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. The conversations were sophisticated, focused on technical analysis and historical context rather than sensation-seeking. I felt privileged to be included in discussions that demonstrated a level of critical thinking I rarely encountered elsewhere. Most importantly, I felt accepted. When I contributed observations about content they'd shared, people responded thoughtfully rather than dismissively. When I asked questions about things I didn't understand, they provided detailed explanations without making me feel ignorant. After about a month of regular participation, one of the more experienced members mentioned something that made me pay closer attention to what we were actually discussing. Red rooms. He brought them up casually, as if they were just another category of extreme content that serious researchers occasionally encountered. Live streams broadcast from hidden locations where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Most participants seemed to accept their existence as established fact, rather than urban legend. They discussed technical aspects of hosting such content, legal barriers to maintaining streaming services, and ethical questions about documentation versus participation. I'd heard of red rooms before, but always assumed they were internet mythology. Too technically complex and legally risky for anyone to actually maintain. But the way these people discussed them suggested genuine familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who went by the username Observer, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was selective about sharing evidence, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity. I spent several weeks proving my commitment to academic analysis of extreme content, sharing thoughtful observations about material others had posted, and asking questions that showed I was thinking critically rather than just seeking sensational material. Observer eventually shared some clips from his collection. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming capabilities. The quality was poor enough that it could have been elaborate fiction, but detailed enough to be potentially genuine. What struck me as possibly authentic was the mundane elements that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment visible in shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times. Observer explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently and weren't something you could find through casual browsing of the dark web. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be academic, focused on understanding censorship and documentation rather than witnessing actual crimes. But the opportunity to access something that most people believed didn't exist felt like the sort of exclusive knowledge that would cement my place in this community. The access process was more complex than anything I'd encountered before. Specific software downloads, rotating access codes, designated connection times that had to be followed precisely. The whole system felt designed to exclude casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a converted basement space with a simple chat function below where viewers could communicate. The video showed a concrete-walled room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with comments from maybe 50 viewers, people discussing what they expected to see happen, making observations about the setup, treating the situation like academic analysis rather than entertainment. The tone was clinical and detached, which somehow made it more disturbing than if people had been obviously excited about violence. I watched for about an hour while supposedly working on an essay about censorship in contemporary literature. The man on the table would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Around 11 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, boots that looked like they'd seen regular use. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been starting any manual job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more analytical as preparations continued. People were discussing technical aspects of the setup, comparing what they were seeing to previous streams, making observations about the location and equipment being used. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me look more carefully at the background details visible in the stream. On the wall behind the table was a small notice board with various papers pinned to it. Most were too far away to read clearly, but one appeared to be a health and safety poster with text that looked familiar. I paused the stream and looked more closely at the poster. The formatting and language were definitely British rather than foreign, and the specific wording seemed like something I'd seen before in university buildings or public spaces, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere in the UK rather than some distant foreign location. The realization made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It could be occurring within the same country where I was sitting in my student flat, possibly even in the same region. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching British health and safety regulations, trying to identify the specific poster I'd seen and determine whether it might indicate a particular type of building or location. I also started paying attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect. One case particularly disturbed me because the missing person was a student from a university not far from Leeds. They'd been reported missing about 6 weeks earlier after failing to return to their accommodation following a routine trip to the library. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing student had been studying a subject similar to mine, lived in comparable accommodation, and followed daily routines that weren't that different from my own. The sort of person who could have been me if circumstances had been slightly different. The possibility that someone my own age with a similar lifestyle might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about academic analysis of extreme content. It was about real people suffering for reasons I didn't understand. I considered reporting what I discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. University student claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while participating in online discussions about extreme content. They'd probably assume I was having mental health issues or making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone had identified potentially incriminating details. I'd been accessing their content and participating in related discussions for weeks, possibly leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. Observer had mentioned that accessing hidden content required understanding how to protect your identity from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite having been granted access to material that was obviously intended for a select audience. I decided to be more cautious about what I accessed and how I participated in chat room discussions. But I also found myself unable to stop thinking about what I'd seen and whether there were more victims who hadn't been reported missing yet. The chat room discussions continued as normal, with participants sharing new material and analyzing content with the same academic detachment they'd always displayed. But I started noticing details I'd missed before, references to local events, knowledge about British institutions, familiarity with UK geography and culture. The people I'd been chatting with weren't distant foreign academics studying extreme content from a safe distance. They were British, possibly even local to my area, with genuine knowledge about events that were happening in my own country. One evening, about 2 weeks after accessing the livestream, I received a private message from Observer asking whether I'd found the recent content educational and if I was interested in accessing additional material. His tone was friendly, but felt more personal than previous communications, as if he knew something about my response to what I'd seen that he hadn't mentioned in our public discussions. I replied cautiously, saying that I'd found the material academically interesting but disturbing on a personal level. I tried to sound thoughtful rather than frightened, hoping to maintain my place in the community while expressing some reservations about the content. His response came back within minutes, which suggested he'd been online waiting for my reply rather than just checking messages occasionally. He said he understood my concerns but reminded me that serious academic study sometimes required confronting uncomfortable realities. He offered to provide access to additional streams that would help me develop a more comprehensive understanding of the subject. Something about the way he phrased the offer made me uncomfortable, as if my participation was expected rather than voluntary, and declining might have consequences I wouldn't like. I didn't reply immediately, telling myself I needed time to think about whether I wanted to continue accessing such disturbing content, but I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or disrespect. The next morning, I found that I'd been removed from the chat room, not just blocked or suspended, but completely eliminated from the participant list. When I tried to reconnect using the original access method, I found that my credentials no longer worked and there was no way to regain entry. I checked other platforms where I'd occasionally communicated with chat room members, but found that all my contacts had either deleted their accounts or were no longer responding to messages. Within 24 hours, every trace of my connection to the chat room and its participants had been severed, as if someone had systematically removed all evidence of my involvement. The sudden exclusion felt ominous rather than disappointing. Either I'd failed some test I hadn't known I was taking, or someone had decided that my continued participation represented a risk they weren't willing to accept. I tried to convince myself that being excluded was actually fortunate, a way out of a situation I'd gotten into without fully understanding the implications. But I couldn't shake the feeling that people who went to such lengths to maintain secrecy might take additional steps to ensure former participants didn't become problems. Over the next few weeks, I noticed small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively made me uncomfortable. Posts delivered at unusual times, items in my flat that seemed to have been moved slightly, sounds in the corridor outside my door that could have been coincidence, but felt like surveillance. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was at the university library. Inside was a single photograph that made my stomach drop as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking across campus, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything unusual. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Some discussions are meant to stay private. No signature, no return address. Just those words that made it obvious someone knew about my previous participation in the chat room and wanted to ensure my continued silence about what I'd seen. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a scare tactic designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered. But I couldn't explain how someone had obtained detailed knowledge of my movements or managed to deliver the message without being noticed. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger on campus felt threatening. Every unexpected sound in my flat made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities beyond what had already been demonstrated. I never tried to reconnect with the chat room or access any more hidden streaming content. The whole experience had taught me that some forms of belonging come with prices you don't discover until it's too late to back out safely. But I still think about that health and safety poster, and how such a mundane detail had revealed that extreme content wasn't being produced in distant foreign countries, but potentially in buildings I might walk past every day. And I think about the missing student whose case I'd researched, wondering whether they'd also been looking for somewhere to belong when they encountered people who were considerably more dangerous than they appeared. Sometimes I wonder if the chat room is still active with new participants, and whether other isolated students are being drawn into discussions that seem academic and intellectual until they realize they've become part of something they can't safely leave. Have you ever wondered what it's like to watch someone being murdered and not realize it until months later? 3 months ago, I was just a night security guard at a business park in Reading, spending my shifts reading books and doing crosswords. Now, I'm in protective custody somewhere in Wales, and my testimony about what I saw through CCTV cameras could expose a red room operation that's been broadcasting murders to thousands of viewers, while I unknowingly watched it all happen in real time. I've worked security for Morrison Security Services for about 2 years. It's easy work most of the time. Monitor CCTV feeds, do periodic building checks, log any incidents in the security report. The business park I cover has about 20 units, mostly small manufacturing companies and storage facilities that operate during normal business hours. My job is to make sure nothing gets broken into overnight. The unit that changed everything was Industrial Solutions Loyalty, a company that rented one of the larger warehouse spaces about 4 months ago. According to their lease application, they were in import-export, dealing with specialized equipment for various industries. They kept normal business hours initially, with delivery trucks arriving during the day and staff leaving by early evening. Industrial Solutions was run by a man called David Chen, who seemed professional and legitimate. When he signed the lease, he explained that his company required enhanced security and privacy due to the sensitive nature of their work with international clients. This meant upgrading the CCTV coverage in their section of the business park and installing additional monitoring equipment. The upgraded surveillance system was impressive. High-definition cameras with night vision capabilities, audio recording equipment, and monitoring software that could track movement patterns and identify unusual activity. David explained that his clients required this level of security documentation for insurance and compliance purposes. As the security guard responsible for monitoring these feeds, I was trained to use the new equipment and given specific instructions about documenting any activity around Industrial Solutions. This included logging delivery times, recording visitor details, and maintaining detailed reports about anyone who accessed their facility outside normal business hours. Initially, everything seemed routine. Delivery trucks during the day, occasional evening meetings with what appeared to be international clients, and standard warehouse activities. The enhanced CCTV coverage meant I could monitor their operations more thoroughly than other units, but nothing seemed suspicious or concerning. About 6 weeks after Industrial Solutions moved in, their activity patterns began to change. Instead of finishing by early evening, staff would often remain until very late at night. The types of deliveries also shifted. Fewer commercial trucks and more unmarked vans arriving at unusual hours, often staying for extended periods. David explained these changes when I mentioned them in my security reports. He said the company was expanding into time-sensitive international markets that required round-the-clock operations. The unusual delivery schedule was necessary to coordinate with clients in different time zones who needed immediate access to specialized equipment. The nighttime activities gradually became more frequent and elaborate. I'd watch through the CCTV feeds as people moved equipment around the warehouse, set up what appeared to be temporary work areas, and conducted meetings that sometimes lasted until dawn. The enhanced surveillance system captured everything in remarkable detail. Around this time, David asked me to expand my monitoring responsibilities. Beyond standard security surveillance, he needed detailed documentation of all activities around their facility for what he called operational compliance purposes. This meant reviewing recorded footage, creating timestamped logs of events, and maintaining archives of particularly important activities. The compliance documentation work paid substantially better than standard security duties, and David assured me it was just administrative record-keeping required by his international clients. I welcomed the additional income and found the work straightforward enough, essentially creating detailed reports about what I was already observing through the CCTV system. As weeks passed, the activities I was documenting became increasingly unusual. The warehouse would be reconfigured regularly, with temporary structures assembled and dismantled between sessions. Professional lighting equipment would be set up around specific areas, along with what appeared to be sophisticated recording devices. When I asked David about these activities, he explained that Industrial Solutions had expanded into creating training materials and documentation for their international clients. The temporary setups were necessary for filming instructional videos about equipment operation and safety procedures. The training sessions always followed similar patterns: extensive preparation involving equipment setup and lighting configuration, followed by what appeared to be filming activities, then thorough cleanup and equipment removal. My role was to document the timing and participants involved in these sessions for compliance purposes. The people involved in these training sessions seemed to change regularly, with new participants arriving for each filming event. David explained that this was because they were creating materials for different types of equipment and needed specialists with relevant expertise for each training video. What struck me as odd was how the participants behaved during these sessions. Unlike normal training or instructional filming, the people involved seemed distressed or reluctant. When I mentioned this in my reports, David assured me that realistic safety training required participants to demonstrate genuine concern about potential hazards. About 2 months ago, I started noticing technical equipment around the Industrial Solutions facility that seemed more sophisticated than necessary for creating training videos. Multiple camera angles, professional audio systems, and computer equipment that appeared designed for live broadcasting rather than simple recording. David explained that their clients required real-time access to training materials, necessitating live streaming capabilities. The enhanced technical setup allowed them to broadcast training sessions to international audiences who couldn't attend in person. This explained the sophisticated equipment and the emphasis on precise timing for their filming sessions. My documentation responsibilities expanded to include monitoring the technical aspects of these broadcasts, verifying that streaming equipment was functioning correctly, logging connection quality issues, and maintaining records of broadcast durations and viewer access logs that David's system automatically generated. The viewer logs were remarkable in their scope. Thousands of people from around the world were accessing these training broadcasts, with detailed analytics showing viewing patterns, geographic distribution, and engagement metrics. David's operation was clearly successful in reaching international audiences. 1 month ago, everything changed when I discovered what these broadcasts actually were. While reviewing archived footage for compliance documentation, I noticed that one of the computer monitors visible in the CCTV feed was displaying a dark web interface rather than the normal streaming platform David had described. The interface showed the same warehouse space I'd been monitoring, but it was labeled as a red room with viewer count displays and what appeared to be payment processing systems. The training sessions I'd been documenting weren't educational content. They were live torture and murder broadcasts being streamed to paying audiences on the dark web. The participants I'd watched weren't willing trainers demonstrating safety procedures. They were victims being murdered while thousands of people paid to watch. My detailed compliance documentation had been creating evidence of systematic killing for entertainment, and I'd been unknowingly facilitating the operation by providing security oversight. I realized that Industrial Solutions had never been an import-export company. The entire operation was designed to create a legitimate front for dark web red room broadcasting, using my security monitoring to ensure their activities remained undetected, while documenting everything for their own operational purposes. David's emphasis on enhanced security wasn't about protecting valuable equipment. It was about maintaining operational security for systematic murder. The professional CCTV coverage I'd been trained to monitor was partly for his own security, but also to create detailed archives of their broadcasts for premium subscribers. My compliance documentation hadn't been administrative record keeping. It had been creating detailed logs of murder events, participant information, and broadcast analytics that helped David's operation optimize their content for dark web audiences. I'd been an unwitting administrator for a systematic killing operation. When I confronted David about what I'd discovered, he calmly explained that I was already too deeply involved to simply walk away. Months of detailed documentation had created evidence trails that would suggest I was a willing participant, rather than an unknowing observer. My security reports contained information that could only have been gathered through knowing cooperation. David also revealed that my own activities had been under surveillance during this entire period. Security cameras monitoring the security office meant that my reactions to various broadcasts had been documented, showing my gradual normalization of increasingly disturbing content. This footage could be edited to suggest willing participation, rather than unknowing observation. I managed to escape and contact the police, but the investigation has revealed the complexity of prosecuting dark web crimes. The broadcasts were accessed through encrypted networks that make traditional evidence gathering extremely difficult. Most of the direct evidence exists in digital formats that require specialized technical knowledge to authenticate. More problematically, my own involvement creates complications for the prosecution. Months of detailed documentation and security monitoring could be characterized by defense lawyers as evidence of willing participation. My gradual acceptance of increasingly unusual activities could be presented as knowing cooperation rather than professional obligation. The police have moved me to protective custody while they investigate, but they've explained that dark web red room cases are notoriously difficult to prosecute successfully. The technology provides multiple layers of anonymity for operators and viewers, while the evidence often relies on witnesses whose own involvement can be questioned. David's operation has apparently shut down and relocated since my escape, but the police believe it's part of a larger network that operates multiple facilities across the country. Industrial Solutions was just one node in a system that uses legitimate business fronts to hide systematic murder broadcasting. The most disturbing aspect is learning how many people were involved in David's network without understanding what they were facilitating. Delivery drivers, equipment suppliers, cleaning services, and utility workers, all unknowingly supporting an operation that broadcast murder to international audiences. My case has become a test for how effectively law enforcement can prosecute dark web crimes using traditional legal frameworks. The police are trying to build a case that doesn't rely too heavily on my testimony, given the complications created by my unwitting involvement in documenting the operation. I've spent weeks in debriefing sessions, helping investigators understand how David's operation functioned and identifying other potential facilities that might be using similar business models. The scale of the network they've uncovered is far larger than anyone initially suspected. The investigation has revealed that Industrial Solutions was generating substantial revenue through their dark web broadcasts, with thousands of subscribers paying premium rates for access to live murder content. The professional quality and systematic operation made their broadcast particularly valuable to audiences seeking authentic material. I keep thinking about all the victims I watched die through those CCTV feeds, not understanding what I was really observing. People who were murdered while I documented their final moments for compliance reports that helped optimize their killer's broadcasting operation. The police have assured me that my cooperation is essential for prosecuting David's network, but they've also explained that the legal process could take years and that successful convictions are far from guaranteed. Dark web crimes exist in legal grey areas that traditional prosecution methods struggle to address effectively. I'm writing this from a safe house somewhere in Wales, where I'll remain until the investigation concludes and the trial process begins. The police believe David's network is still active and that my testimony poses a significant threat to their continued operations. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to meet with prosecutors who will determine whether my evidence is sufficient to build a case against David's network. But they've warned me that the legal challenges are substantial and that my own involvement creates complications that defense lawyers will certainly exploit. The most terrifying realization is that David's operation was just one of many similar networks operating across the country. The business park model provides perfect cover for dark web red rooms, using legitimate commercial spaces to hide systematic murder broadcasting, while unknowing security guards document everything. How many other security guards might be unknowingly monitoring murder broadcasts? How many business parks might house similar operations? How many people might be facilitating systematic killing without understanding what they're really observing? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, hidden behind legitimate business fronts, broadcasting authentic murder to paying audiences while ordinary people unknowingly facilitate their activities. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume murder as entertainment. I never thought security work could lead to becoming a witness to systematic murder. I thought the biggest risks were dealing with break-ins or equipment failures. I never imagined that monitoring CCTV feeds could make me complicit in facilitating dark web red room operations. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so horrifying. I spent months watching people die while thinking I was just doing my job, creating detailed documentation that helped optimize their murders for entertainment value. Tomorrow's meeting will determine whether my testimony can help prosecute David's network or whether the legal complications make a successful case impossible. Either way, I know I'll never be able to work security again. The guard becomes the witness to systematic murder, and there's no way to unsee what I've documented. And somewhere out there, David's network is probably setting up new operations, recruiting new security guards, who don't know they're about to become unwitting administrators for the next generation of dark web entertainment. The thing about being watched is that you can often feel it before you see it. That prickle at the back of your neck, the sense that something's not quite right. I used to think that was just paranoia, the sort of thing people made up to make their boring lives feel more dramatic. Then my flatmate Jake brought home that encrypted flash drive, and I learned exactly how it feels when strangers turn your entire existence into entertainment. It was a Tuesday evening in March, raining as usual, and I was sprawled on our old sofa in our shared flat in Bethnal Green. Jake burst through the door, soaked and grinning like he'd just discovered fire. He pulled this tiny USB stick from his jacket pocket, waving it about like it was the crown jewels. The drive contained what he claimed was research material for his dissertation on underground digital communities. According to Jake, some postgrad student had been investigating the darker corners of the internet before dropping out suddenly, left all their stuff behind, including this drive that supposedly contained access credentials to parts of the dark web most people never see. Now, I'm not completely naive about these things. I work in graphic design, spend most of my day online, and I'd heard the stories about hidden marketplaces and illegal content floating around encrypted networks. But I'd never actually ventured beyond downloading the odd film or album through BitTorrent. The dark web seemed like something for proper criminals or paranoid journalists, not ordinary people from East London. Jake was persistent though. He'd already downloaded Tor and was fumbling about with something called Tails, trying to get the whole anonymous browsing setup working on his ancient laptop. The credentials on the drive included a list of .onion addresses and what appeared to be login details for various sites. Most of it looked like standard dark web fare. Drug marketplaces, fake document services, that sort of thing. But there was one address that kept catching my eye, mainly because it was accompanied by a warning written in red text. Access at own risk. Active participants only. The address led to something called a Red Room. Jake explained these were supposedly live streams where viewers could watch real violence unfold, sometimes even paying to influence what happened. He insisted they were mostly urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to separate gullible punters from their cryptocurrency. But the way he kept glancing at that particular address suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. We spent the next hour setting up the security protocols. Multiple VPN connections, encrypted browsers, the works. Jake treated it like we were preparing for some covert military operation, rather than satisfying morbid curiosity. Looking back, maybe his paranoia wasn't entirely misplaced. The first few sites we visited were disappointingly mundane. Drug markets that looked like budget versions of Amazon, forums full of people arguing about encryption methods, and what appeared to be a surprisingly active community dedicated to reviewing different brands of tinfoil hats. The whole thing felt less like exploring the criminal underworld and more like browsing a particularly rubbish version of eBay. But then we found the Red Room. The site looked professional in a way that immediately set it apart. Clean interface, proper navigation, even what appeared to be customer service chat boxes. It was called the Viewing Room, and accessing it required both the credentials from Jake's drive and a payment of roughly £50 worth of Bitcoin. Jake had some cryptocurrency left over from a previous ill-advised investment in some dodgy altcoin, so we decided to take the plunge. What we found inside wasn't what either of us expected. The main page displayed a grid of thumbnail images, each representing a different stream. Most were dark or showed empty rooms, but 3 or 4 appeared to be active. Viewer counts ranged from a handful to several hundred. The interface allowed you to join streams as a passive observer or upgrade to what they called participant status for additional fees. Jake clicked on one of the active streams before I could stop him. The video quality was surprisingly good. We were looking at what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, occupied by a person whose face was obscured by the camera angle. They appeared to be restrained, though the specifics weren't clear. A chat box ran alongside the video, filling with messages from anonymous viewers. The messages were what made my stomach drop. Viewers were making requests, offering payments for specific actions. The amounts being discussed weren't trivial. Hundreds of pounds for relatively minor things, thousands for more serious requests. And someone was apparently fulfilling these requests because the person in the chair would occasionally move or react in ways that corresponded to the chat messages. Jake and I sat there for maybe 10 minutes, not saying anything, just watching this unfold. The casual nature of it was what disturbed me most. Viewers chatted amongst themselves like they were watching a football match, debating techniques and comparing prices. Some seemed to be regulars, referencing previous streams and making recommendations to newcomers. That's when Jake noticed something that made both of us go cold. One of the usernames in the chat was posting comments that included specific details about our location. Not just London or even East London, but references to Bethnal Green, our street, even our building. The user seemed to know we were first-time viewers and was offering to arrange a private demonstration for educational purposes. We closed the laptop immediately. The next few days passed normally enough. I went to work, Jake attended his lectures, and we didn't discuss what we'd seen. But I found myself checking the locks on our flat more frequently, and I noticed Jake had started closing his bedroom curtains during the day. The email arrived on Friday. It came to my personal Gmail account, not an address I'd ever used for anything related to the dark web. The sender was listed as viewing room services at Proton Mail, and the subject line simply read, "Thank you for your interest." The message was brief and professional. It thanked me for visiting their site and invited me to participate in an upcoming special broadcast. They mentioned that they'd identified me as someone with graphic design skills who might appreciate the artistic elements of their productions. The email included a Bitcoin address and instructions for making a deposit to secure what they called a front row seat. What made my blood freeze was the final paragraph. It mentioned that they'd noticed I lived in a ground floor flat with easy access through the kitchen window, and suggested that if I wasn't interested in viewing their content, perhaps I'd be interested in starring in it. I showed Jake the email, and his face went white. He'd received something similar, though he's focused on his film studies background, and suggested he might want to document the experience from the inside. We decided to ignore the messages and hope they'd lose interest, delete the emails, wipe Jake's laptop, pretend the whole thing had never happened. But the messages kept coming. Not just emails now, but text to my mobile number. WhatsApp messages with photos of our building taken from across the street. Someone had even slipped a printed note under our front door, written in the same professional tone as the emails, but with increasingly specific details about our daily routines. They knew when I left for work each morning, what time Jake usually returned from university, which takeaways we ordered from and how often. Someone was watching us, documenting our lives with the same casual attention to detail I'd seen in that chat room. The breaking point came when Jake found a small camera mounted on the lamppost outside our building. It wasn't a council CCTV camera or anything official. just a small device pointed directly at our windows. Jake climbed up and removed it, but we both knew that if they'd put up one camera, there were probably others. That night, we heard footsteps in the hallway outside our flat. Slow, deliberate steps that paused directly outside our door. The steps would continue for a few minutes, then stop, then start again. We could see shadows moving back and forth under the door gap. But when Jake finally worked up the courage to look through the peephole, the corridor was empty. The next morning, there was another note. This one was different, handwritten rather than printed, with a local postmark from earlier that same day. It contained details about the previous night's activities, describing exactly how we'd reacted to the footsteps, how long we'd waited before checking the door, even what we'd whispered to each other while hiding in Jake's bedroom. Someone had been listening. We went to the police that afternoon, but the response was about what you'd expect. The officer was polite but skeptical, especially when we tried to explain about the dark web and red rooms. He took down our details and said they'd increase patrols in the area, but I could tell he thought we were either making it up or had brought it on ourselves by getting involved with dodgy websites. The surveillance continued for another week. More cameras appeared and disappeared. Messages arrived with increasingly personal details, and we began to notice the same faces appearing in different locations around our neighborhood. People who seemed to turn up wherever we went, always maintaining just enough distance to avoid being obviously suspicious. Jake started talking about moving back in with his parents in Yorkshire. I was considering the same thing, though my parents lived in a tiny village in Somerset, where strangers would be noticed immediately. But before either of us could make concrete plans, the situation escalated. I came home from work on a Thursday evening to find our front door standing open. Not forced, just unlocked and ajar, as if someone had walked in and forgotten to close it properly behind them. Jake's laptop was missing from the kitchen table, along with the flash drive and all the notes we'd been collecting as evidence. But they'd left something behind. On my bed, there was a printed photograph of me sleeping. The angle suggested it had been taken from inside my bedroom, probably the night before. I was lying on my side, facing the camera, completely unaware that someone was standing in my room documenting my unconscious state. Attached to the photograph was a business card with the viewing room logo and a single line of text. "Ready for your audition." Jake and I packed our essential belongings that same evening and left London. We didn't tell anyone where we were going, paid for everything in cash, and avoided using our phones or cards for several days. I stayed with friends in Brighton for a couple of weeks before eventually finding a new flat in a different part of the city. Jake went back to Yorkshire and transferred to a different university. For a while, it seemed like we'd managed to disappear. No more messages, no more surveillance, no more unexpected visitors. I started to relax, began to think that maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. But last month, I received another email. This one came to a Gmail account I'd created specifically for flat hunting in Brighton, an account I'd never used for anything else, connected to a phone number I'd only given to potential landlords and estate agents. The message was brief and familiar. "Thank you for your interest. We've been looking forward to working with you again." Attached was a photograph of my current building, taken from street level, with my bedroom window circled in red. I'm writing this because I'm not sure what else to do. The police in Brighton were even less helpful than the ones in London, and I can't keep running forever. Someone out there has decided that I'm going to be part of their entertainment, whether I want to be or not. The thing that keeps me awake at night isn't just the surveillance or the threats. It's the memory of that chat room, full of ordinary people casually bidding on human suffering, like they were buying items at auction. Hundreds of viewers, all comfortable with the idea that someone else's pain was worth paying for. I keep wondering how many of them are still out there, still watching, still waiting for their next show to begin, and whether the person in that chair, the one we watched for those 10 minutes before we came to our senses, ever made it home to their own flat, their own life, their own false sense of security. The camera outside my current building is smaller than the last one, better hidden, but I spotted it yesterday morning on my way to work. Same angle, same direct line of sight to my windows. I haven't told my new flatmates about any of this. What would be the point? They'd either think I was paranoid or they'd want to leave, and I can't afford to find another place right now. Besides, I'm starting to think it doesn't matter where I go. These people have resources, patience, and apparently unlimited time to devote to their hobby. Sometimes I wonder if this is how it starts for everyone who ends up in those rooms. Maybe nobody volunteers. Maybe they all thought they were just curious observers, right up until the moment they realized they'd become the entertainment. The new email arrived this morning. Same professional tone, same polite language, but with a countdown timer embedded in the message. 72 hours until what they're calling my premiere performance. I'm not going to run this time. There's nowhere left to go, and I'm tired of looking over my shoulder. But I wanted to write this down, get it recorded somewhere, just in case. Maybe someone will read it and think twice before clicking on that suspicious link or plugging in that mysterious USB drive. Or maybe they'll read it and think it sounds made up, like something from a bad horror film. That's probably what I would have thought before Jake brought home that flash drive and we decided to see what all the fuss was about. The timer on my phone says 68 hours remaining. I keep checking it compulsively, watching the numbers tick down like it's New Year's Eve. I never considered myself tech-savvy. Just average, really. I could navigate basic computer functions, use standard software, and handle simple troubleshooting. Nothing special. My job as a data entry specialist for a medical billing company required minimal technical skills, mostly just inputting codes and numbers into pre-designed systems. Monotonous work, but it paid the bills. My roommate Eli was the tech expert between us. Computer science major, spent his free time coding and discussing cybersecurity on forums. Always had 3 monitors running simultaneously, all displaying things I couldn't begin to understand. When our internet connection slowed down for the 3rd time in a month, Eli decided to upgrade our router and reconfigure our home network. That's when everything changed. While setting up the new security features, Eli discovered unusual traffic patterns originating from our IP address. Late-night data transfers, connections to unfamiliar servers, encrypted packets being sent at regular intervals, all happening when both of us should have been asleep. The timestamps showed activity between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. almost every night for the past 6 weeks. I assured him it wasn't me. My laptop was basic and mainly used for streaming shows and occasionally working from home. Eli checked my system anyway, running diagnostic tools I'd never heard of. That's when he found the hidden partition on my hard drive. According to Eli, someone had remotely accessed my laptop and created a separate storage area invisible to standard file explorers. Inside was a Tor browser installation, cryptocurrency wallet software, and a folder containing what appeared to be encryption keys. The browser history showed regular visits to .onion domains, dark web addresses unreachable through normal browsers. The most frequently visited site was something called the Observatory. My first instinct was to wipe the laptop completely. but Eli advised against it. This was evidence of a serious security breach, possibly even criminal activity being conducted through my device. We needed to understand what was happening before eliminating the evidence. Eli suggested setting up monitoring software to see what happened during those late-night sessions. If someone was remotely accessing my laptop, we could capture information about them. For the next 3 nights, we left my laptop powered on, but disconnected from the internet. Nothing happened. On the 4th night, Eli configured it to record screen activity while allowing internet access again. We both slept in his room rather than mine, my laptop left on my desk, its webcam covered with electrical tape just to be safe. The next morning, we reviewed the recordings. At 2:17 a.m., my laptop woke from sleep mode without any physical interaction. The screen displayed the Tor browser launching automatically, connecting to the network, then navigating to an address consisting of random letters and numbers ending in .onion. A login screen appeared, and credentials were entered automatically from saved data. Then the screen went black except for a simple interface, a video player, a chat window, and a timer counting down from 90 minutes. The video showed an empty room with plain walls. For nearly 20 minutes, nothing happened on screen. The chat window occasionally flashed with new messages, but they were in a language neither of us recognized. At the 22-minute mark, a person entered the frame. They wore ordinary clothes, but had their face digitally blurred, not covered, but processed to be unrecognizable. They sat in a chair facing the camera and held up a digital tablet displaying that day's date and time. For the next hour, the person simply sat there while messages continued appearing in the chat. Occasionally, they would shift position slightly or check the tablet. Nothing dramatic occurred. Then, at the 83-minute mark, the person stood up, approached the camera, and adjusted it to pan around the room, revealing a second chair that had previously been out of frame. The person returned to their original position, and the feed continued until the timer reached 0. Then the browser closed automatically, and the laptop returned to sleep mode. Eli was convinced we were witnessing some kind of scam operation. His theory was that someone had compromised my laptop to use it as a proxy for accessing the dark web, specifically to participate in what appeared to be paid viewings of some underground content. The mundane nature of what we'd seen was puzzling, but Eli explained that dark web red rooms were largely considered urban myths, purported live streams of extreme content that most cybersecurity experts dismissed as scams designed to steal cryptocurrency. We agreed to monitor for one more night before wiping the system and implementing stronger security measures. That night followed the same pattern, except the room shown in the video feed contained both chairs from the start, both empty. After 17 minutes, a person entered, same blurred face effect, and sat in one chair. They held up the tablet with the date and time, then set it aside. The chat window became more active. At the 36-minute mark, a second person entered the frame and sat in the other chair. Their face was similarly blurred. They held up no tablet, made no introductions. Both figures simply sat facing the camera while the chat continued to fill with messages. At the 54-minute mark, both figures stood simultaneously. The first approached the camera and adjusted it again, panning to show more of the room. In the corner, barely visible, was a third chair. The figures returned to their seats. The feed continued until the timer expired. The pattern was clear now. Each night added a new chair, revealed at some point during the broadcast. Eli was still convinced it was an elaborate scam, but couldn't explain the purpose. If someone was paying to watch this, what were they getting for their money? We decided to monitor one more night before taking action. The third recording began the same way. 3 chairs visible from the start, 3 blurred figures entering at different times, each holding up the tablet with the date and time. The chat window was more active than previous nights. At the 62-minute mark, all 3 figures stood, and one adjusted the camera to reveal a 4th chair in the corner of the room. Unlike the others, this chair had restraints attached to the armrests and legs. That was enough. The next morning, Eli helped me completely wipe my laptop, reinstall the operating system, and set up advanced security measures. We changed our network configuration, implemented strict firewalls, and Eli even installed monitoring software on our router to alert us to any unusual traffic patterns. For good measure, I started shutting down my laptop completely at night and storing it in a drawer. A week passed without incident. No strange connections, no unexplained data transfers. It seemed the problem had been resolved. Eli's theory was that my laptop had been randomly targeted by a botnet, compromised through some vulnerability in my outdated security software. The whole Red Room business was likely just a scam targeting people on the dark web, convincing them to pay cryptocurrency to watch increasingly elaborate, but ultimately fake, exclusive content. Then I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply "Observation continues." The body contained only an attached image file. Against better judgment, I opened it. The image showed my bedroom, taken from the perspective of my laptop's webcam. The timestamp in the corner showed a date from the previous night, at exactly 2:17 a.m. My laptop had been shut down and in a drawer at that time. I showed the email to Eli, who examined the metadata and confirmed the timestamp hadn't been altered. He checked my laptop again, but found no evidence of any compromise or activation. It was as if the image had been taken by a device that wasn't there. That night, we set up a separate camera in my room, positioned to monitor the drawer where I kept my laptop. The recordings showed nothing unusual. No one entered the room. The drawer remained closed all night. Yet the next morning, I received another email with another image of my bedroom at 2:17 a.m., taken from the exact same webcam angle, despite my laptop being securely stored away. Eli suggested staying somewhere else for a few days while he conducted a more thorough investigation of our apartment. I arranged to stay with a colleague and packed enough clothes for a week. Before leaving, I removed the battery from my laptop entirely, rendering it incapable of any function. 3 days into my stay at my colleague's place, another email arrived. Same subject line, same format. The attached image showed me sleeping in my colleague's guest room. The angle was identical to where a laptop webcam would be positioned, if there had been a laptop in the room, which there wasn't. The timestamp showed 2:17 a.m. from the previous night. I returned home immediately, finding Eli surrounded by dismantled electronics. He had been systematically checking every device in our apartment for hidden cameras or unknown surveillance equipment. He found nothing unusual until he examined my old laptop battery that I had removed and left behind. According to him, it had been modified to include a small cellular modem, a component that could maintain a connection to the internet independently of the laptop itself, allowing for remote access even when the computer appeared to be completely powered down. This discovery prompted a more thorough investigation. Eli removed the battery from his own laptop and examined it, finding a similar modification. Further checks revealed that our router, which Eli had purchased online 6 months earlier, contained custom firmware that differed from the manufacturer's specifications. Even our smart TV had been modified to allow remote access to its integrated camera. The implications were clear. Our entire apartment had been compromised, not randomly, but with deliberate and sophisticated precision. Someone had methodically created a surveillance network within our living space, using our own devices against us. Eli contacted a cybersecurity professional he knew from his university, who agreed to examine our equipment. Their conclusion was disturbing. The modifications were professional grade, suggesting resources and expertise beyond typical hackers. The cellular modems in our batteries connected to private networks rather than commercial carriers, making them virtually untraceable. Most concerning was the discovery that these modifications had been in place for at least 8 months, far longer than the 6 weeks of suspicious network activity we had initially detected. We moved out of the apartment the following week, found separate places, disposed of all our electronics, purchased new devices from physical stores rather than online. I changed jobs, started using cash instead of cards whenever possible, and implemented every privacy measure recommended by Eli's security contact. 3 months passed without incident. No strange emails, no unexplained images. Life began to return to a semblance of normalcy, though I still covered any webcam with tape and stored my devices in a signal-blocking pouch at night. Then, last week, I received a package at my new address, an address I had shared with very few people. Inside was a brand new laptop, still sealed in its factory packaging. No note, no return address. I left it untouched and contacted Eli, who arranged for his cybersecurity contact to examine it in a controlled environment. The laptop was factory sealed and appeared completely normal upon initial inspection. The operating system was a standard installation with no obvious modifications. It was only when they disassembled the device that they discovered the anomaly, a custom component integrated into the motherboard, virtually indistinguishable from the original parts unless you knew exactly what to look for. According to the security expert, this component would have allowed remote activation of the laptop even when powered off. More disturbing was their assessment that this wasn't an aftermarket modification. It had been integrated during the manufacturing process, which should have been impossible without inside access to the production facility. Yesterday, I received a text message from an unknown number. It contained only a time, 2:17 a.m. I didn't sleep last night. Instead, I sat in the dark of my new apartment, watching the clock. At exactly 2:17 a.m., every electronic device I owned, my new phone, my replacement laptop, my smart TV, turned on simultaneously, screens displaying the same image. An empty room with 5 chairs arranged in a semicircle. 4 were occupied by figures with blurred faces. The 5th chair, positioned in the center, remained empty. The screens displayed this image for exactly 1 minute before shutting off. I've since disconnected everything, removed batteries, cut power to my apartment. I'm writing this at a public library on a computer that has no connection to me. When I finish, I'm leaving the city, maybe the country. I don't know who these observers are or what they want. I don't know how they've managed to integrate themselves into devices that should be secure, or how they tracked me to my new location. What I do know is that the chairs in that room have been increasing by 1 each night, and the newest chair, the empty one, is meant for me. The most terrifying realization isn't that they're watching, it's that they're waiting. Each night at 2:17 a.m., a broadcast goes live somewhere on the dark web. People pay to watch, to participate in whatever this is. And somehow, through means I can't understand, I've moved from being an unwitting proxy in their observation network to being the subject of their observation itself. If you're reading this and suddenly find your devices behaving strangely, or discover unexplained network activity in the early morning hours, don't make the mistake I made. Don't investigate. Don't monitor. Don't try to understand. Just run. I never intended to find it. Most people who stumble onto the darker corners of the internet are actively looking, following breadcrumbs of urban legends and whispered rumors. Not me. I was just doing my job. I work in digital forensics for an insurance company. Nothing glamorous, mostly analyzing data from car accident claims, verifying timestamps on property damage photos, that sort of thing. Occasionally, we get cases involving potential fraud, where someone might have manipulated evidence. That's what led me down this particular rabbit hole. A claim had come in for a high-end electronics store that had allegedly been robbed. The security camera footage showed masked figures breaking in after hours and methodically clearing out the most valuable merchandise. Standard stuff. But something about the video felt off to me. The timestamps were consistent. The metadata looked normal. But certain compression artifacts appeared in patterns that didn't match typical security camera encoding. I've spent enough time analyzing video to recognize when something's been processed through multiple systems. This footage had signatures suggesting it had been routed through some kind of streaming service before being downloaded and submitted as evidence. Again, not necessarily suspicious on its own. Many modern security systems upload to cloud servers automatically, but combined with a few other anomalies, it merited deeper investigation. I traced the video's digital fingerprint backward, following a trail of encoding signatures and network markers. The insurance company gives us considerable technical leeway when investigating potential fraud, so I had access to specialized tools and databases not available to the general public. What I expected to find was evidence that the footage had been staged, perhaps an inside job disguised as a break-in. What I found instead was a pathway leading to a closed network operating through a series of proxy servers and encryption layers. The security footage hadn't just been processed through standard cloud storage. It had been live streamed to a private audience before being repurposed as evidence for the insurance claim. Professional curiosity got the better of me. I followed the digital trail, using access tools that technically fell within my job description, but definitely pushed ethical boundaries. After 3 days of careful tracing, I found myself looking at an unmarked website, accessible only through specialized routing protocols. The landing page was minimal, just a login screen with no company name, no graphics, no identifying information of any kind. Using analytical techniques that I'd rather not detail, I managed to access the site's back-end database. What I found was a sophisticated streaming platform with hundreds of active feeds organized into categories. Most feeds showed empty rooms, parked cars, streetscapes, or other mundane settings. Each had viewership metrics, timestamping, and user interaction logs. This wasn't some amateur operation. It was a professional-grade surveillance network with global reach. One category caught my attention: scheduled events. Unlike the passive surveillance feeds, these had specific start times, viewer registration requirements, and something called interaction parameters. The most recent scheduled event had occurred the previous night, with the cryptic title Inventory Reduction Phase 3. When I checked the archived footage, I found myself watching the same robbery that had been submitted in our insurance claim. The implications hit me all at once. This wasn't footage of an actual robbery. This was something staged specifically for an audience, filmed to appear like security camera footage, then repurposed as evidence for a fraudulent insurance claim. The thieves were performers. The stolen merchandise was probably moved out through legitimate channels, while the insurance company paid for the supposed loss. Clever as far as fraud schemes go, but what disturbed me more was the viewership data. 63 people had watched this staged robbery live, many paying significant amounts in cryptocurrency for the privilege. The interactive log showed viewers sending real-time messages suggesting how the thieves should behave, which items to take, whether to vandalize the space, how to position themselves for better camera angles. I should have reported my findings immediately, compiled the evidence for our fraud investigation team, and moved on. Instead, I kept digging, curious about the other scheduled events in the system. Most had innocuous titles that gave little indication of their content. Night Shift Protocol, Wellness Check 17, Conditioning Session. The viewership numbers varied from as few as 10 to over 100, with corresponding price tiers. The next scheduled event was something called Home Evaluation Series, Residence 28, set to begin at 1 a.m. the following night. Against every ethical guideline and professional standard, I decided to observe it. I told myself it was necessary for building a comprehensive fraud case. In reality, I was simply curious. A curiosity I've regretted every day since. I took precautions, using a secured connection and routing through multiple proxies. At 12:55 a.m., I accessed the platform and found the upcoming stream already had 47 registered viewers. A countdown timer showed 5 minutes remaining. The preview image displayed what looked like ordinary home security camera footage of a living room. Sofa, television, coffee table. Typical suburban decor. Nothing unusual or particularly interesting. At exactly 1 a.m., the stream went live. The initial view showed the living room from a corner ceiling perspective, mimicking standard home security positioning. For several minutes, nothing happened. The empty room, dimly lit by a small lamp, remained still and silent. The viewership count ticked up to 53. A text interface at the bottom of the screen showed viewers sending messages, most expressing anticipation or discussing technical aspects of the camera setup. At 1:08 a.m., a new camera angle activated, showing what appeared to be a bedroom. A person was sleeping in the bed, unaware of being observed by dozens of strangers. The camera angle was positioned to show the entire room, with particular focus on the bedroom door and window. Again, messages scrolled as viewers discussed the setting, the subject, and something they referred to as entry methods. With growing discomfort, I realized I was watching someone's actual home, accessed through their own security system, without their knowledge. The viewers weren't just passive observers. They were actively discussing how to enter this residence. This wasn't entertainment, it was premeditation. At 1:17 a.m., a third camera angle activated, showing the exterior of the house, specifically the back door and patio area. A figure in dark clothing appeared at the edge of the frame, moving carefully toward the door. Messages from viewers increased rapidly, many sending specific instructions about the lock mechanism, based on what they could see in the high-definition footage. I was witnessing the planning and execution of a home invasion, being live-streamed to paying viewers who were actively participating in the process. This went far beyond insurance fraud or staged robberies. This was real, happening in real time, to an unsuspecting victim. I frantically tried to identify the location, searching for any distinguishing features in the footage. Street signs through windows, mail with an address, anything that could help me alert authorities. But the camera angles were carefully chosen to avoid revealing identifying details. The only geographic clue was a weather alert visible on a phone screen on the nightstand, suggesting a location somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. As the figure began working on the back door lock, I made a decision. I had to report this immediately, even if it meant admitting I had accessed the platform without authorization. I disconnected from the stream and called the FBI's cyber division. Using an anonymous reporting system, I provided everything I had: the network pathways, access methods, descriptions of what I'd witnessed, and the connection to our insurance fraud case. The next morning, I arrived at work to find 2 federal agents waiting in our company's security office. For 3 hours, they questioned me about how I had discovered the streaming platform, what I had observed, and whether I had participated in any way beyond viewing. They seemed less interested in the home invasion I had reported, and more focused on the broader network infrastructure. They took custody of all my research materials and requested I not discuss the matter with anyone else while their investigation proceeded. That evening, I searched news sources for any reports of a home invasion in the Pacific Northwest. Nothing appeared that matched what I had witnessed. Either it hadn't made the news, hadn't actually occurred, or it happened somewhere entirely different than I had assumed. 2 days later, I received an email from an address consisting only of numbers. The subject line read, "Viewer Analytics Report." The message contained a single line of text: "Your observation patterns have been flagged for review." Attached was a detailed file analyzing my viewing behavior during the brief time I had accessed the platform. How long I had watched each camera angle, which parts of the frame my cursor had hovered over, timestamps of when I had been active versus idle. It concluded with an assessment that I displayed intervention probability indicators that made me an unsuitable viewing participant. The precision of this analysis was chilling. Whatever system they were using could track not just that I had viewed the stream, but exactly how I had engaged with it, right down to my mouse movements and hesitations. They knew I wasn't a genuine customer. They knew I was likely to report what I had seen. I changed all my passwords, reformatted my work computer, and swept my home for surveillance devices. I found nothing unusual, but the feeling of being monitored persisted. A week passed without incident. The federal agents didn't contact me again. The anonymous email address sent nothing further. Our fraud investigation proceeded without any mention of what I had discovered. I began to wonder if I had overreacted. Perhaps the streaming platform was actually some elaborate role-playing game where participants pretended to plan crimes. Perhaps the home and its sleeping occupant were staged setups with paid actors, like the electronics store robbery. Such an explanation wouldn't make it legal, but it would at least be less immediately dangerous. Then the photographs arrived. Standard 4x6 prints in a plain white envelope, no return address, delivered to my apartment mailbox. 5 photos in total. The first showed me entering my workplace, taken from what appeared to be a security camera across the street. The second showed me at a coffee shop I frequented, captured from the shop's own surveillance system. The third was me getting into my car in a grocery store parking lot. The fourth showed the exterior of my apartment building. The fifth photo showed me asleep in my bed, taken from an angle high in the corner of my bedroom. I have no security cameras in my apartment. No webcams positioned where that photo could have been taken. No devices with cameras directed toward my bed. Yet there it was. Proof that someone had been watching me sleep, just as I had watched a stranger sleep through that live stream. I went to the police, showed them the photos, explained the situation. They took a report, checked my apartment for signs of breaking and entering, found nothing disturbed. No evidence of how the bedroom photo had been taken. They suggested installing better locks, getting a security system, being more aware of my surroundings. Standard advice that completely missed the point of what was happening. Over the next few weeks, more envelopes arrived. Each contained a single photo showing me in situations where I believed I was unobserved. Reading on my balcony, showering, captured from outside the bathroom window. Working late at my desk. Each photo had a timestamp and a viewership count printed in the bottom corner. Apparently, 16 people had watched me shower. 23 had observed me sleeping. 31 had seen me working at my desk. I moved to a different apartment, changed jobs, altered my appearance, and adjusted my routine. The photos kept coming, now delivered to my new address. Sometimes they would arrive within hours of being taken, proving they weren't the result of long-term surveillance, but active, ongoing observation. The most recent envelope arrived yesterday. Instead of photographs, it contained a small card with a printed message. Home Evaluation Series, Residence 43, scheduled for 1 a.m. Estimated viewers, 58 primary subject. U interaction parameters extended. Below this was a link to the streaming platform I had discovered months ago. I'm not going to be in my apartment at 1 a.m. tonight. I won't be anywhere they can easily find me. I've disabled or disposed of anything that could potentially be used to track my location. This message was typed on a public computer, and I'll be somewhere else entirely by the time anyone reads it. I still don't fully understand what I've stumbled into. Some kind of voyeuristic network that repurposes security systems for entertainment. A criminal organization that combines surveillance with burglary and fraud. Something with even darker purposes that I haven't yet discerned. What I do know is that in this system, the distinction between observer and observed is fluid. Today's viewer becomes tomorrow's unwitting performer. The cameras that make us feel secure are the same ones that make us vulnerable. And somewhere out there right now, someone is watching footage of ordinary people in supposedly private moments, never realizing that they themselves are being watched through the very screen they're using to observe others. The most disturbing part isn't that I'm being monitored. It's the realization that I probably always was. The platform I discovered didn't create this surveillance network. It merely monetized what already existed. Our world is saturated with cameras we've willingly installed, with devices that listen and watch, with systems designed to track our movements and behaviors. We've built our own panopticon and called it convenience, called it security, called it connection. I don't know who will be watching at 1 a.m. tonight. I don't know what extended interaction parameters means in this context, but I do know that whatever happens, it will be recorded, categorized, and stored for future viewers. Another node in an ever-expanding network of observed moments. And somewhere in that database is footage of me watching someone else, unaware that I was already part of the performance. Okay, so this is what happened to me, and I'm still not entirely sure how I ended up in this situation. 3 months ago, I was just a postgraduate student in Manchester, looking for someone to share the rent on a decent 2-bedroom flat near the university. Now I'm locked in a bathroom, in a Premier Inn somewhere outside Liverpool, and in roughly 12 hours, thousands of people are going to watch me die on a live stream that my flatmate has been preparing for weeks. I should probably start from the beginning. I'm 23, studying for a master's degree in social work in Manchester. The course is demanding but rewarding. We spend a lot of time discussing vulnerable populations and how to protect people from exploitation. The irony of my current situation isn't lost on me. Finding affordable accommodation in Manchester is nearly impossible on a student budget, so when I saw an advert for someone looking to share a spacious flat in Didsbury, I jumped at the chance. The rent was reasonable, the location was perfect, and the flatmate seemed normal enough based on our brief text exchanges. Her name was Emma. She worked from home doing something with computers, and she preferred a quiet environment for studying and working. Emma was in her late 20s, softly spoken, and obsessively tidy. She kept strange hours, often up all night working, sleeping during the day. But she was respectful about noise levels and always paid her share of bills on time. She'd converted the larger bedroom into both a sleeping area and an elaborate home office setup with multiple monitors, professional lighting equipment, and what appeared to be streaming gear. When I asked about her work, Emma explained that she created content for online platforms. She was deliberately vague about the specifics, mentioning something about niche audiences and specialized streaming services. I assumed she was doing gaming content or tutorials. Lots of people make decent money creating online content these days, and her equipment certainly looked professional enough. Emma rarely had visitors, rarely went out during normal hours, and seemed to live entirely online. She ordered everything for delivery, groceries, meals, even basic household items. The only times I saw her leave the flat were for brief walks at odd hours, usually very late at night or very early in the morning. She seemed almost allergic to natural daylight. About a month after moving in, I started noticing some odd things about Emma's routine. She would receive packages almost daily, not just normal deliveries, but items that required signature confirmation and seemed unusually heavy or bulky. When I asked about them casually, she explained that her work required specialized equipment that needed regular updates or replacements. The packages often arrived when I was at university, but occasionally I'd be home to sign for them. Medical supplies, plastic sheeting, industrial cleaning products, and items I couldn't identify wrapped in unmarked packaging. When I mentioned that some of the delivery content seemed unusual, Emma became defensive and explained that her content creation required props and materials that might seem strange to people unfamiliar with her industry. I also started noticing sounds from Emma's room at night, not just typing or video calls, but movement of heavy objects, occasional thuds that suggested furniture being rearranged, and what sounded like construction or assembly work. When I asked about the noise, she apologized and explained that she was upgrading her studio setup for better production quality. Around this time, Emma started asking me personal questions that seemed oddly specific. Details about my course schedule, when I'd be home or away, whether I had family visiting, if I was dating anyone seriously. She framed these as normal flatmate conversations, but something about her interest felt intrusive rather than friendly. She also began showing unusual interest in my social work studies, particularly the modules dealing with vulnerable populations and crisis intervention. Emma would ask detailed questions about what we learned in lectures, how we identified at-risk individuals, and what protocols we followed when someone was in immediate danger. I assumed she was just curious about my studies. One evening, while Emma was out on one of her rare excursions, I heard sounds coming from her room despite knowing she wasn't home. Thinking we might have an intruder, I carefully checked her door and found it unlocked. Inside, her computer setup was more extensive than I'd realized. Multiple monitors showing different websites, several cameras positioned around the room, and equipment I didn't recognize, but that looked expensive and professional. What disturbed me most was seeing my own image on one of the monitors. It appeared to be a live feed from a camera positioned somewhere in the common areas of our flat, showing the kitchen and living room from an angle that would capture anyone moving through the space. Emma had been recording the shared areas of our home without telling me. I confronted her about the surveillance when she returned, but Emma had a reasonable explanation ready. She claimed that she'd installed security cameras after some break-ins in the neighborhood and had forgotten to mention them. She apologized for not discussing it first and offered to adjust the camera angles to respect my privacy better. But over the following days, I started noticing more cameras hidden throughout the flat. Tiny devices positioned to capture different angles of the common areas, all feeding back to Emma's monitoring setup. When I looked more carefully, I realized she had created comprehensive surveillance of our entire living space, recording everything that happened when I was home. I also discovered that Emma had been accessing my personal computer when I was out. Files had been moved, browser history showed searches I hadn't made, and my social media accounts had been accessed from IP addresses I didn't recognize. She'd been systematically gathering information about my personal life, my schedule, my relationships, and my online activities. When I confronted Emma about this invasion of privacy, her demeanor changed completely. She dropped the apologetic, reasonable flatmate persona and became coldly professional. She explained that her work required detailed background information about people in her environment, and that my presence in the flat made me part of her operational security considerations. Emma then showed me exactly what kind of content she created. Her monitors displayed dark websites with addresses I couldn't read, streaming platforms that required special browsers to access, and chat systems where users discussed upcoming broadcasts using terms I didn't understand. Her work wasn't gaming content or tutorials. She was involved in producing live streams for audiences willing to pay for authentic, unscripted content. The surveillance of our flat wasn't for security, it was for content creation. Emma had been documenting my daily routines, my reactions to stress, my interactions with visitors, and my responses to various situations. She'd been creating a detailed profile of my behavior patterns and psychological responses for audiences who paid premium rates for authentic material. Most disturbing was learning that I hadn't randomly responded to a flatmate advertisement. Emma had specifically targeted me after researching my background, my studies, my family situation, and my social connections. She'd identified me as someone who would be suitable for her purposes, isolated enough to be vulnerable, but connected enough to generate interest from her audience. Emma explained that her viewers had been following my story for weeks through the surveillance footage. They'd watched me cook dinner, study for exams, talk on the phone with family, and navigate the stress of postgraduate studies. I'd unknowingly become a character in an ongoing narrative that thousands of people were consuming as entertainment. The final phase of Emma's project was transitioning from passive observation to interactive content. Her audience had paid substantial amounts to move beyond just watching my daily routine to influencing what happened to me. Emma showed me chat logs where viewers discussed scenarios they wanted to see enacted, specific situations they wanted me placed in, and reactions they hoped to capture on camera. I tried to leave immediately, but Emma calmly explained that I was already too deeply involved in her operation to simply walk away. She showed me evidence of my unwitting participation, footage of me in various states of undress, recordings of private phone conversations, and documentation of my daily routines that would be embarrassing if shared publicly. More significantly, Emma revealed that she'd been using my identity for aspects of her dark web activities. Communications sent from my computer, financial transactions processed through accounts opened in my name, and interactions with her network that created digital trails linking me to her operation. If authorities ever investigated her activities, the evidence would suggest I was a willing participant rather than an unwitting victim. Emma's audience had been anticipating this revelation for weeks. The moment when I discovered the truth about my situation was itself content they'd paid to see. My shock, fear, and growing understanding of my predicament had all been broadcast live to viewers who found authentic reactions more entertaining than scripted performances. The final broadcast was scheduled for the following night. Emma's viewers had paid premium rates to see the conclusion of my story, the moment when passive observation became active participation. She explained that my background in social work made me particularly interesting to her audience, people who enjoyed watching those trained to help others become helpless themselves. I managed to escape that night while Emma was distracted with technical preparations. I grabbed what cash I had and left Manchester without telling anyone where I was going. But Emma's surveillance network extended beyond our flat. She'd been monitoring my phone, my email, my social media accounts, and my financial transactions. Every move I made was being tracked and reported back to her operation. Over the past week, I've been moving between different hotels, paying cash when possible, avoiding main roads and CCTV cameras, but they keep finding me. Hotel staff who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Other guests who ask too many questions about my plans. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. Yesterday, I received a package at the hotel I'm staying in. A package addressed to a false name I'd only used for one night. Inside was a tablet computer showing a live stream of my current hotel room, apparently filmed from multiple hidden cameras. Text on the screen explained that Emma's audience had been following my escape attempt and were eager to see the conclusion of my story. The message included details about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had been comprehensive despite my attempts at evasion. They knew which trains I'd taken, which hotels I'd stayed in, even which restaurants I'd eaten at. Every step of my escape had been monitored and broadcast to paying viewers. Tonight's broadcast is being promoted as the finale of what Emma's audience calls the Social Worker series. They've been following my story from the beginning, watching me search for accommodation, move in with Emma, gradually discover the truth about my situation, and attempt to escape. My real life has become a multi-part series for dark web entertainment. The scheduled broadcast location is an address here in Liverpool. Emma's technical setup has apparently been relocated to continue the production, despite my escape from Manchester. Her audience expects to see the conclusion of my story, and they've invested too much money in following the narrative to accept an anticlimactic ending. I could go to the police, but Emma has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. My computer history, financial records, and communication logs would all support a narrative of voluntary involvement rather than victimization. The surveillance footage could be edited to remove context and present my actions as cooperative rather than unknowing. Emma's operation is too sophisticated, too well planned, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The dark web provides anonymity for her viewers, untraceable payment methods, and platforms that can't be easily monitored or shut down by authorities. She can broadcast from anywhere to anyone without meaningful oversight or accountability. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Social Worker series. They've paid to see someone trained to recognize and prevent exploitation become the victim of exactly the kind of predatory behavior I studied in university. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Emma's audience. I'm writing this from the bathroom of my hotel room because it's the only space where I can't see any obvious camera equipment. But I know they're still watching somehow. The tablet shows real-time footage of the main room, tracking my movements even when I think I'm unobserved. In a few hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Emma has demonstrated that her surveillance network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The show, as they say, must go on. The most terrifying realization is that Emma's operation probably has multiple series running simultaneously. How many other people might be living unknowingly under surveillance, gradually being prepared for their own final broadcasts? How many students, workers, and ordinary people might be unwitting stars of dark web entertainment? The technology exists to monitor anyone, anywhere without their knowledge. The dark web provides platforms for consuming authentic suffering as entertainment. And there are people willing to pay substantial amounts to watch real victims discover their situation too late to escape it. I never thought my social work training would become relevant to my own survival. But here I am, recognizing all the signs of systematic exploitation and predatory behavior that I learned to identify in vulnerable populations. The difference is that this time, I'm the vulnerable one. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Session. Emma's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who spent years learning to protect others, but couldn't protect herself. The irony would be funny if it weren't so terrifying. The strangest part is that I was invited, not by someone I knew, obviously. The message just appeared in my university email one morning, buried between assignment reminders and spam about student loans. The subject line was blank, and the sender was just a string of random letters and numbers that looked like someone had mashed their keyboard. I almost deleted it without opening it. Would have, probably, if I hadn't been procrastinating on my dissertation about media psychology. Instead, I clicked it while eating cereal and half watching morning television. The email contained a single line of text and what looked like a web address, though not one I recognized. The text was simple enough. You've been selected for exclusive access. Interest in human behavior noted. That last bit made me pause. My dissertation was about online behavior and digital voyeurism, something I'd been researching for months. I'd written papers on it, posted about it in academic forums, even given a presentation to my media studies class. Someone had clearly been paying attention to my work. I'm not stupid. I knew this was probably some sort of scam or phishing attempt, but the timing was too coincidental to ignore. And curiosity has always been my weakness. I copied the address and decided to investigate. The link didn't work in my normal browser. After some trial and error, I realized I needed different software to access it. It took me most of the afternoon to figure out the technical side, but eventually I found myself staring at a basic web page with a dark background and minimal text. "Welcome," it said. "Your academic interest in observational behavior has been noted. Please confirm your identity to proceed." Below that was a form asking for basic details. Nothing too personal, just my name, age, and location. I hesitated for a long moment before filling it out. After all, if this was related to my research, it might actually be useful for my dissertation. The next page was more interesting. It explained that I was being granted access to what it called live behavioral studies, real-time observations of human subjects in various scenarios. The text was clinical and academic in tone, describing these as opportunities to witness genuine human reactions under stress. It sounded like exactly the sort of thing that would be invaluable for my research, assuming it was legitimate. The page also mentioned that access was limited and that sessions were scheduled at specific times. A timetable showed several slots over the coming week, each lasting about an hour. I bookmarked the page and spent the next day thinking about it. On one hand, it could be a genuine research opportunity. On the other, it could be anything from a student prank to something more sinister. But my dissertation deadline was approaching, and I needed fresh material. The first session was scheduled for that Thursday evening. I logged in about 10 minutes early, not sure what to expect. The page had changed to show a simple black screen with a timer counting down from 5 minutes. Below that was a text box where I could apparently type messages, though I wasn't sure who would see them. When the timer reached 0, the black screen was replaced by what looked like a live video feed. The image quality wasn't great, and the lighting was dim, but I could make out what appeared to be a small room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, currently empty. Other viewers had apparently joined the session. Messages began appearing in the text box, short comments and observations that suggested people were treating this as some sort of academic exercise. Someone mentioned psychological stress responses. Another person referenced behavioral studies they'd read about. Then someone entered the room on screen. They were wearing ordinary clothes and moved hesitantly, looking around as if unsure where they were supposed to be. When they sat in the chair, I could see they appeared uncomfortable, shifting frequently and glancing toward what I assumed was a camera. The messages from other viewers became more analytical. Comments about body language, stress indicators, fight or flight responses. It felt like watching a psychology experiment, though I couldn't understand what the actual study was supposed to measure. After about 20 minutes, another person entered the frame. This individual moved with more purpose, carrying what looked like a clipboard or notepad. They began asking questions that I couldn't hear, but the seated person's reactions were visible enough. Increasing agitation, attempts to get up from the chair, obvious distress. The academic tone of the viewer comments started to shift. People were noting the ethical implications of the study, questioning the consent processes, wondering about the institutional review board approval. I found myself typing similar concerns. But then something changed in the room. The person with the clipboard set it aside and picked up something else. Even through the poor video quality, I could see the seated individual's reaction was immediate and intense. Pure terror. The viewer messages became more urgent. People were demanding to know what institution was running this study, what the protocols were, whether there were safety measures in place. But no one seemed to be responding to our concerns. I watched for another 10 minutes before I couldn't take it anymore. Whatever this was, it wasn't a legitimate academic study. I closed the browser and tried to convince myself that what I'd seen had been some sort of performance art or elaborate role-play scenario. But I couldn't stop thinking about the fear in that person's eyes. I didn't log in again for several days. Instead, I tried to focus on my dissertation, using more conventional research sources and avoiding the strange website entirely. But the images from that session kept creeping back into my thoughts, and I found myself wondering what had happened after I'd logged off. The next scheduled session was the following Tuesday. Despite my better judgment, I found myself logging in again, telling myself I needed to understand what I'd witnessed before I could put it behind me. This time, the room was different, larger, with better lighting, and what looked like medical equipment visible in the background. The setup felt more professional, more organized. The viewer count was higher too. Apparently word was spreading about these sessions. The subject who entered this room was clearly distressed from the moment they appeared on screen. They were looking around frantically, trying door handles that didn't seem to open, calling out to someone I couldn't see. The academic comments from viewers had disappeared entirely, replaced by expressions of shock and demands for explanation. That's when I realized what I was actually watching. These weren't psychology experiments or behavioral studies. These were something else entirely. Something that had been disguised as academic research to attract viewers like me. People whose legitimate interest in human behavior could be exploited. I should have left immediately. Should have closed my laptop and reported what I'd seen to the police. But instead, I found myself transfixed by the horror of it all. The realization that I'd been deliberately targeted, specifically chosen because of my academic interests, made it feel personal in a way that was hard to ignore. The person running these sessions had studied my work, identified me as someone who might be interested in observing human behavior, and then systematically drawn me in with appeals to my academic curiosity. I'd been manipulated, and the manipulation had worked perfectly. Over the following weeks, I continued logging into the sessions. Not because I wanted to see what happened. The content was disturbing enough that I often found myself looking away from the screen, but because I needed to understand the scope of what I'd stumbled into. Each session featured a different room, a different setup, different individuals. But the pattern was always the same. Someone would be brought into the space, clearly against their will, and then subjected to experiences that became progressively more disturbing. The viewer base seemed to be growing steadily. Comments suggested that people were sharing access with others, spreading the links through various channels. But what struck me most was how many viewers seemed to have been recruited the same way I had, through appeals to academic or professional interests. There were psychology students like myself, but also medical students, sociology researchers, and people working in law enforcement or social services. All of us had been identified as individuals whose legitimate professional interests could be used to justify initial access. It was a brilliant recruitment strategy, really. Rather than trying to find people who were actively seeking out disturbing content, they targeted those of us who might have valid reasons for wanting to observe human behavior under stress. Our professional credentials gave us cover, even to ourselves. I started keeping notes about the sessions, documenting what I observed and trying to identify patterns. I told myself this was evidence gathering, that I was building a case to present to the authorities. But really, I think I was just trying to make sense of my own complicity. Because that's what it was, ultimately, complicity. Every time I logged in, every minute I spent watching, I was participating in something terrible. The fact that I'd been manipulated into it didn't change the reality of my involvement. The sessions began to feel routine after a while. I'd recognize certain rooms that appeared repeatedly, suggesting these weren't one-off events, but part of some ongoing operation. The timing seemed coordinated too. Sessions in different rooms would start at staggered intervals, allowing viewers to move between them. But what disturbed me most was how normal it all started to feel. The initial shock wore off, replaced by a kind of numb fascination. I'd find myself critiquing the camera angles or noting technical details rather than focusing on what was actually happening to the people on screen. That normalization was perhaps the most frightening aspect of the whole experience. How quickly something horrific could become just another part of my routine. How easily I could compartmentalize it, separating my normal life from these evening sessions where I'd watch unspeakable things unfold. About 6 weeks after that first session, something changed. I logged in as usual, but instead of the familiar room selection screen, I was greeted by a different message. "Thank you for your participation in our observational study," it read. "Your engagement has been noted and appreciated. You have been selected for advanced access privileges." Below that was a new set of options I hadn't seen before. Different types of sessions, different levels of access, different ways to participate. The language was still clinical and academic, but the implications were clear enough. I was being offered the chance to move from passive observer to active participant. The message explained that my consistent attendance and demonstrated interest qualified me for what they called collaborative sessions, events where viewers could provide input and direction rather than simply observing. The language made it sound like a natural progression, the next step in an ongoing research project. But I knew better by then. This wasn't about research or academic study. This was about gradually drawing people deeper into something terrible, using their initial curiosity as a hook to secure their continued involvement. The truly disturbing part was how tempting the offer was. After weeks of watching passively, the idea of having some control over what happened was oddly appealing. Not because I wanted to cause harm, but because the powerlessness of being just an observer had become its own form of torture. I stared at that message for nearly an hour before closing the browser without responding, but I kept thinking about it over the following days. The progression they were offering felt inevitable, like a path I'd been on since that first invitation email. That's when I finally understood the full scope of what I'd encountered. This wasn't just about providing content for people who were already predisposed to watch it. It was about creating those people, gradually converting ordinary individuals into active participants through careful manipulation and escalation. They'd identified me as someone with legitimate academic interests, drawn me in with appeals to those interests, normalized my participation through repeated exposure, and then offered me a path to deeper involvement. Each step had felt logical and justifiable at the time. How many others had received similar invitations? How many had progressed further down this path than I had? And how many people who ended up in those rooms had started as viewers, gradually drawn into participation through the same process I'd experienced? I deleted all the bookmarks and access software from my computer that night, tried to put the whole experience behind me and focus on finishing my dissertation through conventional research methods. But the questions wouldn't leave me alone. 3 months later, I received another email. Different sender, different format, but the same basic message. I'd been selected for access to exclusive content based on my demonstrated interest in human behavior. This time, they were offering access to what they called historical archives, recordings of previous sessions that I could review at my own pace. I deleted the email immediately, but the fact that it had found me again, despite my efforts to distance myself from the whole thing, was deeply unsettling. Somehow, my participation in those sessions had marked me permanently. I was now part of their recruitment database, someone to be contacted periodically with new opportunities for involvement. That was nearly a year ago now. I've received 4 more emails since then, each offering different types of access, different levels of participation. The language has evolved slightly each time, becoming more sophisticated in its appeals to my academic interests. I've deleted them all without opening the links, but I'll admit that the temptation is still there. The curiosity that got me involved in the first place hasn't disappeared, and part of me wonders what I might have missed by stepping away. That's the most frightening realization of all. Not that such things exist, or that people participate in them, but how easily I could have become one of those participants. How the right combination of manipulation and escalation could turn someone like me, someone who considers themselves ethical and rational, into an active collaborator in something terrible. The dissertation I eventually submitted focused on digital manipulation and the psychology of online recruitment. I got a first-class mark and several offers for postgraduate study, but I declined them all. The idea of pursuing further research into human behavior no longer appeals to me the way it once did, because I know now how that interest can be used against you, how academic curiosity can become a vulnerability, exploited by people who understand exactly how to identify and target individuals like me. The emails still come occasionally, usually around the time of academic deadlines or conference seasons, when students and researchers might be most desperate for new material. The timing is never coincidental. I wonder sometimes about the other people who were in those viewer sessions with me, whether they received similar follow-up invitations, whether any of them accepted the offers for increased participation, whether some of the people I saw in later sessions had started as viewers themselves. The thought keeps me awake some nights. The possibility that I witnessed people who had started exactly where I did, drawn in by the same appeals to academic interest, gradually manipulated into deeper involvement until they found themselves on the other side of the camera. I tell myself I made the right choice by walking away, but part of me will always wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed, if I'd accepted those offers for advanced access, whether I would have had the strength to resist the gradual escalation, or whether I would have become something I never thought I could be. That uncertainty is perhaps the most disturbing legacy of the whole experience. The knowledge that the line between observer and participant, between victim and perpetrator, might be thinner than any of us would like to believe. The latest email arrived just yesterday. Same pattern, different wording. They're still out there, still recruiting, still finding new ways to identify and exploit people's legitimate interests for terrible purposes. I deleted it like all the others, but for just a moment, I hesitated before clicking delete, and that hesitation terrifies me more than anything I saw in those sessions.